The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Ryden.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms,
Here.
Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Foray, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Representative Lindsay,
Excused.
Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinell, Ryden, Sirota, Smith, Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Your Majesty, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
With 64 present and 1 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Tuesday, May 6, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important whenever we can show bipartisan support, and that was a fine motion that was made. The motion to adopt the Journal. Yes, the solemn duty that binds all freshman legislators together in shared confusion, carefully rehearsed timing. It requires grit, guts, and on occasion, a vague understanding of parliamentary procedure and the courage to read from a short prepared script. Now, as colleagues, we must support one another in these trying times. And so out of duty, respect, and a generous dash of legislative mischief, I rise today in full-throated, spine-tingling, cosmos rattling support of the motion offered by the fair representative from Arapahoe. But in fact, I don't just support it, I support it robustly. That's a word I've learned this year, robust. But my support is more than simply robust. It's robust, oaky, with hints of citrus and blueberry and a finish that is very smooth, like a fine aged wine in the basement of the Capitol, right next to the vending machines that still don't read my credit card regularly. And that's become very disturbing to me. It's really annoying. But I digress. To the Journal. It's more than ink on paper, it's history, it's memory. It's a chaotic tribute to everything we said yesterday, and now we wish we hadn't. By adopting this journal, we affirm that yes, we may squabble over policy, punctuation, and whether the cafeteria sandwich of the day is a crime. But we can still agree on one glorious truth. Yesterday did in fact happen. This is bipartisanship in its purest form. Left or right, urban or rural, vegan or carnivore, we come together not in harmony, but in consensus, that the clerk wrote down words and that we shall now validate them. But alas, I've got to share, I have some freshman angst. Today is Sine Die, or as I've called it for weeks, Sine D or Sine Die, and at Sunny D, that's a new one. And at one low point, Sade, because let's be honest, she was the first and true smooth operator. Yes. And so I ask with growing metaphysical dread, how will the journal of today be adopted when there is no tomorrow? Will we descend in some sort of procedural paradox? Will the clerk have to manifest the journal via seance? Or do we meet on the night of a future full moon in matching roads and chant it into approval? I just don't know. I want to know. Maybe I don't. I doubt anybody actually really does. But that's an angst for another day. But for today, let's seize this moment. Let's make this the last journal vote of 2005. Let's adopt the journal with reverence, with gusto, with absolutely no amendments sent to the chamber from the wacky 35 down the hall. I support it, proudly, desperately, and with mild concern for our collective grip on reality. And so, I do urge a yes vote, and I ask for division. Just kidding, I withdraw that. Ah, she wasn't paying attention. Anyway, I urge a yes vote. Who is with me?
I'm going to restate the motion, but Representative Richardson, my heart is moved. Thank you. It's beautiful. Members, the motion before us is to approve the journal as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, announcements and introductions. Members, I will direct your attention to the well. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 24 of the Colorado House of Representatives, the House Minority Caucus officially protests actions that occurred on the 119th day of the first regular session of the 75th General Assembly. During debate on the House floor, a breakdown of decorum and process occurred. An elected representative was presenting an amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and was interrupted by the Speaker of the House to recognize a motion by the Majority Leader. The representative held the well and was not ejected, making the action by the Speaker of the House a hostile eviction. The House floor is a place where debate is supposed to occur and where competing ideas can be heard. Such action undermines the integrity of the institution. It does not matter if the member is of the majority or the minority, if they are a Republican or a Democrat. No elected member should be treated with a lack of adherence to tradition, customs, and general legislative rules. Interrupting and prohibiting an elected member from speaking is not only an affront to their right to speak from the well, but also an affront to the thousands of constituents that they represent. This hostile eviction from the well now becomes the institutional knowledge of newer members who could be here for multiple terms. It is the duty of all elected members to make sure the institutional integrity is maintained and passed on so the citizens can retain and build faith in their government. Therefore, it is imperative on us to protest this action and demand that it never occur again. Thank you.
Members, I stand before you as the Speaker of the House to acknowledge that my foremost priority is always to protect and honor this institution. This institution is far bigger than the individuals here today. Without diligent attention and care for the legislative institution and the democratic role, we are sent here to preserve and uphold little else matters. I want to honor the perspective of the minority leader and minority members, and for sharing their concerns about our institutional custom and practice, and want to take a moment to explain where I was last night when the clock neared midnight. As many of you know, the rules of the House are not always crystal clear. Much like our Constitution itself, the rules were written by a group of people doing their very best to anticipate situations and scenarios, to create structure and practice so that we may deal with situations as they arise in a way that protects democracy. But there are gaps and ambiguities in those rules. What is critical to remember is that underpinning our House rules is the Colorado State Constitution. Our Constitution requires us to print each calendar day of legislative work in the House Journal. As we approached midnight, it appeared the legislative day of 119 threatened to bleed into the legislative day of 120. And it was critical that we protect our institution and the work before us. I am sincerely committed to uplifting each member's voice, allowing all of you to share your perspectives on the legislation before us. Under other circumstances, I would not have selected to interrupt the member speaking, but this was uncharted territory. Allowing the clock to tip past midnight would have put us into a new legislative day, and even adjourning at 12:01 last night would have meant we adjourned sine die. So at 11:59, I took action after consultation with our Office of Legislative Legal Services, and I took action to protect the work and this institution. I hope that you understand my deep commitment to all of you, to this work, to this body. This was not about a bill, a legislator, an agenda. This is not about partisanship. This is about continuing to protect our institution, the democracy of our body, and the work that we continue to strive to do with integrity, with honesty, and with a compassion for our great state. Thank you. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the protest be printed in the Journal. I move for permission. Okay, I move for permission that the protest be printed in the Journal.
Members, I invite you to vote yes on the motion before us. I believe in protecting the institution. It is important that this motion be honored. The motion before us is for consent to print the protest in the House Journal. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excuse, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1300.
House Bill 1300 by Representative Wilford, also Senator Kipp, concerning claimants' access to medical care and workers' compensation claims and in connection therewith, requiring an employer or employer's insurer to use the Division of Workers' Compensation's utilization standards and changing the mechanism by which a claimant can choose a treating physician.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1300.
Please
and let
proceed.
those gobbles come. Come on, guys, you have to do better than that. It's the last day of session. I have no poem for you at all. The Senate took action and added an amendment that I had promised to one of our representatives here that did not get on in the House, so ensured that it did get on in the Senate to protect rural Coloradans and ensuring that they have access to choice in choosing a physician when a worker is injured on the job. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1300. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
No.
Representative Bottoms.
No.
Clearly, Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1300 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1300 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 25 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1300 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1259.
House Bill 1259 by Representatives Froelich and Brown, also Senators Cutter and Doherty, concerning assisted reproduction and in connection therewith, adopting in vitro fertilization and other assisted reproduction and fertility protections, and eliminating other administrative requirements.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1259.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Trust me, you don't want a poem about this one because without colloquialisms, it can't be done.
Seeing no, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Never mind. That's great. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1259. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1259 as amended.
the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1259 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Oh, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm easy to miss. All right, I still have a lot of problems with this bill because it's about reproduction, and a vast amount of this is devoted to deproduction. And we have, in this country, our society is built on the idea that all men are created equal, that personhood and humanity are synonymous. And when we reduce the weakest among us to chattel property that can be bought, sold, murdered, it devalues all of us. So, I don't have my notes, but when Abraham Lincoln said, if they can treat these people as things, if they can treat these people as chattel, then they can treat all of you as chattel, as things. So when you take a person and you reduce them to a thing, you devalue all persons. And if you look, I've tried to find in the law, and maybe the lawyers, the attorneys can help me with this, where we as individuals are extended personhood. I've not found any place. What I have found in the older language is that the unborn were treated as persons. So when we get to this point where we treat the unborn as non-persons for the sake of depriving them of the 5th and 14th Amendments of their due process, whereby no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, that devalues those rights for all of us. When we reduce that, and then we say that these persons are also not protected from cruel and unusual punishment, that devalues those rights for all of us. Now, I don't pretend that there's any sort of easy decision around this, because there are consequences to actions, but there are consequences to turning other humans, other people, into chattel, or in this case, classifying them as non-persons for the sake of depriving them. Because if the state can deprive an individual of life, liberty, and property without due process, if they can refuse to protect that individual from cruel and unusual punishment, then that right can be denied to all of us. So there's a lot of there. So if we look back, again, Personhood and humanity are synonymous. You can look at what is a person. A person is a human with a soul. If you deny the fact that there's a soul, then you're left with a person is a human plus zero. So by our law itself, my attempt at not, and I'm just an engineer. By the law itself, a person and a human are synonymous, and so the most valuable humans, vulnerable humans among us, the most valuable humans among us, they cannot be treated as chattel property. They should not be chattel property. They should not be included for extermination in a bill that purports to be about reproduction. When this says every individual has a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about the individual's own reproductive health, well, speaking as a formerly preborn person, I think my health is better served by not being rendered limb from limb into saleable parts. I think my health in general is better represented by not being chemically burned, exsanguinated, starved, or suffocated. But that's just me. As Ronald Reagan said, I notice that everybody here that's pro-feticide, I think he said pro-choice, and I don't understand that because there's only one choice. And that's not being made by the unborn human. And that unborn human is fully person. But I notice that everybody that is in favor has already been born. So we have, if you're looking for an actual civil rights movement of your generation, it's not in sterilization and mutilation, it's protecting life. Because if you don't stand for the silent, if you don't stand for the weak, then you really don't stand for anything at all. We fought a civil war over personhood, over the extension of personhood. And now we have bills that codify the denial of personhood. We have laws that not only deny personhood, but we have this bill that says it's contrary to the public policy of the state to permit an individual to bring civil or criminal action. And it goes through about making sure that Colorado basically becomes the feticide capital of the United States, of the world, potentially. When you look at funding, terminating or seeking to terminate a life, a human, because a pregnancy is not ended with a life, it just means there's a dead human involved. Performing or inducing feticide, knowingly encouraging the conduct that aids or abets the performance of feticide, providing feticide as defined in this section. And it is feticide. That's how Susan B. Anthony referred to it as feticide. Feticide is the murder of a fetus. A fetus is a small, unborn human, a small, unborn, vulnerable, speechless. Not that they don't try, because we know from the ultrasounds, we know that they're sentient. We know that they're aware, because any procedure that's done in the former sanctity of the womb, the fetus, the unborn human, will try to escape, will try to flee whatever instrument is coming after it, whatever person is coming after it. So this is couched, of course, in the terms of the right to choose death for another person. with the sanction of the state. And it works, and we're seeing it in legislation. We see it in Canada mostly, eugenics. Again, it's all part and parcel of this same idea that humans are chattel, regardless of the color of the skin, that the humans are chattel of the state. This is a way to desensitize towards that, and we lose our rights when we sacrifice them for others. Because you have to go back to the basis of our rights, and the basis of our rights.
Representative DeGraff, you do have 50 seconds remaining, and please speak to concurrences. Thank you. Sorry, the bill.
The basis of our rights, thank you, Madam Speaker, the basis of our rights is that we are created, and if we are not created, we don't have rights. If we are created, we have obligations, and those obligations are to the weakest and most vulnerable, and they are the preborn humans.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've talked about this bill a lot. You know, the premise of this bill, and I told the bill sponsors, I could really get behind. I think there should be some regulations to people donating and having 150 children out there. I don't think that that's healthy for anyone. There was about 10% I couldn't get behind. I feel like we tried to run fair amendments and, again, just fell on deaf ears because we just don't seem to be very bipartisan when it comes to running amendments. We seem to send it off to the Senate to let them do the work for the House. I still don't understand that. I feel like there's a ton of us that work really hard in this chamber, and the destruction of embryos, we talked about this. I went through infertility treatment. I went through in vitro. There's no reason to create an embryo. And the lawyers even said there's no reason to do that. It just creates conflict. And for our side of the aisle, it's a different issue. For the lawyers, it creates conflict because of the legality involved. For our side of the aisle, it creates conflict because we believe life begins at conception. So there's no reason to unify the gametes and create an embryo. Life. And then just to be able to throw it out like the trash. And so when we get this pro-death cult and words like that, this is where it comes from. When you don't accept amendments from our side, when we could get behind the basis of this bill, if you just struck a couple of things out of the bill, and you could have a good bipartisan bill. But it just falls on deaf ears. And then we talk about family planning. And for a lot of people, especially in rural Colorado and other places, that might have taken the first chemical abortion pill, that are struck by their decision to do that, to eliminate their ability to then take progesterone. And we hear people come up here and talk about a 12-person study. I'm going to say it louder for the people in the back. Progesterone, women are put on progesterone most of their pregnancies to benefit them so they don't have a miscarriage. When I did IVF, I was placed on progesterone for the first 8 weeks of my pregnancy. It thickens the endometrium. I'm not going to sit here and listen to people come up here and say it's dangerous for a woman. It's not. It's not. You can't say that it's okay for children to take it in non-FDA approved settings and then to say it's dangerous for women that want to keep and maintain their pregnancies. We got to stop doing that because the people of Colorado are listening and they're sick of the hypocrisy. Progesterone is safe for women who are pregnant. Progesterone is safe for women after they take the first chemical abortion pill. If it wasn't, they would take it off the shelves. You can't say it's safe for that and then say, or you can't say it's unsafe for this and then say it's safe for a 12-year-old in a non-FDA approved environment. We have to stop doing that because women like me wouldn't be put on it. Family planning should also include women who make a mistake and want to maintain their pregnancy. 70% of women we know could save their pregnancy by taking progesterone. But we hear people come up here from a 12-person study and say, no, it's dangerous, it's dangerous. Well, most of us through our pregnancies were on it. So please stop with the false narratives. It's just getting old and worn down. Every individual has a fundamental right to make autonomous decisions about the individual's own reproductive health, including the fundamental right to use or refuse reproductive health care and the ability without government restriction. I think we heard that yesterday, without governmental interference. Only works when you're creating a loophole for a certain or carving out a certain group of people. Last night it was going against parental rights. It's okay to have governmental interference. Today, my children, if someone gets pregnant, won't have any say in the decision. The men who come along the journey, both physically, emotionally, and financially, they're the government restriction. And we talked about who is the custodian of this. We've heard court cases, but the courts really haven't decided. They haven't realized who is responsible for the embryos. And again, if you didn't make embryos, there would be no question whatsoever. A woman could keep her eggs, a man could keep his sperm, everything would be fine. And this bill would be a good bill. Again, we tried. We don't believe a baby is property. We don't believe embryos are property. We don't believe they can just be destroyed like a clump of cells. I've said it a million times. And now we're taking a huge group of people out of the picture. It takes two to tango. It takes two. I know we all did basic science. And to just not be heard about the two amendments that we offered, just to take embryos out of it, just take embryos out of it. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating to hear that we will hear that this is the most bipartisan session. We'll hear things like that. But I hope that the people of Colorado hear that our side offered multiple amendments that weren't even considered, almost like a predetermined outcome that we see time and time again in this building. And then, if that wasn't enough, yesterday, 1312 removed a shield law, but in this policy, there's one in here. We have, contrary to the public policy of the state to permit an individual to bring civil or criminal action authorized in another state against an individual in this state for attempting to engage in the following conduct, and then it goes on and on. So I'm confused. We pull one out of one bill because we can't tell states how to mandate, and then we put it in another bill, and it will get voted through, and there's no rhyme or reason. I'll say it again. In the quest to be pro-choice, we have created a pro-death state. And I don't think that's fair to the women of Colorado. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1259 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1259 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1267.
House Bill 1267 by Representatives Pascal and McCormick, also Senators Winter and Amabile, concerning support for statewide energy strategies and in connection therewith, modifying the electric vehicle grant fund within the Colorado Energy Office, modifying the community impact cash fund within the Department of Public Health and Environment, allowing the community access enterprise to reduce the retail delivery fee it imposes, regulating retail electric vehicle charging, and making an appropriation.
Ooh. Representative Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1267.
Please proceed.
All right. Well, I don't know what to say. This bill has come a long way, but it's been fun, but let's get her done. In the Senate, they amended this bill to allow CDPHE to spend from the Community Impact Fund for environmental equity and cumulative impact analyses. This was a request from some environmental groups due to loss of funding in other areas, and CDPHE it was willing to accept it. And I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing Representative DeGraff? Of course. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1267. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No. No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1267 as amended.
DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the depassage of House Bill 25-1267.
You know, I
As
don't
amended.
think that is a proper motion. I don't think we have D passage.
Now we do.
Creativity abounds on the last day of session. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I think we should depass this bill because this type of bill is harmful to the environment. We have fees, we have regulations, and we get to the last page and we're talking about affordable, clean electric for electric vehicles. And these vehicles are anything but clean and they're anything but affordable. They're also based on, largely dependent on slave labor. And I don't know why we would promote something that promotes slave labor. If they make things out of you, if they make things out of these people in the third world countries, how long until they make things out of you? So the last time said the EV owners have spoken, and the EV owners have truly spoken, and they've said, we enjoy tapping into the pockets of our neighbors for the vehicles that we drive, because we know from some of the car companies that based on their losses, based on the losses in those departments, that the subsidy, internal subsidy inside that auto manufacturer is $50,000 to $60,000. $50,000 to $60,000 for EV toys for the rich. This goes for the electric bikes, also dependent on slave labor. So when you put a tax, and where does that tax go? Because that tax is a fee, that tax is from the government requiring these corporations to put these charges on everybody else's vehicles, ICE vehicles, internal combustion engines. And then what they do is they spread those costs around, those losses, to all of the other vehicles. So everybody that buys a new vehicle is buying a little chunk of somebody's unsustainable electric vehicle. And that electric vehicle, now we're seeing these battery storage facilities, and they go up in smoke. You can't put those out. Or some states, I'm hearing, are just dumping them in the ocean. That's environmentally friendly. So we have slave labor, we have dumping them in the ocean, we have these things catching on fire, and this is for clean electricity. Now, one thing about these batteries also is that they're really heavy, and that they wear out the tires faster. So if you live in a vehicle in a traffic area, most of the dust that you would have would probably be from rubber. Dust from the tires. So with EVs, because when you burn gasoline, most of it is converted into carbon dioxide and water. And if you've been paying attention, you know that carbon dioxide does not actually lead to global warming. I know that's a superstition, but you just have to get past the repetition of absurdity for the illusion of veracity that is the climate movement. So you're actually increasing pollution when you're doing these electric vehicles, all for the sake of virtue preening. And then you're going in and you're tapping and you're coming up with creative ways to tap into the tax-paying widgets of Colorado for EV toys for the rich, so that somebody can virtue preen and feel, and they can feel virtuous, and they can preen their virtue and show everybody how much they care about the planet while they're endorsing slave labor, while they're endorsing environmentally degrading practices. And I'm not opposed to EVs, but the market is. And when they came out, some of the companies were late in coming to this, and I remember why, because they said there is no actual value in EVs. And then we do it with buses. We do it with buses, and we send these things around, and they're basically a slow-rolling traffic jam representing about 100 cars with 5 people in them. But we'll send that, we'll give $24 million per year to that, plus $2 per passenger mile, and it's still not sustainable, because this is a bad idea based on bad science that's based on a false religion. And it is a religion. The religious adherence to the green movement, I mean, I wish churches were as committed to their religion as much as the green religion is committed. So what I see in here is I see more rulemaking, rules required, modify the rules at who? Oh, at the director's discretion. So we're not even actually voting on the bill. We're voting on what the bill might become. We're voting on a blank check written out of the checkbooks of the tax-paying widgets of Colorado that taps into their livelihood for the people who are most energy dependent, whose livelihoods most depend on energy, whose incomes are most affected by energy. And then on top of all that, to promote this green religion, you undermine the clean energy that's beneath our feet. And then you rape the third world for minerals and using slave labor. And you feel good about it. I don't know how.
Representative DeGraff, let's not ascribe emotion or intentions or motives to folks. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it's just a fact that these that the energy that the storage are environmentally degrading practices in countries that don't have the ability to defend themselves from it using slave labor. Those are just facts.
Please keep it to the bill.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you.
this bill on the last page talks about that these are affordable and they are clean, and they are neither. They're not affordable they might be affordable for the people who take all the subsidies from their neighbors, but they're not affordable for the economy. So if you're willing to reach into the pockets of your neighbors, then yeah. Then it's the politics of plunder. Support your religion. Support the values, support the virtue, but I can't get behind a bill that is based on falsehood, that is based on a delusion, that is based on bad science, that is based on a failed ideology. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1267 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. DeGraff and Luck. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 23 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1267 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we're going to stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate voted to recall House Bill 1269 for purposes of reconsideration and requests the return of the bill.
Message from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Members, we had a slight miscommunication on our calendar. We are returning back to House Bill 1001. No, 1330, sorry. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1330.
House Bill 1330 by Representatives Titone and Soper, also Senators Hendrickson and Baisley, concerning exempting quantum computing equipment from the Consumer Repair Bill of Rights Act.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1330.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this one is the one that you all understand extremely well. It's the quantum exemption bill. It's the definition of quantum is quite the thing. And we workshopped it a little bit more in the Senate to be sure that the definitions aligned. We wanted to make sure this was really tight because had it be written in a different way, this could include a whole bunch of other products that we didn't want to include in an exemption, because that's what this is. And I don't want to read you the exemption because it'll go right over your head anyway. No offense. It goes over my head too. And I ask for a yes vote on the concurrence.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also ask for a yes vote. Yes, the Senate further defined what quantum is. And so your vote here today, while it may feel like a small step forward, it really is a quantum leap.
Oh. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1330. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1330 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1330 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1330 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Duran and Froelich, also Senators Danielson and Kolker, concerning the enforcement of wage and hour laws and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1001.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I'm really proud to say that the amendments that were done up in the Senate were through bipartisan work with our colleagues across the aisle on a few amendments that they requested. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, what a bill, this 1001, from veto to interim to now sine die. Working with the first floor is ever so fun, but it's such a great bill, and so I will say yay. After this concurrence, we are truly done. I feel sort of bereft. There's no more wage theft.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1001. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Carter is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1001 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1001 as amended. Representative DeGraff.
Madam Speaker, you might guess that I am requesting the depassage of House Bill 25101. Thank you. All right, I do appreciate the amendments that the Senate was able to get into the bill. And obviously, nobody on our side, certainly not me, is interested in allowing the enforcement of wage theft. But once again, what we're doing in an economy that is already burdened under 200,000 restrictions and an economic growth that has gone from 5 to 41 due to excess regulation, our solution is more regulation. Not our solution, your solution is more regulation. And we have a lot of pages here of more regulation, just, you know, the complication if an employer fails to pay an employee an amount of wages, compensation, other monetary relief, as determined by the division to this Article 4, 6, 12, Title 8, as determined, decided by a hearing officer pursuant to 8-4-11. So it's already illegal to not pay somebody. But then to add more regulation to something that's not being enforced, apparently, I'm not really sure what the value is. And then when I see we add the minority owner, make sure that wasn't amended out, of an employee, then we're talking about the possible denial of capital to businesses and making, and we talked about yesterday that the business failure rate of people that want to start their own business, and that is the backbone of the economy, of that part of the economy, that 25% fail. And there's a great deal of risk in being an owner. And yes, they should fund and they should fully pay their employees. The employee should be paid. And most employers pay their employees first. Now, obviously, there's some bad actors. But then we get into these discussions where employers are vilified based on a few bad actors. And what we need to do when we look at 200,000 restrictions on the economy, that all of these employers are having to work through, that every one of those 200,000 restrictions costs the employers money. That makes it more difficult to pay employees. And when you pay employees, the economy benefits because that money gets into the economy and it starts going around. So what we need is a strong economy. And the way we get a strong economy is not 200,000 regulations and then growing every time that we see something, every time that you see something that you don't like. Because you're not going to be able to fix it. It's like trying to direct all of the traffic in Colorado from this room. You could conceivably do it, but traffic would grind to a halt. Now you're trying to direct, this room is trying to direct all of the economic traffic in the state of Colorado. Lights on, lights off, blinkers here, blinkers there, flag man, do all this stuff, all controlled out of this room. And guess what? No surprise, the economy of Colorado has bogged down. We've gone from number 5 to number 41. Excess regulation. Excess regulation in energy. Of course, anything that's alive requires energy, and if you want it to thrive, it needs to be inexpensive energy. And what we've done to make this more difficult for our business owners is you bottleneck the energy through the green energy program and caused it to be more expensive and less available. And that impacts businesses. That impacts businesses, and when businesses are impacted and businesses are on the edge continually in shaker, shaker is a term, that's a condition pre-stall. Before the aircraft falls out of the sky, you would be in shaker, whether that's an artificially induced shaker or it's a burble of turbulent airflow over the horizontal stabilizer, just in case you were curious. But that's what shaker is. It's pre-stall. It's right before the aircraft.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff.
You're welcome, Madam Speaker. So the economy is in shaker. We've gone from 5 to 41. And in aviation terms, you're trying to increase the angle of attack, and that is going to put us closer to a stall. That's where the economy stalls. That's where it falls out. You're making it so that businesses that are not sustainable. Just saying to businesses that this is a great place to come and have a business, it is. Colorado is a great place. Colorado is a wonderful state, and it's being choked. Businesses are being choked by the General Assembly with 200,000 regulations, and every time that you don't like an outcome of those 200,000 regulations, you add to the number of regulations. And then here, when you put a minority owner as liable, you put an investor as liable for those unpaid wages, now you just reduce the capital that these businesses need in order to remain flying. And as far as I know, it still exempts government agencies. So it is good that the government looks at it and says, hey, these things that we're imposing on the tax-paying widgets or the employment creating widgets of Colorado, that's bad for government. Well, if it's bad for government, it's also bad for those businesses. You're not looking, these bills don't look at why these employers can't pay their employees. They want to employ, so the best thing that you can do for employees, for the unions and everybody else, is you need to open the floodgates of energy. You need to create a system where employees are in demand and that they can walk and they can vote with their boots. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to treat a symptom, again, of a bad economy that's created by the legislation that comes out of this room. And the solution from this room of bad policy is more of it. So if you want employees to have an option, if you want businesses to stay in Colorado, you need to get the boot off the neck of the businesses and taxpayers of Colorado. Then the businesses won't have any choice but to pay their employees because their employees can go someplace else. Instead, it's a matter of increasing the restrictions on the business community, making it harder to stay in business in Colorado, and then act like you're solving the problem. So, again, I ask for the depassage of House Bill 1001.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1001 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative McCormick is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1001 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1094.
House Bill 1094 by Representatives Brown and Johnson, also Senators Pelton, B. and Roberts, concerning pharmacy benefit manager practices that affect prescription drug costs.
Representative Brown, forget the gobbles, right?
That's Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1094.
Please proceed. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So in the Senate Health Committee, they adopted an amendment that does two things. It replaces the net acquisition with price, and it strikes group purchasing organization and any other arrangements concerning the pricing of prescription drugs. Through continued conversations, because we know stakeholdering is always going on in this building, the Senate sponsors made the decision to concede on striking these provisions while still maintaining the critical elements of this bill. This bill is a powerful step in the direction to bring down drug costs for Coloradans so they don't have to choose between their prescriptions and their rent.
Okay. Seeing no further, we are two concurrences. Great. Representative Johnson?
And I ask for an aye vote.
Got it. The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1094. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no.
Just for you. That's right. Diabla.
Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 8 no, 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1094 as amended.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like the good representative from Denver says, don't get on education bills, maybe don't get on health care bills. This is, it's the last day. Come on, you guys. It's the last day. We've made it. We have made it. Not to go against my member of my own caucus, because I do believe her intent is to help rural Colorado, but being in healthcare, I just want you guys to listen for just a second, because this bill worries me. It worries me when we talk about yesterday oligarchs and the rich, and then you take out the middleman, right? And so when the middleman's taken out, the top people can just continue to continue to continue. And so when you don't have any negotiating skills, what is that going to do to the people in our district? And so I just want to let you know that on average, members with employer-sponsored drug coverage paid about $15 out of pocket for a 30-day prescription in 2023, a decrease of about 1% of their total cost share with their employer compared to 2022. While drug manufacturers raised prices 60% of branded drugs in 2023, data confirmed that a certain company effectively lowered out-of-pocket costs for these members as a result of negotiations with pharmaceutical manufacturers. If you take the negotiation piece out of there, guys, the drug prices are going to skyrocket. 4 in 5 of this business members, 81% spent less than $250 out of pocket for their medicines, or about $20 per month. Nearly 2/3 of members spent even less, even as the median annual list price for a new drug reached $300,000 last year. You can't take the middleman out. You got to have somebody holding the top person accountable. There was a huge committee that held an investigation. Companies in the committee's investigation collectively raised prices more than 250 times on the drugs they sell. 8 of the 10 companies took more than 20 price increases on a single drug. As a result, the median total price increase since launch of the drugs in the committee's investigation is almost 500%. For example, one of the pharmaceutical companies increased the price of Lyrica by 10% or more in 7 different years. In just the 6 years from 2013 and 2019, the company increased Lyrica's price by a total of 155%. One of the largest price increases among top grossing drugs in the U.S. market. Price increases have driven higher revenues for the companies in the committee's investigation. In 2019 alone, the 10 companies generated a combined $38.5 billion in U.S. net revenues from the sales of just 12 drugs. And you're going to take the middleman out with this bill. Pharmaceutical companies often attribute list price increases to the need to account for rebates, discounts, and other fees provided to other supply chain actors. However, internal data from the drug companies in the committee's investigation refutes these industry claims. As companies raise prices on their drugs, internal data show that net prices after accounting for all discounts and rebates, also increased for most of their drugs. Documents obtained by the committee further show that despite their public claims, executives internally acknowledge that their company's price increases cannot be entirely attributed to growing rebates or discounts provided to PBMs, health insurance plans, or other payers. In addition, documents show that PBMs secure contractual provisions that de-incentivize drug companies from raising list prices. So the PBMs help de-incentivize the increase for drug prices. So why do prescription drug companies charge the U.S. 10 times more than other countries like Europe and Canada? On average, prescription drug costs nearly 3 times more in the U.S. than other countries. That's why our constituents are begging us to make deals with Canada so they can get their drugs for cheaper. And now, the gist of this bill, you take out the PBMs, which is the middleman that does all the negotiation, and you just let Big Pharma go at it. Your prices are going to increase. Your people in your districts are not going to be able to afford their drug prices. What is the one thing that you heard when you were door knocking? We cannot afford our prescription drugs. We cannot afford our prescription. We are having to pick refills on our prescription drugs and groceries or rent or utilities. This is going to make it skyrocket. Humira in the U.S. is $3,200. In Germany, it's $420. In Spain, it's $500. And in the U.K., it's $1,300. Why? Why is it $3,200 here and $500 in Spain? Ask yourself that. We tried to add a delinking provision in this bill, and that was not accepted. I'm concerned that this provision will eliminate the downward pressure PBMs put on list prices and that help pharma only to increase earnings. I don't believe anything in this bill helps consumers. When a PBM can capitalize on a competitive drug market and negotiate higher rebates, that results in lower prescription drug costs for patients and plan sponsors. Delinking in the commercial market would give big drug companies up to an additional $22 billion per year. That's why I tried to amend it and add a delinking provision. This is not about the lobby corps. I'm on neither side. I think they both need to do better. This, for me, and all the research that I did, because I know that they were knocking on your doors, paper after paper that I read, because I'm in healthcare. I need prescription drugs to be less expensive for my district, for my constituents in my district. I need them to be able to afford their high blood pressure medicine. I need them to be able to afford their cholesterol medicine. I need them to be able to afford their diabetes medicine. And when you take out their ability to negotiate, to bring down the prices of drugs for our communities and the people in our districts, then we are failing the people in our districts. Big Pharma is going to continue to skyrocket their prices of their drugs, and now you are slashing out the middleman, the only people that can actually negotiate. And I hate to come up here and belabor this point, but this is for my constituents in my district. I ran on affordability. I ran on seniors and their cost of living. I ran on the average American being able to afford the medicine they need, and this bill will take that out. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is just another good example of where the government has gotten involved and has fouled up the market beyond anything recognizable. So, it's obviously only a part of it, but when you put, say, the 340B program in there and you require a 60% discount, it's not unlike the Medicaid or Medicare program where you have the single payer and it demands an 80% discount, roughly 4/5 discount. And when you only pay 20%, what Medicare is saying, we're going to leverage our buying, we're going to leverage the mandates on these companies, their break-even point comes right about 20% of their patients. Well, now we have more and more patients on these programs. And so a provider cannot be sustainable if 20% of their patients are on something like Medicare. So if they're on Medicare and 20% and they become unviable at 20% of their patients, the only thing that they can do is they can increase their price. And so they have to increase their price by 500%. So that a $200 procedure goes up to $1,000, and that can be discounted back to $200 so that the provider actually gets paid. So what that does is it forces everybody else to pay $1,000. It forces everybody else to maintain and have insurance. And what does that insurance do for the $2,000 per month or more? Is it what the company then does is then it negotiates a rate using its leverage down something closer to Medicare, and then it charges you 20% for a copay. So you're almost paying the exact same thing if Medicare wasn't involved. Now, when you get to the drugs world, you have the 340B, and that demands a 60% discount. That means a $40 medication. If it costs the manufacturer $40 to make that medication, I don't know what it costs, just an example, they have to sell it for $100 so that when the government steps in and pays them $40, takes a 60% cut, then they can go. Well, not everybody gets that cut. So now you have a 60% buffer in these medications, and then it's supposed to be used for Medicaid offset, Medicare offset, and unreimbursed care. But ultimately what you have is you have a 60% loophole that is going to be exploited for profit. So why would you be surprised when you create a loophole that somebody exploits for profit? So then what has to happen is you have to come in with a bill to clamp down on the regulations and to start getting the government more involved in these things and start to manipulate the market even more, when the market manipulation is what drove the price up. So the market manipulation is actually driving everybody into insurance, having to have insurance. That insurance is costing the citizens of Colorado increasing more and more. So that insurance, I would say, is technically a tax on the citizens of Colorado because it's demanded. It's demanded by the programs that come out of general assemblies, like ours or the federal government. So again, this is just another example of fouling up the market beyond anything recognizable, using the good intent, paving the road to hell with good intentions. So we need to get out of this. We need to get out of these markets instead of getting ourselves deeper, because the people that created the problem are unlikely to solve the problem without creating a bigger problem.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1094 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
No.
Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 49 ayes, 16 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1094, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1171.
House Bill 1171 by Representatives Burton Basenecker, also Senators Hendrickson and Michelson-Janay, concerning adding motor vehicle theft to the list of offenses that apply to the offense of possession of weapons by previous offenders.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House adhere to its position on House Bill 1171.
Members, to clarify, if this motion passes and the Senate recedes from their version of the bill in return, the House version of the bill or the re-engrossed version will be adopted. If this motion passes and the Senate fails to recede from their position, the bill will be lost. The motion before us is to, sorry, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we just did better work on this than the Senate, and it's time to affirm our good work. So I'm going to ask for a yes vote, or I do ask for a yes vote.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's our request that we pass the House version of this bill. The amendments that were added in the House reflect a really intentional stakeholder process that included our work with law enforcement. It included our work with the Criminal Defense Bar. It included our work with the Minority Caucus as well to make sure that we could hold to the bipartisan agreement that exists on this bill. We feel very strongly that that agreement was entered into good faith by all parties, and so it is our ask that we send the Senate back the version of the bill which they should adopt. So we'd ask for a yes vote on adherence.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what happened in the Senate was they stripped the amendment, the last amendment that I got on the bill that was to give somebody the ability to petition after 10 years to get PALPO removed from their criminal history. So this is I think the only fair way to put it through. If it goes back without that, as you probably see in your memos, the Senate voted it through this way, 30-5. So it would likely pass without that, and I think we should be able to keep that in there, keeping that amendment along with the other amendments that are still on there that I worked out with the Department of Public Safety and the bill sponsors. But taking second and third degree auto theft out of there was important, but this is the crucially important piece, I think, for somebody that's able to turn their life around after 10 years. They're able to petition to get this removed from their criminal history. So I would agree with the bill sponsors and to adhere to the House version of this bill. Thank you.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did also want to speak to the bill, but thank you to my colleague for explaining. The Senate did remove the 10-year kind of like rights restoration piece, and I just want to remind folks that I feel like that amendment, which came after committee, it did not come in Judiciary Committee, may have suggested potential equal rights issues. And so I raised in debate when we were on thirds that if the underlying crime is to have committed a crime, to say that only one of them gets your rights restored, but not all the other ones, I believe that was an issue. And so for that reason, I do not think that we should support the bill with that language in it.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also find agreement with my colleague from Denver on the other side of the aisle that we had the Attorney General and even our attorneys who suggested that there were very strong constitutional concerns about equal protection under the law, and that the pathway to restoration of someone's Second Amendment rights is only available with this amendment from the House version for someone who's committed first-degree auto theft without a firearm. And any other crime that's on the PALPO list does not have a path to restoration of a person's Second Amendment rights. And that is very important to understand, that what we're saying as a body is that only first-degree auto theft in which no firearm was used, after 10 years, a person could petition the courts for restoration of their Second Amendment rights. But as we heard during the debate, and we had a very long and robust debate, the PALPO list, or previous offender with a weapon, is a pretty long list. And there's other offenses on the list in which no weapon was used, such as stalking, for example. And to not have a path for other offenders who had committed a crime without a firearm does raise some very, very serious equal protection issues. And for those reasons, I will be a no vote here. I believe the Senate did better work than the House, and certainly honoring the Constitution. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. No. AML Bacon, this is your second time to speak. You have 9 minutes and 3 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'm speaking here because the motion before us is to adhere, and this would be the only opportunity to speak if we did adhere. And so I guess I want to tie into what I said earlier. While I do think that the amendment added is problematic, I do think that, and thank you to my colleague from Delta for sharing in regards to the unequal protections, because basically it's saying no other person can have their rights restored, quite frankly, through a passage of time. But that does raise for me the issue with the bill also in general. The only way anyone could, without that amendment, get their rights restored is if they got a pardon, not a sentence commutation, a pardon. The governor would have to say, legally, you did not commit this crime, and so now you are able to be around firearms. The governor typically has issued on average around 20 of those. And so I just want to be clear, when they say clemency, that's what that means. But ultimately, what this bill does is it says for having committed a property crime, and I will go through that you are not able to, and I want to be clear, possess or have access to a firearm. Now, it is already true that federally, if you have a felony, you cannot purchase one. But the PALPO law says you can also not possess, right? Or have access to one. And if you do, it is a felony, but it's an F5. It's not even the lowest one. An F5 comes with at least 2 years of jail time or probation. What I mentioned about this in committee is that, one, we have been talking about this crime for a long time, getting on the PALPO list, since the days of CCJJ. There is only, and I know people keep saying this is not true, but it is. If you go to the section, there is only one property crime on the list currently. And property crime defined by Blackstone's involves theft, damage, destruction of someone else's property without the use of threat or force against a person. That is what a property crime is. And the only property crime that is currently on the list is arson from the 1st to 4th degrees, because of the nature of the material used to set fires is inherently dangerous. So this would be adding a property crime to the PALPO list. And let's also be clear. I'm not going to absolve criminals, okay? But if you have a sheet where all you have is auto theft, that means you have not committed any crimes of violence. Now, most people will probably have a gun charge added to that, or some sort of aggravator because they may have threatened someone to steal that car. But what this bill does, it includes anyone who has stolen a car at least 3 times, or any version of what auto theft is, because it's not always, okay? But that means if they haven't done any violence, they would get on this list. The other issue that's, where I think we found some synergies is that, again, it's not about being able to purchase a gun. It is if you were around one. Members, when we looked at the fiscal note, it was 26% of the people who get arrested for this crime are African Americans. And we are 4% of the state. And what's happening is, if someone is in a home, if someone's grandmother has that shotgun under their bed, like my grandmother did, and that the question is, if someone has this crime on their record and they're in that home, or if they are on a hunting trip or a camping trip, the law has been read to include access to, meaning near it enough to where you could use it, not just that it's on your person. And that's what PALPO does. And so the 2 things that concern me are recriminalizing a nonviolent crime, a property crime, for a felony at a rate that we are already seeing is disproportionately high for certain people. But it also precludes people from being in spaces where other people have decided to have weapons. even by legal means, it would make it a felony. And so for those reasons, in addition to the notion that I do not feel like we could pass this bill on the one hand with the 10-year period because of the equal protection issues, I also do not support the bill because there needs to be a boundary on the public policy behind this bill, which is a nexus to violence. And even a fiscal note said it was the number in the teens, that many people do not commit this crime with a weapon, or they do not use a threat of force, then it shouldn't qualify for PALPO, as we have all discussed over the last 3 years. So thank you to the sponsors, always for your grace and the conversations we had in committee. And thank you also to the folks who have been a part of the community to discuss this. But as a member of the gun violence prevention kind of space, I've run a lot of bills. For us, this is about going upstream, but it is not using overly punitive measures to put people in jail for doing things like being at their grandmother's house or being in the car with their father who has a license to carry a weapon. So thank you all for your consideration today. Again, I do not think we should accept that amendment, but I also do not think we should pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Since this motion is to adhere, I am giving latitude to speak to the bill, since the consequence may be that the bill will fail. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that latitude. I don't know how much better I could put it than the AML being up here and speaking. It's a weird building, isn't it? Sometimes when you agree with some and on things you never thought you were going to agree with someone. And I've found that this session, it's kind of been delightful, to tell you the truth. When we listed out the crimes that are on the POMPO list, when we're trying to kind of make a case for ourselves, and I was listening because I didn't really know, I'm not a lawyer, I don't play one on TV. All the nonviolent crimes, there wasn't any nonviolent crimes, really. I mean, we talk about arson and child abuse and all that, and I kept listening, and all the other things listed were crimes that could cause harm. And this was not. Motor vehicle theft in the first, second, and third degree are not violent crimes. And when I was told that it can lead to more violent crime, I asked for those statistics. So I asked everyone on judiciary, Dems and Republicans, I said, are there statistics other than we believe, we think, strong correlation? Because I am a data girl, y'all all know that about me. I like to look at the data, and no one can provide that to me. So when I'm thinking about taking away a constitutional right with no real data and concrete hard evidence, that's hard for me to put someone's constitutional rights over the lack of evidence. It was also said if these offenders also have guns and drugs on them, what about that? Well, they can be charged for those. And I got the lingo. If you don't use a weapon and did not have a weapon on their person, if they did, the enhancers kicked in. Those terms were new to me, but if drugs were on them, we don't test them for drugs for the rest of their life, but we strip away their constitutional right. So I have a huge problem. And then we came up, some members from my caucus, and said, people who have served their time in prison, served their time on parole, and now have to wait 10 years and beg to get their constitutional right back. Well, now they don't even necessarily get it back. You just heard the previous speaker say that they're going to have to get a pardon from the governor, and that's happened, I think she said 20 times. So now we're taking a constitutional right away from a nonviolent offender, and now instead of just having the ability to wait for 10 years, which we were all we were questioning that quite a bit. Now that's being stripped with this. And I think about my 4 boys, and 3 of them are really good. One pushes my buttons. I think he acts like his dad. I don't think it has anything to do with me, but pushes my buttons, and he makes mistakes, and he learns from those mistakes. And I just think about, if he makes a mistake and he learns from those mistakes, should he and he does his time and he does his parole, should he have his constitutional right completely taken from him? Not nonviolent crime, joyriding with some friends, steal a car. That has not happened, knock on wood. But if it were, should he not be allowed to go hunting with us again? Should he not be allowed 10 years, 20 years from now to protect his family? I have a real problem with not being able to possess or have access to. We're gun owners. We own lots of guns. Just for the state of Colorado, we own lots of guns. And I don't think that's right that he should be restricted from being in a household that owns guns, especially if he's done his time. And now with this amendment, we know that a nonviolent criminal who has done their time will not be able to get their Second Amendment rights back. We know that because the statistics which were provided, the governor in the state has provided 20 pardons. And that is really scary for the Second Amendment community, especially when it's a nonviolent crime. I kind of felt like I knew this was coming. I felt like when we were up here saying, why would someone have to beg for their constitutional rights to be given back when they have not committed a violent crime? I didn't get any data to convince me otherwise. And now we have seen what the Senate has done with this. And so, red flag, red flag, red flag. No pun intended. I don't know how I'm going to vote on the amendment. I'd rather the bill go to an early grave. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A colleague mentioned yesterday that, and I'll probably butcher it myself, but the person who would trade, or the society that would trade safety for liberty will end up with neither. And I think this is a bill that puts us in that category. I do understand both sides of the argument. We have the law enforcement side that says motor vehicle theft to the list. As our colleagues shared, motor vehicle theft technically is at the base level is a nonviolent crime. That's not to excuse crime. And then we look at Colorado's being somewhere between number 1 and number 4, as I most recently looked at for auto theft. So since it's between number 1 and number 4, I guess we'll just assume it's number 4. That's the more fair thing to do, I think, for Colorado. But we have a problem with auto theft. So, hopefully some of the newer legislation will resolve that. But right now we do. So, and then I hear the argument, well, if somebody's involved in these crimes, they probably have more crimes. And that is probably true. They probably didn't get caught on their first, second, and third try. It would not be a smooth criminal. So, but we also have this system of law where someone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So we can't go in and then bias the determination against somebody just because of other crimes. They're either convicted or they're not. And if they're not convicted, we can't assume and attribute a crime to them. So I think I would, rather than adding, and then I'm also very concerned, I think I'm most concerned about just adding motor vehicle theft to the list of offenses. It doesn't say motor vehicle theft with an aggregator or a aggravator of force or threat of force. It doesn't say it. It just says motor vehicle theft, which I would have to assume, per my colleague, that goes back to the property crime, which is based on lack of use of force or lack of threat of force. So not to excuse the property crime, but then to make that an issue, because what else can we just add in the next year? What other crimes can we just add? Perhaps embezzlement. Not endorsing embezzlement, I'm just thinking something on the other spectrum of crime. Maybe jaywalking. What else can you add when we just start adding to these? And I recognize that that's a level of hyperbole, but what can you add? And what can you create? We've created perhaps coercive control. So a bigger concern for mine is just what sort of precedent do we create by doing this? And what sort of precedent? I mean, it's good that you have the ability to get off the list by appeal, but shouldn't that be part of the sentencing? How do you now somebody has to get into court to prove that they have, and the judge is down, so we'll get a better answer. So now I can direct my questions more. So how does somebody now prove after 10 years, or why do they have to prove after 10 years? If they've served their time, if they've served their sentence, now we're taking somebody and we're putting them back into this category of presumed innocent, and hopefully, because if we're not going to put them in that category of presumed innocent, then what are we doing? Are they still guilty? If they're still guilty, should they still not be separated from the society in which they were unable to control their impulses to deprive, in this case, property of somebody else without due process? So if they can't be in society without depriving somebody else of property, and they have to be removed from society, but now we put them back in society, and then you say, well, they can't be trusted with that. So now how does that work? Now in my mind, we're depriving somebody of their life, liberty, or property without due process, because the right to self-defense, which is an unalienable right, it's a self-evident creator-endowed right, the rights of life and liberty and defense of property are now in jeopardy for somebody that we've put back in society into this category of presumed innocent, and then immediately upon release and being presumed innocent, we've revoked their ability for self-defense in the defense of life, liberty, or property against criminals, both foreign and domestic, criminals both common and elected. So how does that work? So I'm concerned about the overall. I'm not really sure on the amendment because I think it's problematic. I get the intent, and I like that somebody can get themselves back to that point of restitution. But if they've served their time, if they have been deemed safe to be in society, safe to no longer be a threat to the life, liberty, or property in this case if it's a nonviolent crime, then why are we depriving them of their Second Amendment rights, which I think underlie the right to life, liberty, or property? So I'm not 100% sure on the amendment. I'm a little concerned with it without it, that if they don't have that path to restoration, then they can never be restored. But ultimately, I'll be a no on the bill because I don't like the idea of adding to the list. I don't like the idea of creating lists of just adding in this case nonviolent crimes, and then people being in a status of presumed innocent and then presuming guilt on them for that reason. So I'm hoping that the judge can clarify any of my misconceptions.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you may recall, when we had the debate on this bill at the outset, and then the debate on the amendment, I came up and I talked about the fact that in the Judiciary Committee, I did vote to get this bill onto the floor because I think those conversations were critical for this body to understand what the consequences would be if we added the first-degree assault, first-degree auto theft to the statute and took away individuals' gun rights based on a property crime. I did not agree, however, when I got to the floor with the ultimate bill. And the reason I didn't was because of the discussion that we had in the Judiciary Committee and my good colleague from Aurora who asked the question, what's the why? Why do we need to add this crime to the POW list? And originally, the bill as it was introduced had second and third degree auto theft also on the pow-pow list. So a first-time joyrider would have been eliminating their gun rights. I didn't think that was right. When it was removed to just the first-degree felony, then you have a 3-time offender, and I thought it was worth the discussion. However, where we are today is the question that I raised with regard to the amendment when I encouraged people not to vote for that amendment when we passed it out of the House, which is the concerns that my good colleague from Denver talked about and my colleague from Delta about the equal protection. If we want to restore individuals' rights with regard to guns, we need to do it holistically to ensure that we're doing it for everybody who's on that pow-pow list and doing it with meaning and thinking. Just this week, we voted to restore, in the same vein as occupational licenses for individuals who had completed their offenses, their right to get a license to sell an automobile, which last year we voted to restore the rights to do occupational therapy licenses. That same kind of a bill can come forward to address the whole question of the reinstatement rights with regard to individuals. But doing it in just this bill creates a huge problem. And so I wanted everybody to understand that's the context in which we are being asked to adhere, because that's the choice of our sponsors, not to concur, but to adhere to our position and therefore jeopardize the whole bill in the sense that it has this equal protection issue and forcing us to question whether we should lose the bill, thinking that that pressure would have everybody vote to adhere in order to keep this crime. But as my good colleague from Denver also noted, this is a bill that has come up year after year after year, which is the other reason I wanted the debate on the floor, because I felt it was time to have it heard. We can bring this bill back again next year if they feel they can demonstrate evidence, but I would say, in regard to the testimony we did hear, the only number that we saw was in the fiscal report that there might be 9 people a year who are not already under the pow-pow statute by virtue of having other offenses in building up their criminal history on auto theft because they've done it under threat, because they've done it with a weapon, because they've done it with some other enhancing factor. They estimated there were about 9 people a year, because that's the number that they added to the Department of Corrections for this crime. And that number was questioned because that number of 9 might be not for the people who have committed the auto theft, but for the people, I think specifically, as my colleague from Denver noted, for the people who get convicted because subsequent to having served their time on the auto theft, they are now charged with and convicted with the pow-pow offense. So we're not talking about them being convicted for the third auto theft. We're talking about them being convicted for a separate offense, which is what we're creating in this bill, of possessing a weapon after they've been convicted. That's why I urge everyone to vote no on adherence. We can come back and fix this next year holistically on both sides of the question that we've been looking at.
Representative Armagost, this is your second time to speak. You have 9 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I feel the need to come back up here to clarify a little bit more. I know this is an issue that has been very dividing on both sides of the aisle on issues that it definitely delves into. And my friend, former colleague, everyone, well, except for new people, knows Rep. Gabe Evans, who's now Congressman Gabe Evans. He co-primed this the last 2 years. Both of us serving in law enforcement. This is definitely something that we see in law enforcement as the people that have this in their criminal history. Even Rep. Evans saw it different than I do, but people that have this definitely have a propensity or a risk for further and more violent crimes. That research, my colleague from Douglas County, that research, I'm sure somebody has it. If they don't, they need to get it. That's something I would definitely follow up with the Department of Public Safety on. But working with the Department of Public Safety, the chiefs, this is something that it's been a priority for years with auto theft. The argument that has come up is what was admittedly from the AG's office a knee-jerk reaction to kind of a back-of-the-envelope reading of the bill was saying that it wasn't, it could be challenged. It could have the risk of being challenged on that parity with other crimes that fall under PALPO. Now, diving deeper into that, the AG's office, I reached out to them because I was concerned. They responded back in kind after taking a little deeper dive, and I'll just point that out from the AG's office. Hi, Rep. I wanted to follow up on 1171. We did a deeper dive following committee and comments, and our team said that the language put on this put on in the House is defensible and winnable. So this is something that I think we need to see that this isn't something, we're not talking about retail theft, we're not talking about the joyriding, we're not talking about the isolated incidents that somebody gets a criminal history. We're talking about, after the amendments that I had put on, taking off second and third degree auto theft, and also adding this opportunity for somebody to redeem their rights to possess a firearm, getting PALPO removed. That makes it to where somebody has the opportunity to turn their life around. Whereas in most cases of repeated, this is first degree auto theft is your third felony conviction of auto theft. After 3 felony convictions of auto theft, that's one of those criminal histories where you see somebody with that long rap sheet that leads up to and including possibly murder, but other violent crimes, where there's a history that always points back to auto theft. I've seen very, very few cases where that hasn't been the case. So this is one of those things where auto theft, not retail theft, not, what was the example that my other colleague brought up? Embezzlement, not those kinds of crimes, not any kind of white-collar crimes. Auto theft being the third felony conviction, having that propensity, that risk for committing further crimes. So that's why I took this as a priority after losing my good friend to Congress this session, and he wasn't able to do this. I wanted to be able to at least help in getting this through the way I saw it should go through, to become something where we can address the issue of auto theft in the state, and even until we are able to fix our sentencing issues that we have for crimes like this. So I, again, would ask that you follow the sponsors on this bill and adhere to the original House version. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's rare, but I actually agree with the bill sponsors from the other side on this one and stand with the House version and sending it back to the Senate. For me, the 10-year restoration is very important. After, someone has done their crime, they've gone to jail, they've done their time, they should be restored their rights. For me, I'd actually like to see it shorter than the 10 years, maybe 3 to 5 years. We can't sit here and stand and say that we want people to turn their lives around and get back on track and then do nothing about it. I believe that this bill isn't ideal, what I would like to have, but at least this amendment that's on there that was put on during second or thirds, I can't remember now, it's been such a long time ago, but it was a step in the right direction. And holding the House version and letting the Senate know that we will not accept their change after the stakeholdering and the work that was done on this side, not that side, is important. So I'm asking everyone to please be a yes to the no. Thank you.
Representative Soper. This is your second time to speak. You have 8 minutes and 16 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did want to come and reply to a comment that was certainly made here. I too met with the Attorney General's office, and they certainly were quite skeptical about the defensible nature. They said that obviously there's a duty to defend what we pass here, and they have that constitutional obligation, but they were quite skeptical. And that's where we should be taking note, that when they're quite skeptical and would actually prefer to not have to have this question lingering out there, which is, of all of the Palpo offenses, what we're saying, if someone has committed first-degree auto theft, that after 10 years, they could have a pathway to restoration of their Second Amendment rights. And they never once committed auto theft with a firearm. And I've heard during this debate and the debate that we had on third reading and second reading and even in House Judiciary, there's this inference that people keep saying that, well, you may have been convicted 3 times without a firearm, but you probably had one. I just want to emphasize, this sounds very much like the movie Minority Report. I don't know how many of you ever saw that. Yeah, it's, a long, like 20 years ago. But it's the idea that we can stop crime before it happens, that there's certain predictors out there, and if we intervene fast enough as a state, we will stop criminals who have formed the mens rea, but have yet to act on the actus reus. And that we can somehow intervene at this magical moment, and all of a sudden, the bad things that would have happened don't happen. And I've heard this throughout this debate, that just because this individual didn't get nailed by the criminal justice system with a gun before, well, they will in the future. If you think about what the fiscal note said, we're talking about less than 24 individuals here in Colorado have somehow managed to miraculously be convicted 3 times of auto theft without a weapon at all. Miraculous. But to now have the inference that they should lose their Second Amendment rights because we as legislators are saying that, well, they probably had one, it was just never found. Or they would have used one if they could have gotten their hands on a firearm. I'm quite troubled by that. That ought to be a wake-up to this entire body that that's not how we do business in Colorado, and certainly not in the United States of America. We should be looking at tougher penalties for auto theft, I agree. The sponsor and I moved that up to being a felony very recently, and that has made very real impacts. I mean, we were #1 in the nation, and now we're 3 or 5, somewhere in there. I mean, it's actually going in the right way for once. You almost never see crime drop, but it does show that tougher penalties do make an impact on crime. But you also want to have a nexus to the criminal offense. And so that's why I'm against the underlying bill. But as far as what's being asked for us right here in this present vote, I'm asking for a no vote. And that's really on the basis that you've heard some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle now talk about, which is we need to respect the Constitution. You know, equal justice under the law is very important. We talk about that a lot. But to say that this is the only place on the Palpo list where a previous offender has the ability to restore their Second Amendment rights is mind-boggling. We ought to vote no here, and this entire body should commit to coming back next year with a complete restoration bill for any offenses on the Palpo list that does not involve a firearm. And that's my ask of this entire chamber, because we need to be looking out across the board and say this is an area of law ripe for reform, but to go about it piecemeal and to say that for this one instance, and only if the sky was blue and you managed to steal a car 3 times without a firearm, we'll deny you your Second Amendment rights for 10 years. And by the way, also during that 10 years, as you heard from other colleagues here today, you wouldn't be able to go hunting with your siblings or your parents because you're in close proximity to a firearm. or even have your wife or children have firearms in the same house in which you're residing. So the ripple effects from here are quite extensive. And then it's only a matter of being able to petition the courts after that time. So there's also no guarantee that that person would have their Second Amendment rights restored. For all these reasons, members, I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 3 minutes, 11 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is a great conversation. This is the kind of conversations we should be having around all of the bills going through the bill mill. So especially on something as important as this, I still come down on the side of the society that would trade liberty for security or liberty for safety is going to have neither, because ultimately rights they're creator endowed, self-evident creator endowed rights, and those rights include the right to self-defense. And we're talking about this 10-year exemption only because we're talking about adding a crime to the list. And we're talking about the underlying crime being nonviolent. So a nonviolent crime being added to the list. That doesn't excuse the crime, and I'm glad the crime statistics are going in the correct direction, and maybe that's now why we've moved from number 1 to number 4 in auto theft, assuming. But we're still looking at adding people to the list. We're adding people to this list, and then we're creating, I don't see how we have a different, if you have these people on this list, how do you then say some people are different than others? Some people are more equal than others on this list. I don't understand how we get there, because now we don't have equality under the law. I don't know how the lawyers would wrangle that, but perhaps they can. Again, I'm just an engineer. So maybe we need a different list than PAUPA. Maybe we need some other thing, or maybe we need to deal with the underlying issue. Maybe we need to deal with the actual sentencing guidelines and say, do we have a historical basis? Does the data support changing these? Maybe for a auto theft, you would have incarceration plus some infringement on your Second Amendment rights. Maybe the second time you would double that infringement plus some infringement, or that incarceration plus Second Amendment rights. But you would have some way back. Not a, you are now back in society, released into society with mostly presumed innocent, but not, but then being deprived of a very fundamental right, and that right is the right to self-defense. Because let's say there's a teenager,
Representative DeGraff, you have 35 seconds remaining.
you have a teenager that falls afoul of this, and later on they have a family. Do they now not have the right to defend a family unless they go through this process? So I think I'll be definitely a no on the amendment. I'm not on the bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of what I would share has already been shared. So I'm not really speaking to most people in this room. I'm speaking to my constituents, because this is a very important issue in my district, and I want them to understand clearly why I will be voting the way that I am voting. I believe that every person, no matter their status, has an unalienable right to self-defense. And I believe that the Second Amendment is a recognition of that unalienable right to self-defense. I believe that those who have committed crimes should have pathways back to being able to exercise that unalienable right to self-defense. And so I do believe that there should be an opportunity for people to get back their rights to own and possess a firearm. I also believe in the equal protection arguments that have been shared, and the fact that that conversation needs to be had in a more complete way than this bill title and the time permitted allow for this bill. And so I want my constituents to understand that when I vote no to adhere, I'm not voting against the ability to get gun rights restored. I am voting for a more robust conversation to be had around this topic. I also want to make it clear that I am opposed to the underlying bill. I am opposed to the idea that a property crime that has no violent element towards a person in it could rise to the level of needing to have gun rights restricted. We heard from a former speaker about, well, this was 3 of those instances, and therefore those 3 instances tallied up together results in the ability to remove gun rights. Being in this place long enough, I know those kinds of arguments. And soon it will be 3 of any felony is then the equivalent of removing these rights. And at what point do we have the ability to say on principled grounds that this is different than that? That's right now. Right now, before we open the door into property crimes. Arson is markedly different. You start a fire, you don't know who could be harmed. You don't know where that fire could spread. That's a markedly different type of crime. It does have the high potential of harming innocent bystanders, people that are not known to be in the car or the building or wherever the fire is being started, or those who come to help put it out. Right now we have a clear line between what is put on PAWPO and what is not. You add this to PAWPO, you adhere to this, you muddy those waters. And at that point, where do you hold to a principle? Where do you say this goes, but these don't? I don't want to open that door. So I will be no to adhere for those reasons. And it's not to say that I don't recognize that there are issues out in our society that need to still be addressed. But I also know that this body only recently changed the standards for motor vehicle theft. And as I understand it, those crime rates have started to go down. So perhaps the work in this space is done for a while. Perhaps we can be content with where we are in this space for a time and see what the policy that has been implemented recently does over the next couple of years before we continue to add into the conversation. I urge this body to vote no on adherence. If we want to have a conversation about who and how folks can get off the PAWPO list, that needs to be done more comprehensively. It shouldn't be done piecemeal on this bill. And we also should not begin opening the door for anyone and everyone to be added to that list. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, members. Appreciate the final conversation here on our motion to adhere. And just want to tell you, we brought this bill forward because we've been hearing from our constituents and the state's chiefs of police letting us know that increasingly motor vehicle theft is becoming increasingly violent. Members, we only get 5 bill titles for sure, and this was one of my very first of those 5. This is a priority. This is something that I know when I have knocked on doors in my own community has been raised. People are begging not only this chamber, but this legislature to pay attention and make sure that we are passing common sense laws to keep us safe. We've heard from the state's police chiefs that this revision to our law is necessary. I'm going to remind you that the POW law that we have, that we're proposing to you, only applies after somebody has been convicted 3 times of first-degree felony auto theft. That isn't something that just happens to you. That's something that somebody went out and did 3 times. And when we know, and the data backs it up, that these crimes are becoming increasingly violent, this is where we would like to take the weapon out of the equation. Please vote yes to adhere and yes to pass the bill.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her work on this bill and for the discussion here today. And I also want to thank folks from both sides of the aisle who I think have really worked together to make this policy something that is a compromise and I think is a well-negotiated deal, specifically in relation to pulling out second and third degree auto theft from the bill, adding that 10-year provision. And I want to highlight and reiterate for the chamber what my colleague said from Larimer and Weld County, that the DA's office, the AG's office, and time matters here, right? Since committee, we have now heard from the AG's office that they have taken a deeper dive on this bill, on the amendment, the version that the House passed, and that they believe this bill is defensible and winnable. Defensible and winnable. Unconstitutional laws are not defensible and winnable. Defensible and winnable is exactly the bill that we are presenting back to the Senate for their passage as well, to recede from their position. This is not joyriding in a car. This is not making a simple mistake. This is not your first felony auto theft conviction. This is not your second felony auto theft conviction. This is your third felony auto theft conviction. And what we heard in committee from our law enforcement officers, from our district attorneys, is a plea. They asked us, they are begging us, please, in these situations where you have someone who has been convicted 3 times of felony auto theft, do the math on what that sentencing looks like. The amount of time that that individual has spent incarcerated for a very serious crime. 3 times that they have been convicted of that crime, they are asking us, please take the firearm out of the equation. That is their ask to us. The Criminal Defense Bar worked with us to make sure that this was an approach that they could also get behind. They went to neutral on the bill with this amendment. This is an important stipulation that we have put into this legislation for your consideration. This is not a nonviolent crime. I want to highlight that. If you have someone who has stolen a car, what can happen next? Evading the police? A high-speed chase? A crash into an innocent bystander or another motor vehicle that was just going about their day? This is inherently risky behavior. And to say that someone who has been convicted 3 times of felony auto theft should be first in line to purchase a firearm in your community, I cannot reconcile that. I do believe in pathways for justice and a pathway to show that you have rehabilitated and you are someone who is safe to possess a firearm in our communities. That's why I think that 10-year provision is key. But to give someone who has been convicted 3 times of felony auto theft a firearm, and to assume that somehow their behavior leading up to those moments hasn't been risky and dangerous for law enforcement and the public, I think denies the reality of these crimes overall. 12% of all motor vehicle theft cases in Colorado also involved violent crime charges, totaling over 1,000 crimes. These are not isolated property crimes. These offenders are, by the nature of the conviction, repeat offenders. They've been convicted 3 times. Auto thieves are most often involved in dangerous driving, eluding police, and often resisting arrest. Many are serial offenders, and we have heard from our district attorneys that this will make a difference in reducing crime in Colorado and reducing the risk of firearms in our communities when they are encountering a law enforcement officer or the public. Members, I am not one to champion more penalties on folks. But I do believe we have to just back up from the very heady argument we've been having and just think about this clearly for a second. 3 convictions for felony auto theft. Would you hand that individual a firearm? It is my suggestion that we give the pathway for ownership after 10 years, but recognize the seriousness of the crime. I would ask for a yes vote that the House adhere to our position.
The motion before us is to adhere to the House position on House Bill 1171. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 34 aye, 31 no, and 0 excused, the motion to adhere is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1192.
House Bill 1192 by Representatives Hartsook and Bacon, also Senators Bridges and Frizzell, concerning financial literacy requirements as a condition of high school graduation in public schools and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry.
Do you have your poem?
Sorry. Can I?
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Sorry, let me shake myself off from the last. You know, I have a poem, but it's not really a poem. Are you ready? They'll work hard for the money. They'll study for the money. They'll work hard for the money, so you better teach them right. Thank you.
Woo! Applause are permitted.
I think I'll do the motion, though.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you all. We move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1192.
Please proceed.
Do you want to share? I'll share. Okay. You start. I'll go. So members, first of all, we want to thank everyone for participating in this journey with us, and I mean everyone. We talked to teachers, we talked to counselors, we talked to schools, we talked to higher ed, we talked to the Govs team, we talked to everyone. I also want to thank House Education for really receiving our students and our families who came to make the case that this is such an important topic. So in the Senate, we introduced a strike below because we found a compromise between, I guess, what we wanted to accomplish with the counselors, with the teachers, and what schools' concerns are. So ultimately, the bill is much shorter, but the bulk of the bill says this. Rather than us saying there is a class that every student has to take and the confusion on how to build that class, we came to the conclusion that, and I'll read it to you, for each school district, they shall incorporate financial literacy standards into a course that each district requires to graduate. So for example, if a school district requires 3 years of math, right, or 4 years of math, they can incorporate the standards in what they are already requiring so they don't have to worry about or think about if they need to create an additional course. What we also did was work with the counselors to rewrite the legislative deck, and we addressed the FAFSA concerns in a way that worked for them and for teachers. And so with that, members, now teachers and counselors are neutral on the bill. And again, we found this pathway in talking to schools that folks agreed on, and therefore, we were able to pass it out of The Senate, I think it was, what, 26 to, it was a good vote. Yeah, only 2 or 3 people who did not vote for it in the Senate. But I'll pass it off to my co-prime.
Representative Hartsick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we just discussed, one of the key things that we wanted to make sure of when on the strike bill that we did is obviously everybody was screaming, particularly on our side of the aisle, they want local control. And so what we did is we took existing standards that have been out there for over 2 decades. Everything, we didn't change the standards, they're already out there. And we said, okay, codify that into your course. You, the school district, decide how you're going to put that and where you're going to put that, whether it's in the civics or a math class, but you're going to take the existing standards that are there and put that into a course. You get to do that. The other key piece was the parental notification. So in the FAFSA and CASA, you don't have to go through it, you just need to practice with it so you can become familiar with it. But then for the parents, it's if you choose to opt out, then the parents know about that. And that was the easiest piece to get them to go along with, is by saying, okay, now you're in the loop. Your child is learning how they can apply financial literacy, how they can apply for college, how they can apply for a trade school, how they can leverage money that's sitting out there, and the parents are involved in the equation, and the school district gets to decide how they're going to implement it, and everyone walks away a winner, because this is that path for financial understanding, and we would request an aye vote.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, members. So the precise language we worked out is that includes, it says that the student has exposure to federal financial aid eligibility tools and net price calculators in practice. So again, we did not make filling out the FAFSA a graduation requirement. The last thing that I want to say is we were able to secure and hold on to the funding to support school districts that do not already offer this type of classwork, or if they need resources to develop it. We secured around $200,000 to provide those dollars to districts. And so while it may not be the biggest sum, we did also want to commit to at least having a partially funded. Yeah. And we have been working with those in the nonprofit community to also match that, because those who work in industry, those who hire people, really believe that this is something that they want to support out in community, because they know their future workforce really needs to understand this. And lastly, I'll say that, on the record, we imagine that this bill, with its passage, we imagine that it will take schools a couple of years to figure it out. And so as we talk about the requirement for school districts to do that, we expect that the first students to be able to take these classes, will be graduating 4 years from now, since we talked about the ability to take this course in high school. And so with that, members, again, we want to thank everyone. We moved folks to neutral. We want to thank all of the students and all of their parents who came to testify again. Some of them are watching. They're really invested in this bill. And from the 4 corners of the state, this is something that, I don't know what is it. You're a little bit country, I'm a little bit rock and roll, or am I ebony and you're ivory? And from all across the state, kids and families have said this is a subject that is so important to them. So we deeply encourage an aye vote. Thank you, everyone.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1192. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Valdez is excused. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 4 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1192 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1192 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 10 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1192, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1220.
House Bill 1220 by Representatives McCormick and Hartsook, also Senators Pelton B. and Mulca, concerning the regulation of medical nutrition therapy and in connection with making appropriation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1220.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So our Senate sponsors thankfully clarified that the title protection is specifically for licensed nutritionists and removed the title protection for nutritionists, which speaks directly to some of the concerns we were hearing over here in this chamber as well as outside the building, and really made that clear for people to be able to continue to offer the services that they have done in the past without being a licensed nutritionist, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, real simple. Gave all those stores that we won't name the opportunity. You can keep going there and keep doing the great things that you've been doing at those stores. So we would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1220. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Joseph is excused. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1220 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1220 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Ricks? Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 16 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1220 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1249.
House Bill 1249 by Representatives Ricks and Bacon, also Senators Exum and Danielson, concerning security deposits submitted to landlords by residential tenants.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move to concur with House amendments, with Senate amendments to House Bill 1249.
Please proceed.
In the Senate clarified some of the language that was in 1249, and we thought it made it a better bill, so we concur.
AML Bacon.
Well, I was going to sing Smooth Operator, but Representative Richardson beat me to that earlier today. Or I was going to say 525,600 minutes. Nobody knows Rent? Okay.
No.
All right. It's the last day. I'm trying, family. Okay. Sorry, Madam Speaker, to the bill. Ultimately, what the Senate did was clarify I know we talked about it here, the provisions around uncleanliness, and they made it so that it was clear that it was beyond what is standard. They also put in provisions about what would qualify for the walkthrough to, look at the apartment that, tenant and landlord needs to find a mutual time. They need to mutually agree. And they also put in language about being able to still retain the security deposit for any amount to pay for, to replace parts of damaged carpet or parts of paint. And so with that, we urge a concurrence. Still a really great bill to provide clarity to all of those renters just to understand how their security deposit is used, and just again to provide that clarity around the expectations of information that they should receive. So with that, we urge an aye vote on the concurrence and an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Ricks.
Good bill. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1249. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Nope.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1249 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1249 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 34 aye, 31 no, 0 excused, House Bill 1249 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1271.
House Bill 1271 by Representatives Gilchrist and Brown, also Senators Doherty and Michelson Janae, concerning changes to practices related to federal benefits for youth in foster care.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the House concur to Senate amendments to House Bill 1271.
Please proceed.
The Senate made two changes. They clarified the representative payee for survivor benefits, and then they pushed out the implementation date, and we ask for a yes vote. And I have a poem. A child in care, alone but brave, whose benefits the system gave. They called it care, but took the cost from those who'd already lost. The path was steep, the fight was tough, but those who cared were strong enough. Now law speaks for the voiceless few and gives them what they're rightfully due. We ask for a yes vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to say thank you to my co-prime sponsor this has truly been a labor of love for her, and I think all the cats would agree that the foster kids in Colorado will be the better for her efforts. So thank you for letting me join you on this journey. So.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1271. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 3 no, 0 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1271 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1271 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye, 1 no, 0 excused, House Bill 1271, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1274.
House Bill 1274 by Representative Garcia, also Senators Michelson, Genet, and Wallace, concerning the Healthy School Meals for All program.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may say so, it is always an adventure to serve with you.
It is always an adventure to serve with you, Representative Garcia. Representative Garcia, it is a bungee cord sort of ride serving with you.
Okay, I concur. And I move to concur with Senate amendments to 1274.
Please proceed.
And may I please have permission to demonstrate a visual aid to explain the amendments?
So granted.
Great. Thank you. So, what we had to do here was there was some language in 1274, and there was some specific language in 214, but it left a gap. So when the two blended together into our beautiful red books, it left a gap, which was gibberish and nonsense. So our amendment with dramatic flair wipes that away. So wipe. See? And I respectfully ask for an aye vote, sans poem.
Well done. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a fan of Charlie Brown, I feel like the blah, blah, blah should have been wah, wah, wah. And so I'm not sure whether I can actually vote to concur.
Touche. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague that would like that, I will do my best. Wah, 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 wah.
Well done. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1274. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Nope.
Representative Bottoms votes no.
It is. You like it, don't you? I have a pink one, too.
Basenecker, Carter, Mabry, Ricks, Stewart, Valdez. Mabry excused. No. Stewart excused. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1274 as amended.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when we were here discussing this bill back in thirds and in seconds, I explained my no vote, and I will continue to be a no vote, and I want to explain why. So after the discussion that we had, we did bring up the argument that we have had excessive food waste, which was a concern that was brought not only by people across the state, but people in my district, and even more so, the continued discussion about that. And I do appreciate the sponsor's response that it is more of a local issue. I also want to bring forward the idea that this is a very noble cause. However, not all students benefit from this program, because again, there are some students that have come from high-income homes that would, their families are able to provide and pay for these meals, which in turn takes away from other students who are in need of it. And so I know there were some amendments done to the bill, and I appreciate the work that was done in the Senate side. I am not opposed to feeding children, because I think that's something that we all want, especially those who are in most need. But again, I just want to reiterate why it will be a no, because we are throwing out excessive waste. And I continue to have those conversations with people in my district and across Colorado through emails, through phone calls, through people that have been reaching out. And I just can't get behind that when voters see that they do support initiatives that are for good causes. They really do. They're not greedy with their money, especially when it comes to approving these types of initiatives. What they do not like is the fact that we're wasting their money. It goes in the trash, and that is what upsets voters. And I also understand that the projections were off, so we have to do this again, which is understandable. But again, I think we should be focusing on the formulas and forecasting projections to make sure that it's better, to make sure that we don't have to come back to the voters again. Because when we also put initiatives that go on a second time for the same issue, voters also express distrust among the process of, well, why are we voting on this a second time? Why wasn't there enough the first time? And so that were some of the comments that I heard from people in my district. So for those reasons, I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to rise and remind us of what this bill is doing, is it's asking the voters if they wish to continue this program by approving a retention and a separate question for a raise. So we are simply asking voters to make a decision on the fate of this program. And I also want to say that if voters do approve the continuation of this program, I would love to work with whoever in this building in developing processes and incentives to ensure that our local education providers are able to come up with systems that reduce waste. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1274 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Nope.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1274, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1292.
House Bill 1292 by Representatives Basenecker and Joseph, also Senator Winter, concerning the process to allow a transmission developer to locate high-voltage transmission lines within a state highway right-of-way.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to do a poem, but I have the greatest aide. She whipped a poem in less than a second. So let's build the power lines where roads already run. Less harm, more power, jobs getting done, with voices heard and impact small. 1292 works best for all. We move to concur with Senate amendment to House Bill 25, 1292.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for joining on this bill, and certainly for the poem this morning, or I should say to your aide, who is also wonderful. This bill is intended to apply to new power new projects and proposals and not projects for which the Transportation Commission has already granted CDOT approval to enter into an agreement with a private developer. So all that to say, it's not intended to impact PPIs already under consideration. And that being said, we added language in the Senate around community engagement and also adjusted the kilovolt threshold to better align with federal definitions of high voltage lines. And so we would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate Amendment.
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Woodrow's excused. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1292 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1292 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1292, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1295.
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Ruttenell and Lindsay, also Senators Roberts and Carson, concerning the operation of food trucks and in connection therewith establishing a definition of mobile food establishment and establishing reciprocity for certain licenses and permits between local government jurisdictions to allow a mobile food establishment to operate in multiple jurisdictions.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Beginning with a poem. The wheels roll slow, a culinary dream, a mobile kitchen, a vibrant gleam. With colors bold and banners wide, a feast unfolds where tastes collide. From spicy tacos to sweet treats, a symphony of flavors meets. The sizzle and steam, a hungry call, a street food party standing tall. Each truck, a canvas, a story told of culinary dreams, brave and bold, a rhythm of flavors, a joyful sound. In food truck symphonies, we all are bound.
Representative Ruttenell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1295.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And colleagues, you're lucky because you get a second poem today. Out there's a truck that hums with spice and flames, longing to cook, not play the red tape maze. But the form stacked high and the hoops to leap kept the chef from dreaming and stole their sleep. Now comes an amended bill, both just and right, to cut the clutter and the plight. With streamlined steps and rules made clear, less times on forms, more time for cheer. Colleagues, the Senate amended it to clarify some definitions to be in better alignment with cities across the state. We added some additional authority for municipalities, and we extended the implementation date to ensure a smooth implementation. I urge and I vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1295. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Bottoms votes no.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to vote today.
Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1295 as amended.
The motion before us, Representative DeGraff.
Here I am.
You have to.
I can hang. Oh, I gotta do this?
Yeah, yeah. I'd be uncomfortable otherwise. All right.
Stand right here. Yeah, stand behind us.
So looking at the different the lobbyist pages, I really appreciate the object of cutting the clutter and the recognition that the clutter and all of these forms and the 200,000. This I feel so much love. 200,000 different. If any of my colleagues would like to join.
Come on. This is important. Can I have some company?
I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad we have the original. I'm glad we have the original. I mean, if I'm going to be Garcia, I should be Garcia by Garcia.
Okay, substitute, come on.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all. But I do appreciate the bill sponsors' recognition and everybody who's coming down here, their recognition that the 200,000 regulations and restrictions that we have on our businesses are not helping our businesses, and we need to get that resolved. But when I look at the pages of the counties, I'm counting about 40 to 45 different lobbyists for various communities that are saying that this is not what they want to do. So what I see this as still, although appreciative, I need to do this too, that I need to, that we have all of these counties, that are opposed to this, tells me that this is not the solution, or perhaps this is the solution, this could be the absolute solution, but the counties want to implement it themselves. So I think if they want to implement it themselves, thank you. I think this is a prop.
It is a prop.
Madam Majority Leader has spoken. So I'm still going to be a no on this bill because I do appreciate the recognition that this body has too much boot on the neck of the businesses, but we need. I gotta do that like that. That maybe the counties, the communities would like to solve their own problems instead of creating another problem where all for any food truck related issues and I do think that this is the civil rights defining moment of our generation.
Representative Rutnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank the representative from El Paso for always bringing us together. I really can't thank you enough for that. What also brings us together is food trucks and delicious meals, and hopefully if this passes, we'll be able to have more small businesses take up the charge, live out that American dream without as many regulations. I'll also add that because of the amendments that we've done both in the House and in the Senate, a lot of the cities have come to the table and are no longer in opposition, and so I urge an aye vote.
Members, before we vote, there are defining moments for every General Assembly. And Representative DeGraff, that was certainly one. I think you should end on that high note. So no more visits to the well.
Uh-oh.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1295 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
I couldn't hear anything, so I vote no.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 16 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1295, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1291, amended as printed in Senate Journal May 6, 2025, and amended on third reading May 7, 2025. The Senate voted to reject House amendments to Senate Bill 124 and to adhere to its position. The bill is returned herewith.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without
Message from
comment.
the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Members, for your awareness, pursuant to House Rule 36D, in the last 10 days of session, the requirement to provide 24 hours notice before voting on concurrence with state amendments is suspended. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1291.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1291. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1291.
House Bill 1291 by Representatives Wilford and Froelich, also Senators Winter F. and Danielson, concerning measures to increase protections for persons engaged with transportation network companies.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This bill, as you guys know, is, well, first of all, we move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1291.
You can go. Please proceed.
And this bill, as you know, is about trying to address violence and assaults with Uber and Lyft. We know one assault is one too many. How many is enough to make change? By Uber's account, it's 8,600, and by Lyft's, it's 6,800. It is a modest. This bill proposes modest safety measures, and after the Senate, increasingly modest. So our audio video is now opt-in, and our fines are lower, and our timelines are stretched out. So we ask for a yes vote to concur, and we ask for the governor to sign the bill.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to ask for your support in concurring with Senate amendments to House Bill 1291. There's an old adage that actions speak louder than words. Last month, I shared my very personal experience and the experiences of so many other survivors that led us to run this bill. And I'm thankful to my co-prime sponsor, as well as to the Senate sponsors, for the continued stakeholder engagement and the work. I'm also incredibly thankful to you all for the overwhelming show of support the last time we voted on this bill. This bill came out of our chamber 59-6. Since the bill left the chamber, my inbox has been flooded with more stories. A driver stabbed in the face and the neck. A rider followed inside by her driver who thought her ride was a date. A survivor matched again with the very driver who assaulted her. Why? Because the rideshare business model is designed to make sure that the company isn't responsible for their non-employees. It is designed to protect one thing and one thing only, their liabilities, at all costs. That's why a company whose name, who I know I can't say in the well, but I'll say their name rhymes with goober, announced that if this bill passes, they will leave Colorado. They have spent thousands of dollars to run ads on social media about how safe they are, how they support our veteran community. They even changed their app's landing page to tell anyone who opens up their app, rider or driver, that a Colorado bill, this bill, may force them to shut down statewide, and they needed you to save them. Where were they when they could have saved survivors? Instead of continuing our good faith negotiations and conversations, they created a false ultimatum, a hostage situation, safety or nothing at all. I have to wonder if this bill would have been even necessary if the rideshare companies put this level of resources into safety as they have to try and kill this bill. Do they tell anyone that this bill that we're talking about would require more frequent background checks? Ensure that if you are injured, that you have a private right of action, that people can no longer give out bottles of water that may or may not be drugged, and that now with the amendments that people can opt in to audio and video recording? No, they didn't. They never do. They expect you to trust them and take them at their word, and unfortunately, so many people still do. But again, as you heard when I presented this bill, this is what they do. They distract, they deflect, and they pivot to safety. Well, you all, we poked the bear, and guess what? The bear's not the survivor. It's the billion-dollar corporation terrified of accountability. I don't often talk about process in the well, but today I will because I want you to see them for exactly who they are. And when I was growing up, my mom always told me, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Because actions speak louder than words. This same company told lobbyists and legislators that they didn't engage in this bill in the House out of respect for me, but most importantly, because it was too uncomfortable for them. Imagine how comfortable I have felt sharing one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. Imagine how every survivor feels telling their stories over and over again, begging anyone to hear them, to believe them, and to do something. Yet a corporation that profits from ignoring and silencing survivors decided it was too comfortable to face one. To these companies, I say, we are done making you comfortable. We are done letting you bully and silence survivors. One sexual assault is one too many, and your actions speak louder than words. To every company in our state, you should operate in our state prioritizing safety, and you should take safety seriously. To our governor, who says he wants Colorado to be one of the safest states in the nation, to you, sir, I say, sexual assault evidence backlogs of 545 days and the excruciating pain that comes with waiting and no answers. While the world moves on and you're stuck, you're frozen. That is why survivors don't report. Being so wedded to the opinion of a technology company that you use industry talking points against the very survivors who are begging you to see them. You can't miss me, I'm wearing sequins. Who are screaming at the top of their lungs, begging you to hear us and to believe us. Governor, this is why survivors don't come forward. One sexual assault is one too many, but 15,000 is a crisis. Governor, I beg you, stand with survivors, not just in words, but in law. Sign this bill. Safety can't wait, and actions speak louder than words. Colleagues, please vote yes to concur.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1291. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1291 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1291 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1291 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1296.
House Bill 1296 by Representatives Garcia and Zokai, also Senator Weissman, concerning the adjustment of certain tax expenditures.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Speaker, I move to concur. Thank you. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1296.
Please proceed. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations, House Bill 1296. You're on your way. Sent off to committee. Hip, hip, hooray. You sail through the chambers with hope in your sails until you hit House Finance, and then we're derailed. Oh, the places this bill thought it would go. Cleaning up loopholes to help revenue grow. But it made it through its journey anew until Senate said, I know just what to do. A technical fix with forecast in sight. We'll adjust and set every clause just right. So members, please concur and onward we'll go to brighter tomorrows back at our homes. You want to explain it now?
No. I can't follow that. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1296. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Ricks, please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1296 as amended.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate the work that the bill sponsors put forward in this bill. Again, I want to reiterate the importance of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, not only to me, but to the people of my district. And I know some people feel strongly about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and are trying to find alternative sources of revenue that make it Tabor exempt. I want to say that there's a reason that I won this seat, and the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is part of the reason why I am here today. I believe that when it comes to finding exemptions of revenue, we should leave it to the voters to decide. That is what the Taxpayer Bill of Rights is all about. So whether it's one alternative revenue stream or certain revenue streams, or to make it exempt of what this bill aims to do, I feel that we should be our jobs as legislators to put it up for a vote to the voters, not this body. And on behalf of House District 50, I just want to say taxation is theft. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that the representative from Weld County was talking about a different bill. This bill did not actually reclassify anything. This bill did not address those types of exemptions under the Tabor cap. What this bill did is it cleaned up tax credits, which are actually legal under Tabor. So we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1296 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
I vote no.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 24 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1296 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over consideration of House Bill 1309 until after House Bill 1332.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1309 will be laid over until after 1332. Mr. Shebel, please read. Oh, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I need your services. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1311.
House Bill 1311 by Representatives McCluskey and Soper, also Senator Roberts, concerning the deduction for free bets allowed for the purpose of calculating net sports betting proceeds and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1311. I bet you didn't bet on that outcome.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Very minor adjustment. Senate Finance passed a technical amendment to remove a section of the bill that was no longer referenced in the bill when we moved to a pathway for the reduction of the elimination of the tax exemption. We ask for an aye vote.
Motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1311. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
I bet no.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representatives Caldwell, Leader, Phillips. Representative Caldwell is excused. Please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1311 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1311 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1311 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to repass House Bill 1311 as amended is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read. Oh, co-sponsors, my apologies. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1320.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives McCluskey and Lukens, also Senators Lundin and Bridges, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1320.
Tell us a little more, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is important to note that one of our constitutional requirements is to pass the School Finance Act. And as this bill made its journey, I am so pleased and grateful with our engagement with the many education stakeholders that partnered with us. My co-primes, certainly, thank you, Representative Lukens, and the many individuals that came together as the bill moved through the Senate to problem solve around a couple of issues that had arisen. Most notable, the Senate passed an amendment to provide a one-year fix to a challenge that we had moving from the old formula to the new formula with at-risk funding for charter schools. And we've established a working group to look at a longer-term solution over this interim, and I'll be excited to bring forward that longer-term solution next session. We also, very committed to the BEST program, had capped the BEST program because of our budget scenario this year. The bill was amended to provide an additional $32.6 million in 1 year relief for the BEST capital construction program just through this next year to help out so many of our schools that are desperate for additional support. And probably most notably, and I commend our Senate sponsors who carried this act through the Senate, we have added a provision to safeguard funding in the State Education Fund, which all of you know is protected by our Constitution for education funding, by allocating an additional 0.65% of 0.1% of the federal taxable income. So funding that the state receives every year, a small portion of that will be added to our state education fund in the Kids Matter Cash Fund to help support implementation of Colorado's new school finance formula. With that, I ask for concurrence on the Senate amendments.
Further discussion. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I stand in strong support of this concurrence in our investment in public education. Public education is the bedrock of our democracy, and I thank the sponsors for their hard work and dedication to public education in our state. Investment into Colorado schools is essential to maintaining and improving the competitiveness of Colorado and its students. The funds invested in Colorado's public schools have a return on investment that has long been recognized among the nation's highest. The increasing rates of high school graduation, industry certifications, associate degrees demonstrate the effectiveness of Colorado's investment in public schools. Educators and support staff in every school district and schools across Colorado make invaluable contributions to their schools, districts, and communities, dedicating their time, talents, and out-of-pocket funds to their students, despite Colorado having the largest teacher pay penalty in the nation. Colorado is currently funding schools at a level that approximates the state's $19.89 per pupil spending adjusted for inflation. If Colorado were funding our schools fully and fairly as defined by the adequacy studies, every student would have the individual attention they need from teachers, counselors, health professionals, support staff to succeed and thrive. Every teacher would have a reasonable workload, professional development, coaching, and a salary that would allow them to live where they work, and every community would enjoy the benefits of a vibrant public school, a high-quality workforce, and an engaged citizenry. Please keep I urge the House to join the Senate, who voted unanimously to support House Bill 25-1320 with 27 bipartisan sponsors as amended. It's a great step towards fair and full funding of education in our state.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, members, and I'd like to concur with my colleague and the bill. Okay. Ultimately, what we also just wanted to share is that some of the changes made to the bill are in response to this notion that we need to figure out how to wall off and protect dollars to pay for K-12. We are at a place where now funding of our schools is becoming untenable. At the end of the day, we know that this issue in this area is important to all of us in the state. But a couple of years ago, we funded and supported and studied our financing structures through 2 adequacy studies. And what they found were, surprise, that the way that we fund K-12 in this state is inadequate. And so part of what we are asking for as we move together, so every year we have to vote on the School Finance Act, we are going to encourage and ask everyone to commit to getting it done that we fund K-12. And that means we may have to come together to figure out a multi-year implementation plan and figure out the question on revenues, if we can bring more in or retain them, so that we can be able to fund our education in a way that's somewhat remotely closer to adequacy than what we are doing now. So thank you to my colleague from Arapahoe County to talk about why investing in K-12 matters. It is the best investment. It will give us the best returns because our kids are nothing but future tense. And we know, as we heard, cure for cancer is not in a lab, it's in a second grade classroom. And so we need to recognize the importance of that. And so members, in addition to concurring with the Senate amendment, we ask that you support this, but we also ask that you all commit to asking the hard questions about how do we retain, how do we figure out to better and more adequately fund K-12. We ask that you also commit to getting it done. So thank you all so much. Thank you to the bill sponsors.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I support the amendments. I think we need to start with our schools are still underfunded, even though we've done all this work. I really love that rural is better funded at last. That's a great part of the bill. The problem that I have is I represent 2 school districts, and in this bill there's winners and losers, and so one of my districts is a big winner, and the other one had to lay off 150 staff. And so what this amendment does when we talk about charter schools, and I support school choice and I support charter schools, but in Adams 12, we have a charter school that only has 4.9% at-risk students, and they're receiving $748,000. So that's a problem that is being fixed in this bill because now we start to do a buy down so that that will no longer happen. And even the director of the charter school is very supportive of that, realizing that that's money that should be going to actual at-risk kids. So because of the amendments that address that charter school issue and because of all the work that we did on school finance, thank you so much to the sponsors. I'll be a strong yes to this. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Story.
Thank you for the time to speak, and I want to thank the sponsors for the additional work. It is true that Colorado is among the most wealthy, most highly educated, oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought. Is among the most wealthy, most highly educated, and I lost my third point. Okay, I'll come back to it. Anyway, and yet we are near the bottom in how we fund public education, which is just dreadfully traumatic for our students and families here in Colorado. And the adequacy studies put a stronger point on all of that. And so we are well behind in how we fund public education, and there has been an effort in addressing the School Finance Act to better fund our students, but these additional amendments that are in the concurrence are really going to benefit kids. The change in how at-risk funding is distributed is going to be much more balanced over a period of years to ensure that those at-risk students, where there's a higher proportion of them in certain schools, are going to receive that higher proportion of that at-risk funding rather than schools that are receiving a high proportion but don't have very many at-risk kids. Additionally, the increase in the BEST funding is going to help. It's tough to see any cuts in the BEST program because we really need more funding to fund more capital improvements in our schools across the state. But the additional money is going to help those schools that do receive that funding and can't afford and don't have the tax basis to do those capital improvements. Additionally, providing a source of ongoing funding as a resource to School Finance Act through the State Education Fund is immensely important Because if we don't have enough funding that remains in the school finance fund, then there's just, it makes the whole point in the school finance act sort of moot if we run out of funds to carry that out. So having an ongoing source of funding is really going to make a difference. So I urge also an aye vote on concurrence and on the bill as well. Thank you, sponsors.
Representative Garcia Sander. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I was on the school board in 2008 with the Great Recession, and it took many years to get rid of the budget stabilization. And that happened last year. And even though we had to cut $1.2 billion from our budget, we have made a commitment to not go back to that dark day of the budget stabilization factor. And I am extremely proud of this chamber and the Senate for doing that. However, the original budget proposal from the governor would have negatively impacted almost every single school district in the state. I know I have 5 school districts in my state, and all of them would have lost money. I commend the co-sponsors on this bill because they worked hard. They did stakeholding, trying to make sure that no school district in this state was harmed. Yes, some are not getting more money this year, but that's because they are losing so many students. We are losing students in almost every school district. So I am very proud of our leadership, our co-sponsors of this House and Senate for moving forward and trying to help our school districts stay whole. I personally will make a commitment that we will try to do something about the inadequate funding of our state. It's been way too long that we have not funded our school districts well and our students well. I urge a yes on this concurrence. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Nailed it.
I actually am also going to encourage an aye vote on concurrence and an aye vote on this, this bill. As a public school educator, I know how important funding our schools is, and it is a constitutional requirement. We must fund our K-12 education. We need, I have said many times, we need an educated populace. And K-12 education, public schools are the avenue for that. And the kids in our schools are going to be our future employers, our future employees, our future tax-paying widgets, which is important to a functional government. So I do think it's really important that we do fund K-12 education and pass this bill. I also want to address that, yes, we are losing students from our public schools. And as a school principal, I know that I have lost many students to charter schools, homeschools, private schools, and that a lot of that has to do with the policies that we enact here in Denver. And so I also encourage those across the aisle and those on my side to really consider the policies that we create and enact every year that are causing parents to pull their kids from public schools, because that is a major problem. When we have kids going to homeschool, charter school, private school, that money doesn't follow them. That means that our public schools are closing because they don't have the students. And so that's a huge concern for me. And that goes back to our parents. Parents have that right in our state. It's a wonderful option. But we need to be partnering with parents on the policies that we enact to make sure that they want to keep their kids in our public schools. So I do encourage an aye vote from everybody, because we do need an educated K-12 population. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. All right, I agree. We need education. We need educated kids, or we want educated kids, definitely. Just going through some of these, but again, I think we need, when we're looking at money, we need to get to our priorities. This bill here is, when we're talking about needing, tens of millions of dollars more for the funding, and then the idea that we need another $4 billion of funding, but we have an issue when we have our literacy rates plummeting, or when we're at test scores of, when at last I checked, approximately 25%, meeting or exceeding standards, which is largely, can that student go on to college, because we've cut away our, the underpinning part of our economy, the trades, which I think are equally valuable, but those have largely gone by the wayside. But then when we have 25% that graduate able to go on to college, and yet 80% graduate, then we have this disconnect. And when we heard the education bills in committee, because we look at this and we say, well, we've had about 100% increase in administration and administrivia, where we've had a decrease in student population. We've had a slight increase in, slight increase in teachers per classroom, and we've had an exponential rise in administration. And why is that? Well, from college management and stuff that, bureaucracies tend to do that. They just tend to grow. They tend to just accelerate in their growth, and they eventually become too big, they become too top heavy, and then they topple. But in this case, we have a system that we continue to prop up with more money, and that's not necessarily the key to success. I recall one time, one study that the student performance increased as you got closer to the Canadian border than it did with the amount of money spent, and that it was actually a negative correlation to the money spent. So I don't buy into the idea that we need more money. I think maybe we need less administration, and then we need more teachers. And also that, because when we look at, the average on here, I haven't gone through here, my county's probably around 11,000, but when we look at approximately $19,000, or roughly $20,000 per student per year, for a 20-student classroom, you're looking at $400,000. So if you're looking at $400,000 and you take the teacher with benefits, that's $100,000. Now you have $300,000 per classroom, so maybe that would be 2 teachers, $200,000. You still have $200,000 per teacher per classroom that's available, and we need to start getting into the nitty-gritty on where this money is going, because I think it's one thing if the performance was there, but it's not. And when we talk to the teachers, the administration, the rise in the administration is largely due to administrative burdens that are put on the schools by the General Assembly. So we, the General Assembly, are again driving rules, regulations, restrictions onto these schools, and creating a time where the administrative part of the school is growing nearly 100%, whereas teachers are growing slightly and student population is actually declining. That is an unsustainable model. With student population declining, we cannot just increase the amount of money, especially when that decreasing student population means that, well, we have less students, we have less people, and because we have to look at why. Are these parents leaving the state? Are these families leaving the state because it's no longer safe for them here? Are they leaving because the schools do not represent their values? And if that's the case, what are we doing to ensure that these schools are not hostile to the values of the students, of the parents? It doesn't mean they necessarily have to embrace all the values of the parents, but what is going on where that parents see schools as hostile enough to their values that they're willing to spend not only their property tax money where they would get free school for their kids, but they're looking at spending $8,000 to $10,000 per kid. So families might be spending an extra $30,000 per kid per year, so they're valuing education. But why are our parents valuing education outside of the public school system? That is a $30,000 question. Literally, a $30,000 question. So we can't just continue the idea that we will have better schools if we continue to throw money at the problem, because there is a problem that's being created, an underlying problem that's being created that we're not addressing. And so we need to address that problem before we start throwing money at it. And just like the budget, I think this needs to be systematically dissembled, because when we're looking at nearly $20,000 per student per year, $400,000 per classroom, and we're looking at, and then we're saying that, and I'm not disputing it, but when we're saying that teachers are underpaid, and I'm fine with that assertion, that we need to find out what the problem is. Why are we at a 25% testing in terms of meeting or exceeding standards when we're at an 80% graduation rate? And why is that costing nearly $20,000 per pupil per year on average, even though my area is closer to 11 or 12? Some areas are 25,000. And that disparity just goes up as you decrease the student load because you lose that scale. So if we're gonna have a sustainable system, it can't be one where we just get rid of Tabor and try to fund it more. And the other part of that is where we need the money, because we used to get this money out of the ground, out of severance tax, and we don't have the money for the schools because of an ideology that prioritizes a climate superstition over the education of our students. So we need to we need to make some choices. Do we value education, or do we value a superstition? Do we value the 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops?
And Rep. DeGraff, I want to just be clear, this is not a bill for you to educate the Assembly. It is a bill about funding our education system.
Sir. I've given up on the educating.
Appreciate that. So let's get back to the bill.
No, I'm just making the point that if we need to make a determination as to what we value. Do we pursue the 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops? Is that our priority? Or do we actually prioritize the education of school children? I just want to come back. Did I make that clear, Mr. Chair?
I got you now.
You got me now. Okay. So right now, the body is valuing the 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops over the education and future of our children, and I think we have our priorities mixed up.
Representative Carter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I'm not going to come here and try to educate you, but I am going to give you a couple of facts. No, I'm just going to give you some facts, sir. One fact. Denver and Aurora Public Schools during budget stabilization lost $10 billion. That's $10 billion with a B. That means that over the course of that 15 years, Denver Public Schools and Aurora Public Schools were losing those funds that never came back. I will give this body credit. Last year, you made a promise. You told all those school districts, when you got rid of budget stabilization, you made a promise to fund education. And I'm not gonna lie, when I first started my run to come here, when people told me about that $10 billion, I did not believe them. I immediately decided, went to my CFO and said, explain this to me like I'm a child. And basically, this group would fully fund education, and then it would slowly leak money out the back for whatever project the legislature determined they would slowly take money out of education. My next step was I asked, well, has somebody sued? Turns out they had. And the way it was proposed to me was if you wanted to do something, you're gonna have to go to this place and change it. I appreciate you getting that done before I got here. But now you have made a promise to my district and my schools. And I'm here to make sure you come back and pay up on that promise. I'm not here to blow this bill up, but I am here to make sure you understand when words like hold harmless are used, that's not real. That money comes from somewhere. We are one of the few school districts that are gaining students, period. So that means when you say stuff like hold harmless, and we're not going to count this year, that means the school districts that are growing are going to get shortchanged. So, I'm still rising as a yes. I'm not trying to blow this up, but don't come to me and say words like hold harmless and pretend like we're not getting the exact same funding that we're supposed to be getting. We're not losing money to school districts that are not growing. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. While the rule in this building is to stick to the bill before you, the reality of life is that everything is interconnected. And so there was a comment made, or a series of comments made, about declining enrollment. And so I think it's important to remember that if there is a concern about a lessening of kids, then when we discuss policies to avert births, we probably should hold this conversation in mind as well.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. First of all, I wanted to talk about why it is that America is so great. When Benjamin Franklin proposed this novel idea of a public education and that it would be funded by the states, that was really a first-in-the-world concept. The idea that every child, regardless of economic background, could have a shot at a public education and they could learn something incredible: how to read, how to do arithmetic. And that fueled what we called the American dream. The ability to really do anything that you wanted to do. And that's continued, and Colorado has definitely honored that as well. And I'm also proud to support this. But there are some flaws here that I'm also glad we're going to be able to talk about over the interim, making sure that the definitions are such that we aren't baking inaccuracies into law as far as how far apart places are when we have things like mountains and canyons that make it impossible to go from one point to the other in a reasonable time. There is a challenge that Colorado has. 3 of the 4 school districts I represent have gained dollars under this formula. 1 was in the hold harmless category. But most of our districts, as my good colleague from Denver alluded to, are losing students, and our population is declining. School districts are kind of like railroads. They have a lot of expensive infrastructure. And we're going to have to grapple in the future with a deteriorating infrastructure, declining enrollment, increases in salaries, and how we make all this work. And that's going to be a challenge for future legislatures to have to grapple with. And I just want to put this place marker out there for school superintendents, that they also need to be creative and think about how they relook at education and how they relook at the assets that they currently have. And that sometimes those really, really tough decisions may be, we don't need a architecturally significant building that has all the bells and whistles when a much more simple building could suffice. And whether that's a physical structure or how the actual curriculum is implemented in the classroom. That is a challenge that our administrators need to look at for the future. With that, I will be a yes vote here, because to me, this is critically important that we fund our schools, but we also need to be saying we cannot continue to spend like we have an unlimited bank account. And we also need to look at the reality that we aren't repopulating our state at such a level that our school districts are always going to have continually new students coming through. And so there is going to be a rectification moment unless we're able to change the path we're on. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and my colleague from Adams and Arapahoe isn't in here. I kind of wanted to chat what he was talking about and how the bigger school districts are losing out. Well, when you take our jobs and you take our ability to gain severance tax, which funds our schools in rural Colorado, somebody has to pay the piper somewhere. You can't keep taking the earning ability away from people and the tax base away from people out of this building and expect them to make their own way. And then hold it over our heads. Oh, we're helping you, we're helping you, we're helping you. No, you dug the hole, you threw us in the hole, and now it's, oh, we're saving you. I mean, I want to get along on the last day, but you can't keep constantly doing that. Oh, we're here to say, though, is this is supposed to be a symbiotic relationship. If you don't let us get up and go to work with what we have, then how can we make our own way? That's what my question is how do we make our own way when you take the ability for us to make our own way? That's where I get frustrated. This is supposed to be a dance, and sometimes it doesn't feel that way, and I appreciate what the sponsors are doing here. I will be a yes on this bill. I think educating our children are important, but I can't not hear that we're being saved, because we're not. Unfortunately, things are just being made right and even. You can't keep taking away and tell us you're handing out something to us. Like I said last night, we just want to get up. We want to go to work. We want to pay our own way. We want to raise our kids. We want to go to church. We want to be part of our communities. We don't necessarily want a handout. We just want fair. So I will say it again, I rise in support of this bill. I appreciate the discussion around this bill. But don't talk about all the money you're having to throw into rural schools when you kill our funding sources. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1320. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. And members, just to be clear, this is the motion to concur. I know we've got some folks kind of coming in and out today. Representative Leader is excused. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1320 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1320 as amended.
Madam Speaker.
We all want to get to hot dogs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We all want to get to hot dogs, but I was challenged. So here's my poem. Books should be read. Kids learning is cool. Let's get the School Finance Act passed. Responsibility constitutional. It was a stretch.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1320 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. We are entertaining motions for a fine. AML Bacon, that is a $10 fine. I do apologize. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 0 excused, House Bill 25-1320, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Of course, thank you.
Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1332.
House Bill 1332 by Representative McCormick, also Senators Roberts and Wallace, concerning the creation of a work group to study the use of state trust lands and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since we are short on time, there will be no rhyme.
Please proceed.
I move to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1332.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Senate, and this is actually a good bookend to the bill we just heard, because our state trust lands are a big part of funding for our public schools, a big part of the BEST funding program. And as you all know, this bill is to look at the future of our commitment to fund public education. And in the Senate, they added 2 additional positions to the work group. They added an additional oil and gas operator with experience leasing property on state trust lands. So now there will be 2 individuals in that category, and they also added a representative of motorized recreation to that work group. Again, another voice on how we might be able to continue stewardship of these lands and continue to fund public education for the generations that will follow us. And in the meantime, also gained bipartisan support over in the Senate. So I invite folks on the other side of the aisle to join in this look forward on our state public lands, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1332. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative, oh, we did. Please close the machine. 49 ayes, 16 no, and 0 excused. The motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1332 as amended.
Members, we are still on concurrences. Thank you. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always wanted to do that, see how that runs. They do that in the Senate. We need to make them a little longer. I have one concern about this, and that is we had a long conversation for the last 30 minutes about school funding. The funding is millions of dollars that comes off of these state trust lands that we all own. They are multi-use, which is logging, grazing, drilling, recreation is one as well. We have what they call a state land board that has been the stewards of controlling that land for a long, long time. My concern is we are doing a duplicate group on top of the state land board, and I know that there was mention that the state land board is an agreement, but when you hold a gun to somebody's head, they're going to agree to anything that you say. There is not very much funding with hiking. In my opinion, maybe they might buy some Nike shoes that was made in China, but they are not going to fund to the counties where that money came from. My concerns is if we have several concerns. One is if they take away the grazing on those lands, then you're going to cause a fire hazard. If they take away the logging on the particular one that I control, you're going to take away the ability to keep those forests healthy, which in the case of the school section that I have leased, amounted to almost $700,000 that went into that school funding. There is no way that you're going to get through hiking, or I don't even know what other recreation that you would do on that particular piece of property, but maybe you would get some exercise running away from the wolf chasing you. I believe that this is an unnecessary bill. I believe that what we talked about on the last bill, this will hurt funding to our state trust lands, which is critical for the funding and future of our kids and our schools, and I would urge a no vote on this particular bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. We meet again.
Deja vu all over again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a treat to come to stand here before you.
It is always a treat to stand behind you.
Wondering what's going on with that gavel. All right, as my colleague likes to say, or wait, maybe I can make it, colleagues! In the social justice time of our lives, never mind, log it, graze it, or watch it burn. We've got these lands. We have these resources. We have these resources that are there for the benefit of our society. And if you look downstairs, every time I look downstairs, I see these great industries that built Colorado. You have the mining, you have the logging, you have the grazing, you have the cattle grazing. And it turns out grazing is really good for the grasslands and helps keep helps sequester carbon and cleans it up cleans up the air and improves the water cycle. Instead, we turn the hellhounds and demon weasels on the ranchers and drive them out. And we have our trees, and we have these public lands, and we have all of these resources that are there for the benefit and for the thriving of our society. And then we could build a more thriving society if we tapped into these resources. But instead, we put them in an ideological lockbox. And that's the only lockbox that's actually locked. Not like the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. But this lockbox, we put it away and we say, well, we don't want grazing. We don't want that cattle. We don't want that nutrition for our families. We don't want that income for that underlying income. And then we wonder why the Denver restaurants are closing.
Members, excuse me, Representative DeGraff, we are on concurrences and voting. Please take your seats. Conversations off the floor. Please proceed. Thank you.
We don't want to. We decide not to tap into the hydrocarbon resources that are beneath our feet. We have decades, if not centuries, of clean hydrocarbon fuel beneath our feet. You just have to change your ideological definition of clean to actually clean, because carbon dioxide actually makes these plants grow. Yet you want to restrict it and you want to keep it in the ground. And you want to keep that wealth in the ground. And that stops Colorado from thriving. That stops Coloradans from thriving. And instead, we want to take some of these lands, maybe not necessarily in these bills, but we cover them with black solar panels that absorb heat and leave hazardous waste all over the countryside. Millions of acres of this. So we have an ideological problem when it comes to the resources of Colorado, and we choose ideology over thriving of Coloradans. And that is very disappointing. So I think one of the things that we need to do with this bill is we need to go back and we need to evaluate what we're doing with our resources, what we're prioritizing, how we're prioritizing. And we need to prioritize Coloradans, and we need to prioritize our children, we need to prioritize our future. And if you're an adherent to the superstition of 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops, then I suggest you actually try to learn the basis behind it. Instead of making our citizens suffer, let's use these resources. Let's help Colorado thrive. Let's focus on our future instead of looking to the past. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1332 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1332 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Again. Are you here for 12? Mr. Shebel, please read the message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, on reconsideration, the Senate passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1269, amended as printed in Senate Journal May 2nd, 2025, and amended on third reading as printed in Senate Journal May 7th, 2025.
Message from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House
Message
Bill
from the
1269.
Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, for your awareness, pursuant to House Rule 36D, in the last 10 days of session, the requirement to provide 24 hours notice before voting on concurrences with Senate amendments is suspended. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1269.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House Bill 1269. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve.
Sorry. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1269. Sorry, folks.
House Bill 1269 by Representatives Wilford and Valdez, also Senators Ball and Kipp, concerning building decarbonization measures and in connection therewith, creating a building decarbonization enterprise and making an appropriation.
Now, Representative Valdez.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is still an honor to serve with you.
It is still an honor to serve with you.
And I have my first ever rhyme here. The Senate works with motions made, a section number rearranged, displayed to show a senator's touch. See, we're here. It means so much. A way to make their presence known on details small, their efforts shown. The House, it seems, a different way. No consent calendar holds any sway. Where non-controversial bills could glide with swift agreement, we don't have it. We need it.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was always an honor to serve with you.
I am so sorry. Moment of business. Could you please state again, Representative Wilford?
I said it's always been an honor to serve with you, Madam Speaker.
And always an honor to serve with you, Rep. Wilford. Please proceed.
Can we both talk here for a minute?
Sure.
Okay. Concur, bestie.
This bill?
It's giving future.
Benchmark slay. No need for a suture.
The Senate edits?
Low-key fire.
Okay, let's concur before the planet expires. Madam Speaker, bestie, I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1269.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Explanation? Thank you. Representative Valdez?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the bill went kind of back and forth, and we were making some changes, but at the end of the day, what we ended up with was just some minor changes, renumbering, editing, things of that nature.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I was very interested in this bill, and I had been following it as it went through the Senate. And while I love your poems, I need to actually understand if the things that I pointed out that were wrong were actually fixed when it went back to the Senate. So let's see. There was a reference in the Senate amendment, L29, to CRS 24-36-125, which was created in a different bill, House Bill 1268, but then that was PI'd in appropriations. But in the amendment, it still referenced it. And I don't know if we can dialogue or if you want me to just tell you all my issues, but I wanted to make sure that that was corrected.
Representative Wilford.
Yes, yes, it was removed from the bill actually this morning when the Senate recalled the bill.
Okay. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the same amendment, it referenced sections 9 and 10 of House Bill 25-1267, but those sections don't exist because the last section is section 7 in House Bill 1267, so was that corrected?
Before we proceed, members, I really love a dialogue. This is a good thing. but we are limited to speaking twice. Representative Wilford, you made the motion, so you can speak more than twice, but Minority Leader Puglisi, I'll let you continue so that you get all of your questions asked.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I apologize. Okay, so Section 9 and 10 in House Bill 1267, there is no section, unless something changed in the Senate between now, this morning and now, there was no Sections 9 and 10 in House Bill 1267. The last section was Section 7, which was the petition clause. And then I am concerned, if those weren't fixed, I guess I'd like to know if they were fixed. If they weren't fixed, I have some serious objections with a bill that references sections and statutes that don't exist. And so then I would say that we should not concur because this bill is flawed. And I'm sure the good representative from El Paso will say why this shouldn't pass at all. But I just want to make sure if we're passing law that it is actually accurate and the sections that are referenced are actually in existence so that if we're going to make law, we make good laws. So those are my objections, and I just wanted to have that clarification on the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You bet. Representative DeGraff? Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1269. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Luck, Weinberg, and Woodrow are excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 21 no, and 3 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1269 as amended.
Representative DeGraff.
Colleagues, I believe that building decarbonization is the defining civil rights movement of our generation. 20 years ago, there was no carbon-based organisms in buildings until the oligarchy snuck it in. We cannot allow this injustice to continue. Carbon-based organisms freely wandering around the planet. This, colleagues, must end. That's all I got. What? All right, so we're wondering why businesses are leaving Colorado or having a hard time. We're wondering why they're struggling. This bill we talked about in committee, 80 applies to about 8,300 buildings in Colorado, and only 8,300 buildings, so 50,000 square feet. One LEED certified building they said that LEED certified, this is a high level certification, required over $7 million. That was if they could figure out how to enact this piece of legislation, because they had already met for hours and hours on end trying to figure out what they would do. One of the things that they were going to have to do, they were going to have to remove all of their LEED certified windows on this 7-story building and replace them. Now, if anybody knows anything about energy, that energy will never be recouped. And so it will go completely out the window. So if you look at a $7 million fee, if you look at $7 million per building, because not all buildings are LEED certified. And then you look at 8,300 buildings, you're talking about, I think that's $3,800 billion, or was it $5,800 billion? I have to check my notes. And the reason for that is the idea that this will help businesses save money. So we're going to tell these businesses that you need to spend $58 billion, but it's for your own good because you will save money. Because businesses don't know how to save money without the General Assembly coming in and telling them. Now, here's a problem with a lot of these buildings. A lot of these buildings are owned by one group and they're rented by another. So who is going to pay this? Well, the owner is going to have to pay this money because the renters are not going to pay the $7 million they're not going to pay that $7 million. So who's going to pay it? So the owner of the building has to pay it. But now the owner of the building has to increase rent on that money. So because of that money, so they're going to have, and that's going to be on buildings that are 50,000 square feet. So now I would think with a bill like this being in the works, there's probably a lot of people that are looking at buildings under 50,000 square feet, or looking at ways of condemning maybe that last 10,000 square feet so they don't apply. That's what I'd be doing. Somehow reducing the actual square feet. I mean, there's going to be some creative ways around this. Others that can't see any way around it are just going to have to leave. And that's why it was reported by the Chamber of Commerce that buildings in Denver are selling for about 1/10 the rate. Now, if you're going to be a business in Denver and your rent is going to be raised, if they can ever figure out how to affect this bill, then you're going to have to, that money has to come from somewhere. That money is going to have to come from an increase in costs to the consumer. So ultimately, this $58 billion is going to come out of the pockets of Coloradans who are already stretched thin. So here's another tax on the citizens of Colorado. Because the businesses that they are using, that they are engaging with, are going to have to raise their prices. And why are they going to have to raise their prices? Because of an ideological superstition around carbon dioxide. So this bill, you know, truly they say the devil is in the details. And there are 29 pages of details. And it's gone up from 24 pages. So we've added 5 pages to a very long and cumbersome bill, a policy that Colorado businesses could already not figure out, despite hiring consultants, despite hiring energy professionals in this field, to try to figure this out. And why are we doing this? To save these businesses money. When will they recoup this money? Never. But somehow it's going to save them money. And the electrification requirements that they want to do, what is that going to do? That's going to put a load on the grid. What's that going to do when, in the meantime, it's going to require a carbon footprint that's twice as high as using natural gas in the buildings, for which a lot of these buildings have converted. So they've converted to natural gas, trying to create that LEED certification. Natural gas just takes that energy efficiently and releases right at the source, where if you take it and you generate it down miles and miles away, you lose energy in the generation, you lose energy in the transmission, and you use energy in the utilization. So you lose massive amounts of energy. So say you lose about 50% of that energy in the generation, transmission, and utilization of that, because there's inefficiencies all along the way. And instead, and where does that energy come from right now? It comes from coal and natural gas. So if you're using twice as much energy to do electricity, and that electricity comes from coal and natural gas, your carbon footprint is actually twice as high. And we know that's the case for all the electrical appliances that are being promoted. So we have these electrical appliances that are being promoted with incentives to throw away the old, which creates more of a problem because now you've negated, probably I'm guessing that the least carbon footprint is probably that 1950s gas stove that goes forever because most of your carbon footprint is going to be in the manufacture of that steel, and the stoves now aren't going to last. So anyways, the devil in the details. So $58 billion, billion with a B, for Colorado. That's over a full year's budget. The full year's worth of monetary output the full budget of Colorado. What we get from the tax widgets of Colorado and what we get from the Fed. Or we don't get from the Fed. That's a whole nother problem. So what happens to these businesses that are forced to if they don't have a captive market here in Colorado and their building costs and their rent costs are going to go up $7 million over 2 years, 10 years, 7 years, $1 million per year, even if they were able to stretch that out. Can these businesses in Colorado afford another $1 million per year in rent? I'm guessing probably not. So what are their options? Their options are to probably move. Where are they going to move? Well, if you're going to move, I don't know why you'd go to a place that's business hostile. So what's missing in this bill, and I tried to put it in when we had at the appropriate time, is any idea what this will actually accomplish?
Representative DeGraff, you do have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what will this actually accomplish? 0.125 divided by 3,200 divided by 6 million times 10% of 400, or 40. Not much. Very little. Insignificant. I asked for a no vote on this bill. I asked that we start prioritizing the benefit of Coloradans instead of nursing a superstition by the nanny state.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1269 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Bradfield, Carter, please close the machine. With 42 aye, 23 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1269 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Schiebel, close the machine first. Mr. Schiebel, Conference Committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 161. This report amends the revised bill to the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of
Conference Committee
Representatives.
report will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed House
Signing
Bills
of bills,
1062.
resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House
Delivery of
reports.
bills to the governor will be printed in the journal. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side of a motion to repass House Bill 25-1300 as amended by the Senate, I move to reconsider the passage of House Bill 25-1300 as amended by the Senate.
Please explain.
Based on
based on conversations, we have the opportunity to expand the amount of time that our workers' compensation insurance community would have in order to implement the bill from January 2026 out to January 2028. And so I'm asking for this to move, I'm asking to move for a conference committee if you approve the consideration of this bill so that we're able to make that change and make it easier for both workers and the business community.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is reconsideration of repassage of House Bill 1300. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 20 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Having voted on the prevailing side of the motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1300, I move to reconsider the motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1300.
The motion before us is reconsideration of concurrence on Senate amendments to House Bill 1300. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1300. Yes, I love that vibe. Thank you. And request that a conference committee be formed. And do I go beyond the scope? Let's go beyond the scope. Why not?
We have just thrown caution to the wind. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1300.
House Bill 1300 by Representative Wilford, also Senator Kipp, concerning claimants' access to medical care and workers' compensation claims and in connection therewith, requiring an employer or employer's insurer to use the Division of Workers' Compensation Utilization Standards and changing the mechanism by which a claimant can choose a treating physician.
The motion before us is to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1300, appoint a conference committee, and go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. The conference committee for House Bill 1300 will be Representatives Wilford as chair, Representative Zokai, and Representative Gonzalez. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 161.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the consideration of Conference Committee report to Senate Bill 161. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the first report of the first Conference Committee for Senate Bill 161 be rejected. The first Conference Committee be dissolved and a second Conference Committee that looks exactly the same be appointed. This is because we tried to do a nice thing and nobody will let us and we have to go in and take it out.
Yep. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Winter and Judah, also Representatives Lindsay and Froelich, concerning transit reform and in connection therewith creating study, planning, and reporting requirements, increasing coordination among transit agencies, government and planning organizations, authorizing the Regional Transportation District to enter into service partnership agreements, creating a Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee, requiring the Regional Transportation District to emphasize ridership growth, working retention, safety, and statewide climate goals, and making an appropriation.
Members, the motion before us is to reject the first report of the first conference committee for Senate Bill 161, dissolve the first conference committee, and form a second conference committee. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Members, we will take a brief recess before we continue. Thank you for your tremendous work this morning. We are moving well through the calendar. The House will stand in recess.
The House will come back to order. Members, we have business to attend to. Please find your seats. The appointees to the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 25-161 are as follows: Representative Froelich, Chair, Representative Lindstedt and Woog. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for conference committees to report.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for conference committees to report. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 25-161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Winter and Judah, also Representatives Lindstedt and Froelich, concerning transit reform and in connection therewith, creating study, planning, and reporting requirements, increasing coordination among transit agencies, government and planning organizations, authorizing the Regional Transportation District to enter into service partnership agreements, creating a Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee, requiring the Regional Transportation District to emphasize ridership growth, worker retention, safety, and statewide climate goals, and making an appropriation.
Well done. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 161 be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. I should have said that the first time. I'm really, really sorry, so please vote yes.
Any explanation?
Just apparently the drafter said we are going beyond the scope. We should have known we were going beyond the scope, and we're super stupid for not knowing weren't going beyond the scope, and we're begging forgiveness now.
Our drafters would never say such a thing. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Yeah, we need to remove two sections that we added for really good reasons, but we need to take them out. So I don't know why that's beyond the scope, but it apparently is.
The motion before us is to allow the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 25-161 to go beyond the scope of the difference between the chambers. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representatives Caldwell, Puglisi, Soper, Wilford. The motion is to go beyond the scope for Senate Bill 161. Representative Wilford is excused. Mr. Assistant Minority Leader, would you like me to excuse the other representatives? Representative Puglisi and Caldwell are excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 4 excused, the motion to allow Senate Bill 25-161 to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of the Conference Committee reports to Senate Bill 37 and Senate Bill 155.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 25-037 and Senate Bill 155. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 37.
Senate Bill 37 by Senators Robertson Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Taggart and Morrow, concerning assistance for communities experiencing energy transition.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and it's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, sir.
It'll be an even greater honor not to serve you tomorrow.
You know what? I think the Constitution has taken care of that for us.
No offense.
None taken.
I move that we accept the first report of the first conference committee on SB 2537.
Would you like to explain? Representative Morrow.
Yes, we had a very quick conference committee. We were in agreement to remove an amendment that wasn't necessary or even necessarily related to the bill, and it was unanimous, and we ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the House is the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 37. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes.
I know.
Representative Brown, Representative Morrow. Please close the machine. I feel bad even asking. I'm sorry, Rep. Brown. With 61 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to adopt the first conference committee report for Senate Bill 37 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 37 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 37 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 37 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senators Gonzalez and Ball, also Representative Clifford, concerning the creation of an advisory council for persons who are incarcerated.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that we adopt the first conference committee report of Senate Bill 155.
That is a proper motion. Please tell us a little more.
Also a very fast conference committee. We removed one section and 6-0 vote out of conference, and we request an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 155. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 1 excused, the motion is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 155 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 155 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 155 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of third reading.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over Senate Bill 185 until May 8th.
Senate Bill 185 will be laid over until May 8th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 321.
Senate Bill 321 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Rodriguez, also Representatives Joseph and Gonzalez, concerning measures to address air pollution levels related to the operation of motor vehicles in areas that do not meet federal national ambient air quality standards.
Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 321 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 321 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 321 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please. Oh, speaker will be added as a co-sponsor. Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 309.
Senate Bill 309 by Senator Simpson, also Representatives Brown and Bradfield, concerning authorization for the Legislative Council to approve the replacement of nonpartisan legislative fellowships within the Legislative Council staff.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 309 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 309 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. AML Bacon is excused. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 309 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 165.
Senate Bill 165 by Senators Pelton B. and Doherty, also Representatives Lindstedt and Wook, concerning electrical work regulated in the state.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 165 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 165 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Look over here.
Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 6 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 165 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 7.
The Senate Bill 7 by Senators Cutter and Marchman, also Representatives Velasco and Weinberg, concerning support to increase prescribed burns and a connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 7 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 7 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes.
I can tell.
Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 21 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 7 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Yes.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 290.
Senate Bill 290 by Senators Mullica and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Brown, concerning the creation of the Provider Stabilization Fund to make provider stabilization payments to eligible safety net providers that serve low-income uninsured populations in the state and in connection therewith, maximizing federal funds to stabilize the healthcare safety net and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 290 on third reading and final passage.
AML winner. That was a good effort to get that coat on in time.
Stay up here with you?
Yeah, please.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
I just want to get up and explain my vote on this. I think this is wholly and ultimately important for rural Colorado and to make sure that our folks have health care. I know we've discussed where this money's coming from, but I have to get up and fight for my people, and they have to have hospitals to go to. I mean, this is one of those options we just can't walk away from. I talked about OB ward closing at the Ark Valley Health Center. Now, women are going to have to drive 3 hours, 2.5 hours to have a baby. And as we see ourselves losing more and more health care, especially in rural Colorado, I'd be remiss if I didn't get up and stand up for my constituents. So where I would mostly not vote for something where we took money like this, today I'm going to stand up and I'm going to vote to make sure that my people have health care and quality health care. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I'll just keep this brief. This money is coming from the Unclaimed Property Fund, and we shouldn't be doing this. We shouldn't be taking this money out of that fund, and this is a lot of money with a maybe we'll pay it back clause in this bill. And for that reason, I have to vote against this, because we have to put our foot down and say enough is enough. Whatever the cause is, if it's a good cause or not, we should still not try to take the money from a source that we shouldn't be taking from. So I'm going to be voting no today, but you vote your conscience, and thank you.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand with my colleague from Jeffco also. The funding for this effort is coming from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. $90 million, a 25-year payback due in 2045, $74 million lost in interest in the trust fund, and that will go on in perpetuity from having the funding removed from the trust fund over time. And repayment is an assumption. Anyway, it's not a good plan to take money out of this trust fund. It's not state money. It belongs to the people of Colorado, and I totally appreciate the intent of the bill. And I know we're in desperate times regarding our budget and the lack of additional funding that we have, but I just don't think this is a prudent effort to fund the importance of this bill. and I will not be supporting it today.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter, this is your second time to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My argument to some of the comments made is, myself and my colleagues have said it a million times, we don't think we have a revenue problem, we have a priority problem. And the people in rural Colorado are a priority. We could sit down and we could go through this budget, and I promise you, my colleagues and I will find the money to fund this program. But when you have no option, you have no option. And that's how I feel about this. That's why I'll stand in support of it. This is a constant push and pull. All year we've talked about this. We get to the end of session, and then all of a sudden, the priorities start to shift. Rural Colorado is important. Like I said on another bill, if our jobs weren't taken and our industries weren't stripped, we would be in a lot better situation. The people of House District 47 are a proud people, and it is a shame that policy out of this building has caused them to be hooked on government money like a drug. They want to take care of themselves. But when we come down and the rubber hits the road, we have to stand for our people. I wish this would have been funded earlier in the year. I wish we didn't have to do this, but choices were made. I'm not arguing with the choices everybody made, but choices were made. And then we get to the end of the session, and this is the situation we find ourselves in. We talked about healthcare deserts. Rural Colorado is a healthcare desert. I ran the physician's assistant bill to try to open that up. I knew it wasn't going to fix the problem, but it was going to help the problem. PBM, the bill this year, when it comes to rural independent pharmacies, is it going to fix the problem? No, but it's going to help the problem. I've come in here in good faith, and I've tried to pass legislation to help my constituents and the rest of greater rural Colorado. And unfortunately, when we get to the end of the session, sometimes we're put in a position where we have to pick and choose. I'm choosing to stand up for my constituents to make sure that they have health care. And I ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
This bill is vitally important. If you look at statistics of our FQs and clinics across the state, between 65 and 70% of them operated this past year in a loss position and the year previous. I don't know about your districts, but my FQ is critical to my underserved and the uncompensated patients, keeping in mind that our Medicaid roll over a one-year period dropped over 500,000 people. 500,000 people that still require care. And guess where those folks ended up? In our FQs and in our clinics. You've heard me speak that I'm concerned beyond belief about tapping this fund. It is the interest. And I don't know if I can speak for my JBC colleague over here, but I know you have my commitment. This is such a high priority that we'll look very carefully of how we could replace these dollars next year. But I can't lose an FQ. I can't, folks. And if any of you think that you can, boy, I'd like to hear why. These clinics, the Ryan White clinics, the FQs, and our community clinics are critical to our safety net. And they're underwater right now. And we, for many of you may not know this, we at the JBC asked for a roundtable discussion in November, If you could have heard the stories that came from these clinics, it was heartbreaking because many of them were on the verge of closing their doors and many others were about to cut back services. We can't have that. So please, I hope you'll accept my commitment that I know I'm going to be looking to make this a priority next year so we don't have to use this fund, the interest of this fund, but we've got to bridge between now and 26, 27 budget. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also stand in support of Senate Bill 25-290. This is huge for rural Colorado. It's huge for our safety net providers, and we've been talking about it for 120 days. How do we keep healthcare alive in Colorado, and how do we keep it active and accessible to all of our communities, urban and rural? And like our good colleague just said for bridging, we will find that bridge for funding, but this also bridges the urban-rural divide because we cannot afford to lose any of our safety net providers in rural Colorado. Once they're gone, they're gone. There's no coming back. This is vital to do now so we can ensure that our community members are getting the care that they need. This is a public safety issue. This is a public health issue. Is it a perfect bill? No, but we're not in a perfect situation. We've heard this time and time again, how much healthcare is losing here in Colorado and how it's affecting Coloradans across the state. This will help us get the time we need to ensure that we're still serving the people who brought us here to do the work on their behalf while we continue to look for longevity solutions. But we need this for rural Colorado. We need it for all of Colorado because when any of our communities are hurting, we all hurt. So I would urge a yes vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 290 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 11 noes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 290 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 72.
Senate Bill 72 by Senators Mulligan, Pelton B., also Representatives Lindsay and Soper, concerning the regulation of kratom.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 72 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 72 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 18 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 72 is adopted. Co-sponsors. They're ready. Please close the machine. I got it. Members, onward. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports to House Bill 1209 and House Bill 1273.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill of conference committee reports for House Bill 1209 and 1273. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1209.
House Bill 1209 by Representatives Lindstedt and Wilford, also Senators Gonzalez and Rodriguez, concerning measures to address efficiency in the regulation of marijuana licensees and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first conference committee report.
Please proceed.
In conference committee, you all may remember a little bit of drama we had over the budget a while back. I don't know if you recall that at all. Maybe we caused some trouble. But after that happened, we spent quite a lot of time trying to figure out how we can keep the lights on in the CBO, the Cannabis Business Office, and we found a small amount of money to do that, working with some of our colleagues on the JBC and others to get this to a place where at least critical staff and critical functions can continue. It was about half the amount of money we had asked for initially, but we were able to put it in this conference committee report, so we asked for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the House is the adoption of the first conference committee report on House Bill 1209. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yay, yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. DeGraff and Kelty, please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, The motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1209 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1209 as amended by the first Conference Committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Brown and Duran. Smith. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 23 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1209 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1273.
House Bill 1273 by Representatives Basenecker and Woodrow, also Senators Ball and Hendrickson, concerning requiring certain municipalities to modify building codes to allow 5 stories of a multifamily residential building to be served by a single exit.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to adopt the first Conference Committee report on House Bill 1273.
Please proceed.
In Conference Committee, we just simply added some language that was mutually agreed upon by all our stakeholders related to the reconstruction of a building should it be damaged. Things like if a building is now in a floodplain and other common sense safety measures that had the full support of the fire community as well as our building code officials. I should mention as well, since this chamber is seeing the bill again, that since leaving our chamber, we have been able to bring the association that represents our firefighters into full support on the bill, or excuse me, into a neutral position on the bill. That is important to state clearly that they are in a neutral position on the bill due to amendments and an agreement reached in the Senate.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I just want to quickly thank all the stakeholders. This bill has gone through a lot, and it's excellent. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Conference Committee report to House Bill 1273. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. Excuse me. With 49 ayes, 16 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1273 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1273 as amended by the first Conference Committee report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1273 as amended is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Members, it is the rule, oh, close the machine. Man. Mr. Shebel, I'm going to find myself again. $5 for forgetting to close the machine. I say 10. You think 10? All right, all right. It'll be
$10, Speaker.
$10. Members, the mantra during these final hours is often hurry up and wait. We are waiting on the Senate at this point. We need for everyone to stay close by. So we will stand in recess for 10 to 15 minutes. It may be longer. The House, when we come back, the House will stand in recess. Members, House will come back to order. Hurry up and wait. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, members. This is also the time of the year when in these random breaks, you all get the opportunity to view the 75th productions. So, as you've noticed, Rep. Tatone and I have been wandering around with some really high-tech filming things. And we have been doing some really interesting things, which now you all get to watch. All right, let's go. Up there. But we can totally go into, we can break now. Just the announcement.
Hold on, don't play that. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
I have to get into recess. Members, this is certainly a highlight of our 120 days. We will go into recess. We will not be doing this during business. So the House will stand in a short recess.
Colorado, a land of beauty, a land of prosperity, a land of gold. But all that glitters is not gold. Colorado faces a shortfall in our budget, and we're doing everything we can to find ways of saving people money, like recycling paper and finding ways of reducing our energy costs.
Money, so I'm trying to keep the cost down electrical wise, so I'm just gonna.
Okay, let's turn on our flashlights, guys.
That's great.
Let's use our flashlights.
Thank you.
Okay. live reusing and reducing our consumption of commonly used products. Taking old statute books and reusing them for the next year by annotating them by hand. We're taking this savings very personal. And that's why you'll see even the Speaker of the House at night polishing the floor. Colorado is saving you money, and we're taking it very seriously.
Yeah.
Look at this camera. You really got him, All right.
Yeah. Mental telepathy. Yeah. Like you're channeling. Yeah, you're channeling your mind.
So what happened? I blacked out.
Right. Yeah, it looks like she's
That's so weird. Imagine somebody you're not happy with.
Way out west there was a farmer I want to tell you about, by the name of Larry Don Sukla. At least that was the handle that loving parents gave him. But he never had much of a use for it himself. This Larry Don called himself the Bid Master. He had a sidekick, Hockey Gal. Now, Bid Master, that's not a name no one south of Ply where I come from. But then, there was a lot about the Bid Master that didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And a lot about where he worked likewise. But then again, maybe that's why I found a place of growing interest in. He worked in Denver at the capital of the Mile High City. Now this story about to unfold took place in the 75th General Assembly. Now, sometimes there's a man, I won't say a hero, because what's a hero? Sometimes there's a man and a sidekick. And I'm talking about the Bid Master here. Sometimes there's a man who, well, he's the man for his time and place. Fits right in there. The master had a passion for trailers. He was sick and darn tired of getting his trailer registered and going up to Wyoming. So he did something about it. He ran a bill with the sidekick Hockey Gal. And that's what this story's about, is the bill to register trailers by the Bid Master.
The House will come back to order. Members, invite you back to the work at hand. Members, we are back to consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1309. Sorry, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of House bills. Now, Mr. Schiebel, House Bill 1309.
House Bill 1309 by Representatives Brown and Titone, also Senators Cutter and Gonzalez, concerning protecting access to gender-affirming health care.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1309.
Please proceed.
In the Senate, they added a few minor amendments that allow the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise to accept gifts, grants, and donations in support of gender-affirming care, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I can't, and I hope you'll listen, I promise I won't speak long, but I can't concur with what took place in the Senate and the amendments that they put on this bill. A bill is supposed to be a single subject. And as I read through it again through pages 2 and 3 of the bill, all of a sudden I get to page 4, which is the amendment. And then starting up, there is no bridge whatsoever between the care and these next sections. None whatsoever. It's just the care and then these sections. So I'm trying to study them, trying to figure out what they say. And the first thing I run into in section 2 is a statement of health insurance affordability, cash fund creation and repeal. And I'm thinking to myself, what in heaven's name does that have to do with gender-affirming health care? Especially when there's no bridge between the two. So I don't know how it applies to it whatsoever. And then I go down further, and it starts talking about this particular cash fund and the interest and income, et cetera, et cetera. So that's all of section 2, and then I go down to section 3, and now there's a discussion about a health insurance affordability board. Again, creation, membership, powers and duties, they're not spelled out. They probably are spelled out in former legislation, but they're not spelled out in this bill whatsoever. So I'm very fortunate that we have a great staff. And when I was puzzled at this point, I went to a member of our staff and said, what is going on here? Why is there these additional sections dropped into 1309, and they don't seem to fit, and they certainly don't bridge? And she was kind enough to tell me, Rick, what happened is they took sections of 1297 that was PI'd and dropped it into 1309. No explanation as to why, no bridge whatsoever. It's just that they show up in here. And I want to read you the bill title for 1297. It reads, concerning updates to the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise to provide continuing coverage for health insurance needs in the state. So at a minimum, our buddies over in the Senate should have changed the bill title to include both. No, they did not. They left our bill titled, or the bill title here from the House, in concerning protecting access to gender-affirming health care. Nothing describing funds, nothing describing an enterprise, nothing bridging to say these are in here for the purpose of when this individual may be short by way of their insurance. Nothing whatsoever. And then you go on to page 5, and all of a sudden on letter E, the term that the enterprise may use for any of the purposes set forth in section, which is former legislation, but again, no description of this enterprise, no description of its purpose, no description about how it fits in this bill. It just gets dropped into here. And then the last sentence, it says, the enterprise shall consider the feasibility of yada, yada, yada. Folks, I'd like to concur with the Senate, and I respect what they do, but when we rush and put sections of one bill into another and don't bridge it and don't have definitions, no definitions in this bill on this subject whatsoever, how in heavens is that good legislation? I expect more of the Senate. I would expect every bit as good as what we do in this body. And I can't concur with this. At best, it's rushed. I won't say the other words that I think it is. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll save my comments for the bill when we talk about the bill, but I mean, I'm incredibly disappointed. We had bill sponsors last night that went around the room talking to each of us, explaining all of the Senate amendments and why they wanted to go with those Senate amendments. And here we have a bill that has nothing to do with the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise. And as ranking member of Health, I'm extremely disappointed because I feel like I have tried to be respectful through all of the meetings, not even pulled over. Just thank God one of our members said, hey, Rep. Bradley, red flag. They have taken a bill that they PI'd yesterday in Finance and stuffed it into a House bill in the Senate, and I didn't get talked to. I don't know if any of the members of my caucus got talked to, or if any of you guys knew that there was another bill crammed into this bill. In Colorado, we have a single subject rule. This does not fall under that. And like the good representative from Grand Junction just said, there's no bridge between gender-affirming care and sections of the rest of the bill. So for all of you that don't know, because I spent a lot of time figuring out what the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise is, it is a state-run initiative aimed at making health insurance more affordable for residents. HIAE is funded through a fee assessed on health insurance carriers and a special assessment on hospitals. The enterprise utilizes these funds to support various programs designed to reduce health insurance costs and improve access to care. In 1297, we were going to increase that fee to make it now a total of 5% on Colorado employers and employees and their families, which was going to charge for a family of 4 up to $770 a year. Does that sound affordable? And now we PI'd this because the people of Colorado made it very clear that they can't afford it. And instead of getting rid of it, we stuffed it and tried to put a pretty little bow on it, hoping maybe that we weren't going to see it. I'm at a, like, I know that we get surprised by a lot of things in this building, but this is surprising, especially after yesterday, especially after we hear about shenanigans and surprise tactics. Come on. You want to talk about shenanigans? Read the bill. Shenanigans are stuffing another bill that makes absolutely 0 sense into another bill. It's almost 4 o'clock, last day of session. How disrespectful. And then you go through the bill, and we talk about the Hyde Amendment and gifts, grants, and donations, and we have made it very clear that we're not going to take any statistics on abortion in this building. We're going to wipe it all clean. So I have no idea how we're going to ensure that we're not violating the Hyde Amendment. And our federal funding, we have said it from our side, you're going to strip federal funding. You're going to strip it. They have warned. I have watched. The FBI just came out and said, come after our kids, we're going to strip your funding. We just did it yesterday. And now we're going to say, talk about the Hyde Amendment. I was hoping to end on a good note. We laugh, we try to respect each other. This is a slap in the face to my side. To me, as ranking member, it's almost like a surprise amendment on a bill. Oh, we've already done that too. I feel disrespected. I feel sad. I'm upset that we say the Senate can fix our mistakes, and we knew this was coming. We knew when the 1297 got PI'd yesterday that this was going to be ramrodded into another bill. We talk about transparency, we talk about respect, we talk about integrity from this well all the time. We talked about it this morning. This has nothing to do with this bill. And the people of Colorado know this doesn't have anything to do with this bill, and the people of Colorado know that we have a single subject bill title, and that has nothing to do with the health insurance affordability enterprise, which has many red flags in this bill that I'll talk about later. But if we concur with this Senate amendment, I believe it's in violation of our Colorado Constitution. And if we agree with the Senate amendment, I believe it just shows the disrespect for my side of the aisle. Please vote no.
Representative Brown, this is your second time to speak. I believe you made the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll just be very brief, but there is nothing nefarious going on here. These amendments were added on second reading a week ago in the Senate. These amendments are strictly just adding the ability to accept gifts, grants, and donations into an existing enterprise. We did not stick an entirely new bill into this bill. We added a few very small minor provisions that also appeared in that other bill. So for those of you who had concerns about 1297, all of the fees and new enterprise and everything else that went into that are not included in this bill. This is simply an authority for gifts, grants, and donations. I appreciate my good colleagues talking about this, but I will just say that this is modifications of existing law that just gives the enterprise the existing authority to add gifts, grants, and donations. And the reason it fits under this title is because funding gender-affirming care is protecting gender-affirming care. The title of this bill says protecting gender-affirming care. So we ask again to concur with Senate amendments.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chief Speaker. And forgive me if I'm a little incredulous. So, no bill exists in a vacuum. We're asked to concur with Senate amendments that do seem weirdly familiar, and if they were added a week before a bill was to be PI'd, then there had to have been some discussions and some reasons to do so. These amendments, which now make up the entirety of sections 2 and 3 of 1309, were lifted from 1297. I mean, that bill had been drafted, that language existed, so it wasn't just some completely parallel process where two lines move forward and never meet. There was obviously some discussion. That bill, 1297, had a zero fiscal note for the coming year, but nearly 68 million for the next. It funds Omni Salud, medical care for the poor who are ineligible for federal assistance. Yeah, that would be funding for those that are not here legally. So we're talking about an expansion of the medical linchpin of the legislature's continued insistence on doubling down on sanctuary policies, and they tucked it into this bill. And again, it looks like we're placing the needs and trying to sneak the needs of folks that aren't here legally in ahead of our own citizens. And I certainly would have been interested in hearing the conversations, and I understand that there's some that don't take place in this room, and that's fine. Those aren't my committees. But hijacking an already nefarious bill, one that itself increases costs for Coloradans in order to provide unfettered access to gender-affirming surgeries, regardless of age, many of the procedures that are considered cosmetic and not available to the vast majority of Coloradans. And these amendments now allow support of those here illegally. They're just like added like a big tick on an already really mangy dog of a bill. They don't belong in this bill, and we should not concur.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, this is a bit of a turducken of a bill. Emphasis on tur. So, health insurance affordability cash fund slapped on to the health insurance inaffordability ideological services. So one, expanding medical care for a select few, or we don't know how many are few. I mean, there's some saying that this would be very few, but I don't know. When you require an insurance agency to cover these programs, then they have to assume, typically, that anybody who could would be partaking in these. So then the rates have to go up. So you have a whole first section that's about increasing the rates, and then you have the second section that's somehow tied to healthcare affordability enterprise. And of course, the enterprise, yes, allowed in Tabor, but just these things that are invented continuously for the circumvention thereof. Health Insurance Affordability Board. Well, if the Health Insurance Affordability Board was meeting, they would not be, because the health plan benefit must provide the coverage regardless of a covered person's sex or gender. And the gender-affirming health care means all supplies, care, services, medical, behavioral health, mental health. And that's not really true, because it's not all mental health that somebody might need, because Colorado legally mandates the affirmation model. So if somebody walks in and says, I think this, then the provider has to affirm that, and away you go. It's not scientific. It's not the way the scientific method would work. If you were doing this in a scientific manner, you would use the scientific method, and that would be falsifiability. So if you had a theory that you were somebody that walked a different way, talked a different way, liked to use a different name, all of those things that were this morning listed as gender, just like race is hairstyle, that all of a sudden you would just make the assumption that your hypothesis in this case was correct. And so so really this does apply to everybody, even though it's assuming that it is only gender affirming. And the gender affirming was really just more, if you looked at it, as kind of an identity. what you would normally consider just somebody's identity, how they want to talk, how they want to be, by which name they would like to be referred, by how they would like to dress. But for the ideological purposes, we need to refer to that as gender-affirming health care because when we get into this space, the solution to everything is pharmacological and surgical. Hormone therapy, something about eyes, lids, face, forehead, skin tightening, facial bone remodeling, genioplasty, rhytidectomy for the cheek, chin, or neck, cheek, chin, or nose implants, lip lift or augmentation, mandibular angle augmentation, creation or reduction, orbital contouring, rhinoplasty. So there's no standard as far as what somebody needs. Like, you have this, therefore you need this. You have a broken nose, it needs to be straight. You might need a bigger nose, you might need a smaller nose. You might need your jawlines more square, you might need it less square. Because it's not about medical necessity, but here it is, it's medically necessary. And again, it's for everybody, regardless of the person's sex or gender. So I don't know how this doesn't cover everybody. So if it covers everybody, then suddenly it's not insurance anymore. And if you're going to have insurance, it can't be for something that is commonplace. You don't get insurance for oil changes. You don't get insurance for painting your house. You get insurance for things that are catastrophic, not planned. And this doesn't really limit this to Coloradans. And this gifts, grants, or donations, we know, gifts, grants, and donations, we know that this is just getting more of the line item, peg it for the upcoming cost of $68 million, because somehow we think in the future years we'll all of a sudden have more money. So get these things in place now. Now, I know from reading some of these books on some of these that there is a lot of money in there, because I could assume, so 400,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000, 200,000, 200,000, 175, 200, 100,000, 300,000, 100,000, 150, 300, 200, 250. There's a lot of money. I'm starting to sound like Larry Don Jumbotron. 475, 250, 250, 200, 100, 250, 200. 750 sold. There's a lot of money in this because there's a lot of billionaires, a lot of porn-addled billionaires behind it. So when we're talking about gifts, grants, and donations, we're talking about, I don't know what we're talking about, but this does not follow this healthcare expansion for plastic surgery, does not comport with the Affordability Board. And it's just hidden here. And then we have the Hyde Amendment. And I'm not sure what that has to do with gender affirming, because that is about feticide and restrictions thereof. So I have to agree with my colleague that there is no jump here. You have this, and if it was a single bill at first, it should have been a single bill here. Yet it was 1297, PI'd, and then dropped into 1309. Updates to the Health Affordability Enterprise. So that enterprise has to get a bunch of money from taxpayers and fees created in the State Health Insurance Affordability Cash Fund. The fund consists of all interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of money, the federal share of the medical assistance payments received, gifts, grants, and donations from the private or public sources. So that so far is really the only money that I see going into this fund, which I'm thinking is presumably going to cover hundreds of thousands of dollars of surgery. So, I mean, forgive us for all being a little bit incredulous here, because we're trying to figure out how you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on an unlimited number of people with $0 except that which is donated from some invested billionaires. I'm not sure where it's going to come from. Where in Colorado? Is there a lineup? Is there a line someplace that's saying, we are just out here waiting to provide this? And if that's the case, why is it being done through this General Assembly? Why are we putting a bill that's going to be funded through gift grants and donations from private and public sources into a bill in the General Assembly? That can be funded outside, because the purpose of it is to get it into the budget so it's covered in a line item, and then it's like, oh, we didn't have enough gifts, grants, and donations, and we need hundreds of millions of dollars for this. So now we have to ask the taxpayers because it's a line item. This is another reason that we need to take apart this chicanery, this kind of stuff is why we need to hide it in there. And then this creates a resentment because
Representative DeGraff, you have 45 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A resentment in our citizens who are looking at this, because I don't know how you'd actually restrict them from having access to this, but they're looking at this. There are people that actually need some of this. Most of it is just typically plastic surgery, but there are people who, no kidding, need some of these services, and they're not covered. And that creates a level of resentment. This turducken must die.
Representative Bradley, this is your second time to speak. You have 4 minutes and 41 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just conversing with several other members. I think what we're all confused about is this part on page 5 where it says, seek, accept, and expend gifts, grants, or donations from private or public sources that the enterprise may use for any of the purposes set forth in section 1016-205, which I just pulled, and I'll read to you, to cover the cost of ensuring compliance in the individual market with the federal Hyde Amendment or a similar amendment. And the federal Hyde Amendment, to my knowledge, only covers abortion in the situation of the mother's life being in danger, rape, or incest. I don't know, and I might be wrong, that the federal Hyde Amendment has anything to do with gender-affirming care or a similar amendment. That just leaves it open to so much. And to cover the cost of ensuring that Coloradans have access to legally protected health care activities. So I pulled CRS 1016-1205, and there's so many different things that statute could give. We could be providing funding for the reinsurance program, which provides money back for all of you guys and helps keep Western Slope constituents able to pay for their health care. There was talk about getting rid of it. Thank goodness we didn't pull that out. To provide payments to carriers to increase the affordability of health insurance on the individual market for Coloradans who receive the premium tax credit. And it goes on and on, increasing grants to the Exchange Certified Assistance Network. It goes on and on and on, but nowhere in here does it talk about the federal Hyde Amendment or gender-affirming care. That's a different part of the statute. So this just seems like a hodgepodge of let's just throw some things on the wall and see what sticks. I don't, again, understand why the enterprise is being pulled in if that is supposed to save Coloradans money as far as affordability with health care. It seems, again, we're picking and choosing who wins in this building. And for those of us that do not believe in paying for this type of health care, I don't understand why we're forcing it on our constituents who can't pay for groceries and taxes and fees and basic necessities in life. But here we are again, with a hodgepodge of a bill with a couple hours left to go. So I urge a no vote on Senate concurrence because I don't even know if anyone knows what this bill does.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is concurrence with Senate amendments to House Bill 1309. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Gonzalez and Morrow are excused. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 24 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1309 as amended.
The motion before us, Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we stand at a crossroads where deeply held beliefs collide with the realities of governance, and I am grateful for the opportunity to address this with the respect it deserves. Opinions on gender transition span a wide spectrum, and I recognize the sincerity on all sides. And let me be clear, I firmly believe that adults should have the liberty, indeed the unalienable right, to make personal decisions about their own gender identity, provided they bear the financial responsibility themselves. Freedom is a cornerstone of our society, and I will always defend an individual's autonomy over their own life when it harms no one else. Yet when it comes to the public purse and the broader obligations of our society, I draw a line. Colorado House Bill 1309 mandates that insurance companies cover gender-affirming care, including procedures and treatments that are deeply personal in nature. This is not just about freedom of choice, it is about financial mandate. By requiring insurance coverage, whether private, public, or employer-sponsored, the state is compelling individuals and businesses to shoulder the costs of these decisions, regardless of their personal beliefs or fiscal priorities. In effect, we are distributing the burden of these choices across society at large at a time when resources are already stretched thin. Just look around us. Families are struggling with rising costs. Our public schools are underfunded. Our roads and bridges are in dire need of repair. And our communities face growing economic and social strain. To prioritize mandated coverage of gender-affirming procedures in this environment feels not only out of touch, but deeply misaligned with the immediate, tangible needs of our constituents. We must ask ourselves, is this truly the best use of our collective resources? Here in Colorado, the stakes are even higher. We are a state wrestling with a budget deficit that threatens our long-term stability. Our small businesses, which are our economic backbone, are buckling under the weight of overregulation and rising costs. Crime casts a shadow over too many neighborhoods. These are not abstract challenges, they are the daily realities Coloradans face. And yet, amidst these urgent needs, we are considering legislation that places the cost of gender affirmation not just on those who choose it, but on every policyholder, every employer, and every taxpayer. I ask you, is this truly the hill we choose to stand on? Is this the legacy we want to leave when so many of our fellow citizens are crying out for relief, for safety, and for hope? I am not here to vilify anyone's choices or silence any voice. I welcome a robust, honest debate about how we balance individual rights with our collective obligations, because that tension is the heartbeat of this General Assembly. But we cannot afford to lose sight of what's at stake. Let us demand a government that reflects our real needs, that honors the trust we place in it with every tax dollar and insurance premium we pay. Let us support our communities and build a future that lifts us all. Common sense must prevail so that we can reclaim Colorado.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the 75th General Assembly, it's hard running on 3 hours of sleep, isn't it? I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 1309. At first glance, this bill is presented as a protection framed around access to health care. Let's be honest, what it rarely does. 1309 doesn't just protect access, it mandates coverage of a broad and controversial set of procedures, many of which are irreversible, cosmetic, and in some cases experimental. It forces every insurance plan in the state to comply regardless of cost, consequence, or concern. This bill allows a single provider, be it physical or behavioral health, to decide what is medically necessary, and then compels insurance companies to cover it, no questions asked. That literally removes every layer of oversight that our healthcare system is built on. It pushes aside second opinions, objective review, and long-term patient safety in favor of politically driven medicine. And then it goes a step further. This bill removes testosterone prescriptions from the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program. Let me say that again. It removes a controlled substance from the very system designed to track and prevent abuse. That's not medical reform. That's a reckless invitation to harm, especially for minors in crisis or vulnerable adults caught in confusion. 1309 also invites private money into public policy. Activist dollars, out-of-state influence, and ideological grants used to subsidize services that many Coloradoans do not support and that do not reflect the values of every community. These aren't neutral donations, they're tools of influence. Worse off, this bill codifies procedures like facial reconstruction, breast and genital surgery, cosmetic alterations as essential health care, and it gives the state the authority to fund and mandate them. That's not compassionate care. That's coercion, disguised as inclusion. As a parent, as a legislator, and as someone who believes in the importance of both medical science and individual liberty, I cannot support this bill today. I am also an immigrant who came to this country because of its respect for freedom, for parental rights, and for the right to question the role of government in our private lives. This bill ignores those principles. It silences disagreement. It erodes the right of families to make deeply personal decisions free from government mandates. We must be honest about what we are doing here today. We're not preserving peace, health, or safety. We are imposing a narrow ideology on every insurer, every family, and every practitioner in this state. I urge a no vote on House Bill 1309 for the sake of medical integrity, for the protection of children, and for the rights of every Coloradoan to decide whether healthcare means what healthcare means in their own life, not what the government tells them it must be. For those reasons today, I would urge you to hit the red button on your desk.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was opposed to this bill when it left the House. It was a bad bill, it's still a bad bill, and it's probably worse with the amendments that were made. It requires coverage of medical procedures and care that all Coloradans are going to pay for, but very few will use. It requires a laundry list of procedures that are generally considered cosmetic and elective and aren't covered for most people, except under this bill for those that are undergoing transition. It doesn't make an accommodation for those who for other reasons may desire these surgeries in order to be happy with their body. So in that, it sets up unequal treatment in this law, and that's wrong. It doesn't differentiate between kids and adults, that's wrong. Like 1312, it risks cutting parents out of decisions that may have significant lifelong consequences for their children, and that is wrong. Now, the sponsors may say these procedures are going to be okay because they're not really elective. They have to be directed by a physical or behavioral health professional, but if you remember, for those that were here last year, HB 12-1039 mandates affirmation only from licensed providers. So the only thing a provider can do is provide affirmation and kind of follow in that chain, direct that this be done. If you don't see this as a set of dominoes that were set up and starting to fall, then you haven't been paying attention. The guardrails keep getting closer, the walls keep getting higher. We're being pushed down a path into a cattle chute, and that's wrong. We should have more freedom than this provides. And then comes the Senate amendments, ones that I believe are so far outside the title that they began in a different bill. A bill that died, and I believe looking at the vote, the way the votes were recorded, I believe it died at the sponsor's request only after these sections were inserted into this bill. So jamming in a new fund, a new enterprise, a mechanism invented to generate funds to support a desire for the state to double down on our sanctuary policies within this bill is entirely wrong. This isn't a single subject bill anymore. It violates Section 21 of Article 5 of our state constitution, and that is wrong. So just in summary, it's wrong in many ways. It provides for unequal treatment under the law, and that is wrong. It potentially interferes with parental control, and that is wrong. It potentially sets up our kids for a lifelong need for medical care, and that's wrong. It furthers the impact of previously passed bad law, that's wrong. It doubles down on sanctuary policies that will cripple our state financially and hurt our most vulnerable citizens, and that is wrong. And it violates the single subject provisions of our state constitution, and that is wrong. If you believe any or all of those, you have to vote no on this bill, and I would urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe this bill is completely out of touch with the people of Colorado, who are screaming for help with affordability, public safety, the healthcare crisis and education crisis that I believe we're in. Providers are begging for help as they are sinking to keep their doors open. Hospitals barely operating above the red line. I think 22 out of the rural hospitals. And we worry about federal funding. We come up here all the time. It's almost like we're trying to poke the bear. One more bill, let's see what happens. One more bill, let's see if we can strip our federal funding. When our federal funding gets stripped, $9 billion from HICBUF will be gone. And then it doesn't matter about any of this anymore. We have then poked the bear. This will be, I believe this bill will be the nail in the coffin for our federal funding. We shall see, because all eyes are on us right now. I tried to pass an amendment for removing minors. And it's just so hypocritical to sit here and say that brains don't develop until 25. Oh, they can't have ammo, they can't have guns, you can't buy a beta fish at Petco till you're 18. You can't even get spray paint at Michael's until you're 18. But by golly, we are not carving out an amendment for those minors here. And as a healthcare worker, I am disgusted by the healthcare professionals that are enduring and almost uplifting this. Because I see it. I read the facts, I read the statistics, not the ones that I want to read. I dig and I dig and I dig. And I believe parents and children in this situation deserve much compassion. I think parents who seek transition for a child are victims of current medical practices, of the basic principles of do no harm, under the scare tactics of gender distress and suicidal ideation. Therefore, if those in the medical community will not offer sound medical advice, then it's up to the government to protect its citizens, and it must exercise it in the case where many well-intentioned parents are being misled to unwittingly support treatment that does not have a single ounce of scientific sound basis that will cause harm to their children. You're being lied to, parents. There are zero systematic reviews or evidence-based practice that affirms this for children. And it's being pushed by many in the medical community that fail to provide information on the high probability that beginning any step towards transition significantly increases continuation of more invasive and irreversible interventions. Research shows that over 90% of children who start with puberty blockers will go on to start cross-sex hormones. The path of puberty blockers followed by cross-sex hormones leads to permanent sterility and locking these children into lifelong medical dependency. We have a hospital here that starts children at the age of 8. It's on their website. You can read it. These are the facts. Do you think a child, the age of 8, can consent to sterility or loss of sexual function? We don't even think that they can own a gun until they're 21. The medical community fails to provide statistical data proving that unmedicalized gender distress causes an increase in suicide risk. In fact, it is quite the opposite. Hear me, please. From 2010 to 2022, 2 patients out of 15,000 on the wait list for gender identity development services committed suicide for a rate of 0.03%, versus studies that prove time and time again that people who have undergone cross-sex surgery are over 19 times more likely to die by suicide. This is why I ran an amendment, because I made a vow to the children in my district that I would protect them no matter what, that I would follow systematic reviews and evidence-based practice to follow what the research says, not what a little study here that doesn't follow evidence-based practice, or a study here or a study of a couple kids here. I said I would search and I would do things that provide safety for children. And I added an amendment to carve children out of this. And I don't know if you guys are not talking to the people in your district, but overwhelmingly the people of Colorado do not support this for children. They do not support this. And they sure as heck don't support paying for it from their back pockets. They do not. And you're carving out the detransitioners, the ones that said, I was lied to, and I changed my body type, and I want to go back to my original sex, and we carved them out. We tried an amendment for those people as well, that have had the courage, that have faced horrific things being said by them, about them, bullied, horrible things. And they came in here, or they got on Zoom, and they testified about what they had been put through, that their parents had been lied. If you don't affirm, your child will die. They didn't pass out informed consent because informed consent says that is not true. Most kids that go through puberty will revert back to their biological sex. Those are the facts. That is the truth. The children should have been carved out in this. It is not fair to continue to lie to parents and children. And I am passionate because no child deserves this without the facts. You give them the facts and the parents make that decision, all hands off. But when you're constantly lying to children and putting profit over their safety, and the advocacy groups and the activists continue to make billions of dollars, you want to talk about oligarchs? Look at the community that's doing this. The millions and billions of dollars they make on the backs of kids. So we either stand for protecting kids or we stand for nothing. Because the medical community that I'm a part of are lying to the children and the parents. And it disgusts me. Do no harm. I don't even think they know what that means anymore. When you become an adult, make adult decisions. That's what we say in this well. We pass bills. You can't drink alcohol until 21. You can't own a gun until 21. You need a 3-day waiting period. We pass those bills because we think it protects children. But this is a green light to not protect children. I don't understand the hypocrisy. You can't even go into Petco and get a betta fish until you're 18. But an 8-year-old can decide to cut off healthy body parts and go on lifelong sterility drugs that are non-FDA approved. What are we doing? What are we saying to the children of Colorado and to their parents that deserve informed consent? After they have informed consent, that is their right to choose. But we can't keep lying and telling them their kids are going to commit suicide because that is not facts. I have a 15,000-person study, 2 children dead, which is horrible. I never want to hear that. 2 out of 15,000 that were waiting over a year to 2 years for gender-affirming care. It is statistically a lie to these children, and it is wrong to lie to these parents who have been told the only way to save their children is to go down this path, which is a lie. And if you told me, I'd probably do it because I'd want to save my kids. It is not fair to the children and the parents in this community that are scared and confused to lie to them. And they should have been carved out. And it's not fair to people like me to try to get me to pay for this nonsense. And the people in my districts and the people in my community, we will not do it. I will not pay to remove healthy body parts off of a child. We're against that in most African countries. But we applaud it here? No, absolutely not. The taxpayers should not be forced to pay for procedures they disagree with.
when they are struggling to keep the lights on. We talk about all the time, uninsured, underinsured. 1 out of 5 Coloradans don't even have health care. And we're gonna pay for elective procedures when most of us in Colorado don't even agree with this? I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. On the last day of session, I'm at a loss. We say we want to protect the kids, and then we pull one study that backs us up. There's a reason that countries are stopping this. There's a reason that children's hospitals all over the country in this United States of America are stopping this. For children, they're saying pause. Kids are being hurt with lifelong sterility and mutilation, and they can't come back. That's why they're 19 times more likely to commit suicide after they undergo the surgery. Those are the facts. That is the blood on our hands. Adults have the autonomy to make those choices. You can understand, if you go through this, you might not be able to breastfeed or have children. Make those informed
Representative
decisions.
Bradley, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do that. That's why we don't put guns in kids' hands. That's what you say. They're not mature enough to own one. They're not mature enough to make these decisions. And I will be damned if I'm going to pay for it. And I will be sure to make sure my constituents know what we're passing here. When they can't afford bread and eggs, that we're going to fund increased premiums for elective procedures. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'll tell you, before I got this job, I didn't have any health insurance. And I can speak for the majority of the people in House District 58. A lot of them, don't have health insurance. They can't afford health insurance. In fact, the people in the district where I live, the majority of them that do have health insurance actually work for the government. If they didn't have them government jobs, they wouldn't have health insurance. I do a lot of charity auctions for people that are sick, that they can't afford the surgeries, they can't afford the cancer treatments. And so in the communities, we go out there, I do these charitable auctions. Somebody goes in there that breaks tires for a living, probably makes $200 a day, and they'll buy a $500 pie so that they can help another community member get the treatments that they need to, for that surgery or the drug that they need. I had some conversations with some insurance companies where I live in different communities. And what they said was, we don't have to stay in Colorado. We don't have to stay in Colorado. If these kinds of things get too complicated and are unprofitable, then we'll just move out of the state of Colorado. So we might run the insurance companies out of the state of Colorado. But the part about this that is hard to swallow is the people where I live can't afford the health insurance now. And we're going to add up to $800 maybe per family for an additional cost a year for health insurance. They can't afford $10 more a year for health insurance. And I think that the insurance should be for something that is a need and not a want. And I'm a no vote on this.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to talk about the magic turducken. Okay, it's a magic turducken because the fiscal note is zero. We are going to add some incredibly expensive bodily harm to individuals forced on the citizens of Colorado against their will. Hormone therapy, and of course hormone therapy, it might be something like progesterone. That's not allowed to be used for something that it's actually designed, that it's made for, biologically designed, created for. Or chemical castration that is used on prisoners. And is it reversible? No, it's not reversible. That's a lie. That's a lie. And a lot of other stuff. Yeah, we talk about in here, the numbers that I've heard in here, 7 times more likely to be in some sort of mental crisis, and then 19 or 20 times more likely after the surgery when they realize it's undoable. Yet we keep it going. The children should be The children should be carved out of this, not carved up. And the General Assembly wants to carve them up. The state is required to pay the additional cost, but the cost is zero. It just says the cost is zero. The fiscal note assumes that gender-affirming care, let's just call it what it is. It's not that. This bodily harm does not require any state deferral cost based on current law. However, CMS issued a proposed rule that would prohibit coverage of gender-affirming care as an essential health benefit. If the rule is enacted, its effect on previously approved essential health benefit is not known. Children's health plan. Children are in here. Stop saying that it doesn't. We've talked about the hospitals. Start at age 8. Kids don't even know who they are at age 8, and they start carving them up, start putting them on chemical castration. This federal funding may cease. Thank God. The fiscal note assumes that HCPF will continue to provide coverage. That's weird. It assumes that HCPF will continue to fund coverage, even though these services, whether or not they receive federal funds and whether or not this bill passes, if the additional funding is required based on future changes in federal practices, it will be addressed in the budget process. That's why it's going in now. That's why it's going in with the magical gifts, grants, and donations, so it's free, so that when all of a sudden this doesn't work and it's not free, and it's not brought in under gifts, grants, and donations, and you want the mutilation of children to continue, it will be paid for out of the general fund, out of the fund of taxpayers. And then, now, if you wanted to drive out insurance companies from the state of Colorado, this would be a really good way. If your intent was to create a single-payer healthcare system where you don't have any private providers, this would be a great way to do it, because what you're doing is you're raising rates, you're creating a hostile environment between the customers, and then you're creating an unsustainable benefit with no limit. So if you want to drive the health care coverage out of the state of Colorado, this would be a fantastic way to do it, because then you wrap it in virtue. I would think that the TQ plus community would get a little bit sick of being the rainbow plantation for these, because 312 used the state to take custody of children and wrapped it up in the TQ agenda. 1309 uses it to promote ridding the state of private insurance for the fetishization of children. The value turned up so high on your White Savior album, you can't hear what's going on in the state of Colorado. The citizens don't believe in this. The science doesn't believe in this. The studies, 25,000, following 25,000 cases or more, finding that that the health outcomes are worse. And that nearly 100% of the cases, if the kid goes through that confusing time of puberty, will resolve themselves. So that's why bills like this try to get to the kids before they go through puberty, before they figure out. To circumvent that knowledge, to circumvent that awareness. If the outcome is obvious, the intent is inferred. This is not a matter of poking the bear. This is a matter of violating contract with federal law. This is a matter of breaking the terms of this federal spending, and that federal spending was entered into a pot with all the other states. And these insurance companies have contracts in the other states. They have contracts in states with other citizens. And then you add on something like this, where these insurance companies have been operating at a loss for years now, hoping that some level of sanity will return. But then you add this into that, and then what are you going to say to the citizens of Kansas, Michigan, Mississippi? You're going to say, hey, we need to raise your rates because the citizens of Colorado need to defer that risk. It's not really risk, it's a guaranteed surgery. It's guaranteed cosmetic surgery. But we call it medically necessary and life-saving, even though it increases the risk of suicidality by over nearly 20 times. Somehow, increasing suicidality by 20 times, 2,000%, is considered life-saving. Calling good evil and evil good. The bodily harm means all supply, care, services, medical, behavior, health. Not meant, but everything is based on an affirmation model. Somebody goes in with a question. If I walk in and I say, I think I'm a duck, They'll say, you're a duck. Let the conversion begin. The scientific method would say, no, we need to stop, and we need to stop and make the assumption, the idea of falsifiability. And then we say, because I could say, well, look, I can walk like a duck, I can quack like a duck, and I can swim. Therefore, a duck. But the scientific method would say, no, before you try to fly off the gold dome of this cesspool, let's actually make some other checks. Because falsifiability is the scientific method, not affirmation and bias confirmation that this bill demands. A scientist would know that. Psychiatric, habilitative, surgical, therapeutic, diagnostic, preventive, rehabilitative, supportive. At least they say dysphoria here. But you know what are also dysphoria? Bulimia, anorexia, and you can even have a whole body dysmorphia, where you feel like your entire body does not belong to you. Now, when somebody doesn't feel their arm belongs to them, we don't go cut off their arm. When somebody feels like their whole body doesn't belong to them, I don't know what the solution to that would be in this case. I guess you would just cut off their whole body. We know that the social transition that starts with the sexualization of the kids from the grooming porn in schools from 24-216 and 25063.
Representative DeGraff to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Starts into the sexualization of the children and then the social transformation with pronouns. Social transformation leads to chemical, and that leads to surgical, and that leads to, at least according to Debiopath, 30% regret, which puts it in the extremely extreme category of risk of failure. That's considered life affirming by this General Assembly. Gifts, grants, and donations as a placeholder so you can get more money in there at some point to make sure, and then force the insurance companies to pay for it. And then when the insurance companies leave, say, well, now we have to pay for it out of the general fund. Where are we going to go out of the general fund? We'll probably have to come back with another attack on Tabor, because you're going to have to be able to raise the taxes without the permission of the citizens in order to get the rest of their money. We know that's the goal. We're sorry that it's taking you so long. Potential expenditures may accrue administrative costs to establish a program to ensure Coloradans have access to legally protected health care activities as well as service costs. Yet the fiscal note is zero. Not even a hypothetical higher number. It's a lie. This bill is a lie. This is the totalitarianism that is built on
Representative
lies.
DeGraff, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prescribed in accordance with generally accepted standards of care. Generally accepted. Probably generally accepted through hack organizations like Debiopath, who are not medical organizations, who issue some sort of medical and then other places just kind of glom onto them. They're not medical. There's no standard of care. These are all experimentation, pharmacological and surgical experimentation that is being done on kids by the money that you extract from the citizens of Colorado for lifelong harm. And that's what you consider compassion. And then making a cash fund and talking about health care affordability. The citizens of Colorado.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the fact that we're calling this mandatory coverage, the fact that we're calling this something that is, I mean, the gender-affirming healthcare, saying that this is something that is legally protected healthcare is going down enough of a dangerous path for Colorado, but taking it to a different level. The things included in this, from hormone therapy, facial bone remodeling, genioplasty, lip lifts, augmentation, rhinoplasty, laser hair removal, genital surgical procedures, breast and chest augmentation, the list goes on. These are considered treatments that are medically necessary and fall under
the responsibility of every Colorado taxpayer to cover. And with this health insurance affordability cash fund, with this tying into other things that are now in statute in Colorado, we can simply fund any of this health care for undocumented immigrants. It protects and increases access to abortion and gender-affirming care as legally protected health care. Not only that, but we're already providing ourselves enough of a sanctuary state in these other bills that we've passed this session and the past few sessions, but now bringing people here to provide this as a form of legally protected health care. I think worse off than that is the fact that we're implementing this with our kids, with the amendments that were brought forward to take kids out of this. Anyone under the age of 18 years old, when we keep redefining what an adult is or can do in this legislature, we now say that a child at the age of 12, I've even heard lesser ages, can make those decisions for themselves of permanent, irreversible body modifications, not just surgical, but medical as well. Hormone treatments. And I agree with my colleague who was just speaking about the hormone treatments. Some of those are under the same name as brand and everything, the same medicine that's used to treat and reverse cancer, prostate cancer, things like that, where they are hormone blockers. And I can definitely speak to that because my dad is one of those. He has prostate cancer. He's gone through chemo and now he's currently with his hormone blockers to try to reverse cancer. Why? Because that's the one thing that induces it is the hormones. So blocking those hormones does that. But it also caused him irreversible changes to his body that in this case are better than the cancer, or the alternative to that is death. So there's the whole level of that in a medical need to prevent or reverse cancer. But when we're talking about something that simply comes down to things that could probably simply involve the family, they could simply involve the parents, and well, I guess we need to get some counseling. We need to go talk to somebody. Since my child is upset with the body that they're in, they're upset with the way that they feel about themselves. Puberty sucks. So we should probably go talk to somebody, help them get through this, rather than helping that child without their parents' consent to jump to a conclusion that a child is not qualified to make on their own, or with the enabling or inducing from another adult that's not involved in that family and doesn't include what that family is there to do. The nuclear family should be the ones making those decisions for their kids, not a school or a teacher, somebody else in the kid's life that is, like we mentioned last night in the bill, keeping secrets from their parents. Not only is this going to be driving up the insurance costs for everyone, but for a reason that, as was mentioned before, I don't think this is something that's district specific. I think this is something that is just an overwhelming opposition for people that don't want to be funding this. It's not the procedure. It's not that alone. As an adult, somebody can go do what they want. I've seen pictures of the mutilation that happens in these surgeries on adults. I couldn't even imagine looking at that on my own child. The scars, just the battlefield that somebody's body is turned into from these surgical procedures that are absolutely drastic and just, it's horrifying. I couldn't even imagine seeing that on my own child. But the hormone side isn't much better. Seeing that the irreversible things that happen to a child in their development, or even pre-development, pre-puberty or post-puberty, blocking those hormones that they need for their development, for the body that they were born in. Taxpayers should not be forced to pay for procedures that they don't agree with. I think we have gone a giant leap too far this year. And this bill and other bills that all kind of seem to tie into each other with all of this are definitely a telltale sign of what we're doing in this legislature. And I don't think we're going in a direction that we can get back out of. I think this is taking our state into a medical place that we can't get back out of. This is one of those cases where the dragon gets out of the box, you can't put it back in. It's not something as simple as tonsillitis. Used to be a situation if you had swollen tonsils, you get your tonsils removed. And then they stopped doing that because they realized it caused more harm than good. This isn't something as simple as that. The things that this does to your body overall are far more traumatic, far more barbaric. But this is a perfect example of everything else that we've been talking about on CNADA of all days. Our last day of session, this is where it all comes to this conclusion. And this should really, I mean, with all the national news that we're making, not in good ways. Not at all in good ways for these last few years, but especially this year. We should really take a hard look and kind of take a break, take a stop, take a pause, reevaluate, come back next year, and do good things for Colorado. This is definitely not one of them, and I encourage a no vote.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a lot of times I tell students, do the right thing even when no one's looking. The entire state, well, okay, maybe not the entire state, but a lot of people are watching us and what we do today, what's coming out of here. Parental rights are becoming the canary in the coal mine. I think one of the things that bothers me most about this bill is that there are no age limits here, and we've talked over and over again about how the brain isn't fully developed until young adults are 25 to 30, depending on whether you have a XX or XY brain. I have a parent in my district who really brought a lot of these issues to light in the last year. And she's awakened the mama bears, the elephants out there around what schools are doing and what adults who have access to kids are doing to mold kids' minds and thoughts and maybe actions. And so that's, I guess, one of my biggest concerns is in that arena of parental rights and children, and the fact that this bill doesn't have any age limits on it. It doesn't say 13, it doesn't say 15, it doesn't say 18, it's wide open. Insurance rates in our state and across the country, but really in our state, continues to go up. Insurance rates continue to go up because of policies enacted by this body. And many in the public are going to read the news tomorrow and see that this was passed. And they're going to look at it and say, okay, so what does that mean? And they're going to see that it pays for not only hormone therapy, but eye and lid surgery, face, forehead, or neck skin tightening, facial bone remodeling, genioplasty, rhytidectomy for the cheek, chin, or neck, cheek, chin, or nose implants, lip lift or augmentation, mandibular angle augmentation, creation or reduction, orbital recontouring, rhinoplasty, laser or electrolysis hair removal, breast or chest augmentation, reduction or construction, genital and non-genital surgical procedures. And I think a lot of people in the public are going to say, wait, the state insurance plan is paying for those cosmetic surgeries for a few people? That's going to be their perception. They're going to see those as optional surgeries for a very small group of people that they are also paying taxes into the public coffers to pay for insurance for a few people for what they see as cosmetic procedures. And when we just had a discussion regarding our safety net hospitals and trying to figure out how are we going to take money from Peter to pay Paul in order to keep our safety net hospitals going, the people who are watching the news and are reading about the bills that we passed today, they're going to say, okay, so you saved the safety net hospitals by borrowing against the property trust fund, but you're also using taxpayer dollars to subsidize state-subsidized health coverage for cosmetic procedures. That's going to be a really bad look, I think, to a lot of the public when they see what we are doing in this body, when they read the news tonight and tomorrow. I don't believe this is something most Coloradans would agree with. I know this is not something most Coloradan parents would agree with, in the sense of them not being able to have a say if their child chooses to have some of these surgeries without parental consent. And for that reason, I believe that this is just not good policy for Colorado. It's not fiscally responsible. It's definitely a pocketbook issue for a lot of Coloradans when they look at, can I afford to buy my eggs this week, but we're still paying for cosmetic surgeries for others. So I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm just going to reiterate a lot of things that we've already heard here, but it can't be said enough. So as pretty much every single person in this chamber, when we walk around, we knock on doors and we talk to our constituents, the things that we hear over and over again, and they vary a little bit depending on what district you live in, I'm sure, but I'm willing to bet that the one thing that we all have in common that we hear time and time again is the cost of medical insurance. I've heard it so many times. It may be the number one thing that I heard is the rising cost of medical insurance. And I know we pass a lot of bills in here to try to address those costs, but apparently we're not doing a good job because they're still continuing to go up. Somehow, with all the bills we pass trying to address it, it still goes up. And then I see bills like this, and I go, this isn't attempting to lower the cost at all. This is actually doing the exact opposite. Because by adding what we're adding, which I'm going to get to in a second, we are directly driving up the cost of all medical insurance for everyone, even though this is a very small percentage of the population that may actually use this. It will drive up the cost for everyone. And aside from the cost, what I take issue with that I see time and time again in this bill. So in the bill summary on page 1, it says under current law, and then it goes on to talk about the gender affirming health care that our state already mandates that we cover, and it talks about behavioral health, mental health, psychiatric. Okay, I can understand that. I can understand why it covers that right now. But what we're doing with this bill, with House Bill 1309, is we're now, according to the bill, and this is how it lays it out, the bill codifies gender-affirming healthcare treatments in statute and prohibits a health benefit plan from denying or limiting medically necessary gender-affirming health care. Treatments and medically necessary gender-affirming health care. So, as everyone has done so far, when you go down and you look at what it's covering and you go, okay, what is medically necessary gender-affirming care? And then you see things like face, forehead, or neck skin tightening, facial bone remodeling, cheek, chin, or nose implants. Members, I don't know how getting a chin implant is medically necessary. Rhinoplasty, breast or chest augmentation, reduction, or construction, genital and non-genital surgical procedures. Again, this is medically necessary treatment. Now, when I have insurance and my family has insurance, what I think of as medical necessary is if I had cancer and I had to get chemo or something like that to save my life. And I understand that people in this room will differ and they will say that these treatments are to save people's life. We're never going to agree on that because I just fundamentally, I disagree. And I think what our insurance plans already cover, which is behavioral health, mental health, psychiatric, I think I can understand why you would say that's medically necessary. I just can't come to why rhinoplasty is medically necessary for gender affirming care. But we're all gonna pay for it. We're all about to pay for it. And the thing that just, I have driven home time and time again, and when I talk to people about this, they almost think I'm making it up, is that on page 3, it is all health benefit plans. Now, we did run an amendment, as my colleague from Douglas County brought up earlier, we ran an amendment that said, for these procedures that we're outlining here, you must exclude minors. And that amendment failed. Now, I've sat on Judiciary Committee and I've sat through some pretty, let's just say I've sat through some bills that had to do with this topic. And I've been told time and time again that these things aren't happening with minors. If it's my understanding correctly, hormone therapy starts at 12 and over, but the actual surgical procedures don't start until 16. Either way, it's still minors. But I hear both sides. I hear we're not doing breast augmentation or reduction on minors. We're not doing genital surgical procedures on minors for gender affirming care. But then when we say, okay, we'll make that clear in the bill, it gets defeated and it gets shot down. But why? So I still, as we're going to go vote on this bill, I still don't know what the truth is. I don't know if it's happening or not, because I'm being told it's not, but then I'm also being told our insurance plans must cover it. So which is it? There's a huge emphasis on medical necessity in relation to the healthcare experts. Now, sitting on Judiciary Committee, I've heard these medical experts come in and testify, and I've heard some pretty egregious things. I have heard that you can give a 12-year-old puberty blockers, and it pauses their puberty. Their biological evolutionary process, it just pauses it, as if you can pause your puberty for 5 years, and then you stop taking puberty blockers and it just turns back on, and now what you should have been going through at 12, you're now going through at 18. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, but that's BS. That is not true. We all know that's not true. You can't pause your biology when you're going through puberty. But these are the experts. These are the same experts in this bill that are going to be making these decisions on whether rhinoplasty is a medical necessity for an adult or for a minor. Those are your experts. Here's what I'll wrap up with. I believe Colorado is on the wrong side of history of this. I can't say the name of the study. It's a survey done by the so-called paper of record. And it was just done earlier this year in January of 2025, right when we started this session. And it says that 54% of Democrats surveyed, 54% of the Democrat Party disagrees with gender-affirming care for minors. A majority of your own party, by one of the most respected national organizations, says that a majority of your own party disagrees with this, what we're trying to do right here in this bill. Twenty-seven states have moved towards banning gender-affirming care for minors or have severely limited gender-affirming care recently. 27 states, and we are going the complete opposite direction, like we are in a lot of issues. And the last thing I'll leave with you, members, is that, like I like to say on a lot of bills here, especially the contentious ones, if this bill was put on a ballot measure and the people of Colorado got to vote on it, it would fail. It would go down in flames because a majority of your own party disagrees with it. Think about that when you're pushing that button.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on a roll this week, so let's keep the ball rolling. I'm not up here to sugarcoat anything. I'm actually just going to go through the bill. I've already spoke on this bill before when it came through seconds. I was extremely against it then, and I'm extremely against it now. I agree with my colleagues that I'm worried about how it will be carried out on children. I also agree with my colleagues that this was not nose jobs and rhinoplasty or eye jobs and skin tightening was not at the top of the list when I was out door knocking talking to my constituents. Not at all. We know it was there, affordability. What does this bill do? It makes health insurance much less affordable. I'm going to simplify this bill the way I kind of see it at this point. I've looked it over and looked it over. Not at all happy with it. This is not a health care bill at all. Eye and lid blarioplasty, I can't even say the word, face, forehead, and neck tightening, facial bone remodeling, cheek, chin, and nose implants, lip lift or augmentation, rhinoplasty, laser hair electrolysis hair removal. Not one of those is health care, but all of them is what you call cosmetic care. They're optional cosmetic care that anybody would want to have covered if they didn't have to pay for it. Right now, if you want any of that done, any one of us would have to go to a plastic surgeon and we would get these items done and we would pay for it out of our own pocket. Why? Because it's not life-threatening. It's not covered under insurance because it's not health care. It's beauty care. It's cosmetic care. It has absolutely nothing to do with health care. Why wouldn't they want someone else to pay for it? I mean, shoot. If you could get someone else to pay to give you a little nose job or a nip tuck here or there, why not? It's wrong. Your cosmetic care is not someone else's problem, but you want it to be. So please, let's stop calling this for what it's not. And that's health care. It sounds like a great idea until you're the one paying for it, which will be the taxpayers, which will be the people who actually are paying their health care insurance policies now, and that goes up 10, 20, 30% to cover such cosmetic cares. This will make insurance higher for those who actually need that health care insurance to pay for diabetes and cancer, childhood diseases, and real life-threatening illnesses. So please stop calling this health care. It's plastic surgery, it's cosmetic care. And it wants, and those who want this done, they don't want to pay for it because it's expensive. They want other people to pay for it, and this bill is what's going to have that happen. So you're going to be paying for the people of Colorado will be paying for other people's nose jobs, chin tucks and eye tucks and all the other things. It has absolutely nothing to do with health care. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether someone's going to live or die. It's a nose job. If you want a nose job, go get it. I don't care. But I do care when I have to pay for it. I do care when my constituents have to pay for it. And the people of Colorado deserve better than that. This is the type of stuff that we're here to stop. I'm asking you to help us stop it. We couldn't stop it the first time. I'm guessing we're not going to be able to stop it again. But I'm hoping and I'm praying every day that we can stop this type of legislation and get to things that really actually matter. That actually matter to the people in Colorado. Vote no.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm really opposed to this bill, and I think I feel like it's real important that I come down and let you know some things that this bill does not do. I think so often when the people in my party come down here to talk about bills that we feel that should be just PI'd and put away, thrown away, that they're not good for the people of Colorado. I look across the audience here, and being this is the last day, I just wanted to inform some of you that that part in the middle of your head is getting wider. And some of it is getting pretty white right around it, and I've noticed that. So just to let you know that you might want to look into the mirror when you get home. Or not. Or not.
I appreciate this very much, Rep. Bradfield. Thank you.
I know.
I won't offer commentary, but
And I'm surprised you didn't say to the bill.
I mean, I think you'll get there, but this is valuable.
Okay, now the serious part. Really, truly, folks, this bill has 4 big problems. And first one is that you know that the Republican people are very much in favor of free market and free market principles. And that includes our insurance industry. The reason that we can have so many different insurance companies is that each one of them fills a niche wherever they go. They don't all have to be the same. And in fact, the best shoppers go looking for insurance that fit their needs, not the one that necessarily is the cheapest, that fits their needs. So this bill will be a real squasher on free market insurance care. Second, this bill uses some very broad definitions, which then make it difficult to protect. And we're talking a lot about kids, to protect kids. This is exploiting, and it doesn't protect kids. And I think we need to be just really, really careful that what we do in here is protecting the people of our state, not exploiting them, not putting them in harm's care. This bill will specifically exempt certain medications like testosterone from requirements from the pharmaceuticals. Anything that is excluded that we do is wrong, and that is not something that the people in the legislature of the state should ever do anywhere. And the fourth thing is, likely the premiums are going to increase for everybody. And I sure am one person, as in I think the vast majority of the people on my side are not likely to want to pay an increased premium. And I don't see any of you coming up to say, oh, I'll pay $25 more a month for somebody else to get care from my policy. So I feel that this bill is wrong for the people of Colorado, and I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And colleagues, I had not planned to come and talk on this today, but there have been a few things that hit me at the gut and didn't feel right, and I wanted to address. I will start with our good colleague who just spoke on the idea of a free market. I believe in capitalism. And I want to begin with saying that because while it's a good intent, we should not be affecting other people's wallets or their abilities to pay rent. And I say this because I read this bill. I've heard the comments on both sides. And I mentioned it on seconds, I mentioned it on thirds, and honestly, I cannot get over it. Why are we paying for this and determining that it is a medical necessity, but we have treatments like cancer, chemo, those who need amputations, and those are not considered a medical necessity? They can then, go around with insurance, they can go around and talk to their doctors and see, is it medically necessary or isn't it elective? I say that because this hits very close to home, and I've alluded to it many times, these 120 days, but I'll be blunt and honest. I had an aggressive tumor. My insurance didn't want to help cover that. I had an aggressive tumor, and I fought my insurance. I fought my doctors because they did not want to cover it. They kept saying, have more surgeries. You're young. It'll go away. And then it went to come to insurance, and they said, you know what? You can do an amputation. We won't cover chemo. We're going to just cut your leg off because that's cheaper for us. And I read what's here uncovered, and it hurts because they finally did say, all right, you can go on this trial. We're going to use you as a guinea pig. Your insurance won't cover this chemo, but we'll let you try this for the name of science. And if it fails, you can have you can have an above-knee amputation instead of a knee replacement. I could not get a knee replacement right away because they said that was not medically necessary. So I read through this bill, and I'm sorry, I am filled right now with a lot of grievance, pain, anger, because I had to go through many months, a year and a half, delayed chemo, because 3 months was not enough for them. 6 months was not enough. 9 months, my kidney and my liver started to fail. And they said, no, try it longer before we say you can have a knee replacement. Year and a half, I went cold turkey because I could not last on that chemo. And they said, all right, we're scheduling you for above and knee amputation. And it was 3 weeks before I was gonna have my leg cut off that they finally came back and said, all right, we're gonna let you have your elective surgery, a total frickin' knee appointment, because they deemed that was more important. So I'm reading through this, and we're going through and saying what these things mean and don't mean, and comparing some of these operations to what those with tumors and cancer goes through really hurts me inside. Because we are looking at this, and I'm not saying we don't treat behavioral and physical the same, because they should be the same. But I'm gonna go through this bill on what we're saying could be here, with government saying this is a medical necessity, while we still have people with insurance or not, and their doctors say, no, that's an elected. And how can we do that definition? And that's what really drives me nuts. Where you look at hormone therapy, because I went through it with fertility treatment, and they said, no, we're not covering it. You're gonna go through chemo, and we're not gonna cover this. But this bill says we can cover it for a select group. We're picking winners and losers in this building. When is that gonna stop? You then go look at, we are going to look at doing different implants, different procedures. You don't feel right in your body, we can cut certain things off or add them. But you're about to lose a limb, that's fine, because we don't want to help you have that knee replacement. We don't want to have that hip replacement. Year and a half, I met a lot of good people, a lot of them going through the same situations. Women who were being denied to have breast reconstruction after they just lost it because of breast cancer. Women being denied any hormone treatments because they lost the right to have kids through all these treatments. Men being denied because they're not functioning the way they should. But we're gonna pick winners and losers in this state, and the cost is gonna be to everybody, because insurance doesn't have to stay here. We get to rural Colorado, in my district, we have 2 providers because we're chasing them out of the state, and now my folks in rural Colorado have to drive many miles, many hours, hundreds of miles to get any kind of care. I want us to please stop and think about this. We talked about with our good JBC members saying, this bill, thanks to the amendment in the Senate, does not bridge. There are a lot of gaps. And I want it on the record when we come back next session and say, oh wait, we have to run another bill to fix this because there were gaps in this policy. I want it on record that we had time to think about it. There is a reason this is the last bill this session, a session that we've went over healthcare policies. Healthcare committee had the most bills that we've seen all year. And we've been talking about affordability, picking winners and losers. And to add out to this egregious, I will mention the safety clause because people struggling with life-threatening illness, and I'm not saying that, mental health is not, but life-threatening where they might have months to live. We're gonna bypass their votes, make their premiums go up, chase insurance out of the state while we pick winners and losers on what is a medical necessity and what is an elective procedure. That bill is separating this even more. And I can't stand for that, saying you can have a surgery to feel right in your body, but I had to fight to get that knee replacement just to make my leg feel better. You can have hormone treatment, but many going on chemo cannot have that right to be a parent. And then we look at parents and say, we're gonna go bypass your parental rights and do these operations on children. Operations that, mind you, even for chemo, they have to go and jump through more hoops than I had to get approved for life-saving procedures. This bill strikes all of that and says, you don't even have to go to consultation, 2 consultations. We deem that you need it, there you go, fast pass. Colleagues, please, I urge you to rethink this. I know there are emotions at stake, there are numbers at stake, but when we come back to this body next year, like we did 120 days ago, and I was, as a freshman, said, why are we fixing bills? Why did we have to ram them through the last session? We're gonna do that here. And I really don't wanna have to say I told you that we're looking at this again and rushing something through because we couldn't pause, pump the brake, and say, let's look at this so we get something that we need in the future that does not pick winners and losers, drive up expenses, chase insurance out, and have government say, we deem that your life is more important than another. Vote no.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wanted to come down and speak about this. Members, over the course of my 7 years here in the House of Representatives, we've seen bills like this. We call them turducken bills, where you basically take another bill and you stuff it inside it. It goes against the single subject rule and certainly the essence of how we legislate. The fact that one bill died in committee and you had legislators believe that that was the end of that bill, to have actually worked a couple days before that in another chamber and have plugged it in this bill just violates the custom and practice that we operate under. The other element that I disagree with fully with this bill is the mandate of coverage, but only for a few. So if you think about what Colorado insurance actually covers, if you're an ERISA plan, you're not covered by this. And so for the sliver of insurance that we actually have control over in this state, that's where we're mandating coverage. So it's actually not equal and fair across the board. Instead, what we're saying is, aside from the 10 ACA covered areas, and then what we've expanded that to in Colorado, we take out Medicaid, Medicare, the ERISA plans, and that small sliver that's left, that's what we're mandating this coverage for. And that's what I have a real problem with. It's one thing if we're mandating it across the board and you can spread your risk as an insurance company and those costs. But there's a lot of covered individuals and a lot in the insurance space that are actually not affected by this bill. And what that means is that there's a few Coloradans who are actually having to pay a disproportionate share to cover these healthcare needs for these Coloradans. And that's just not fair. It's not fair to tell a small group of people, you have to pay for certain healthcare requests of someone else. And I'm going to call it a request. I don't actually see it as a need, but a request of someone else. And we should be looking at what's fair across the board. What is truly medically necessary? You know, it's funny, I was doing some research because I was thinking about this bill earlier. And for those of you who wear glasses, you know, like myself, I do. I actually can't see very far without glasses. Insurance is not insurance is not required to cover vision or dental, well, unless you're a minor. And yet, that is such a necessary component of our everyday lives. The fact that by a certain point in age, 75% of everyone in this state will have some form of vision help that they will need, or vision accommodations that they will need, such as a surgery, contacts, or glasses. And yet, we don't say we're going to mandate that coverage of insurance. So if someone can't afford a pair of glasses, they would be unable to see, unable to read, unable to drive, unable to really fulfill their full potential in our society. And that's where I have trouble telling certain individuals that they may have very serious health needs. They may have cancer that's not covered. Dental. We know that if you aren't getting regularly scheduled dental visits and teeth cleaning at least twice a year, there's a direct correlation to heart disease. And something as simple as teeth cleaning twice a year and dental health should be covered, you would think, because that would extend life by most of us an average of 5 years longer, according to the American Dental Association. And yet, that's not something we work on. We say you pay out of pocket, or you have a special insurance that covers those dental needs. But yet to know that dental and heart health are directly related means that to kick dental aside is actually saying we're also going to kick the coverage of your heart health, your cardiovascular health aside. And I have trouble going back home to my constituents in Delta and Mesa County and saying to them, I understand you have serious health needs, and they're not covered by insurance. And these are things that allow you to operate daily or allow you to be with your families for another year or two longer. And that's not covered. And those are very hard conversations. I don't know how many of you have received emails or phone calls from constituents who are having trouble with insurance companies and things that are covered or not covered. I certainly have had dozens over the years that have come through my office. And I could refer them all off, but instead I try to personally help each and every one of those constituents by calling the liaisons with the different insurance companies and really trying to find a workable solution. But at the end of the day, we're not that successful because it's either not in the contract, it's either not a mandated coverage under state statute or a mandated coverage under federal statute. And the reality is, those individuals can either cash pay for a particular treatment or they're not covered. And yet we're talking life-saving or life-improving. Imagine going through life not being able to see or to only see a blurred world. What kind of a world is that? We should be looking at first taking care of the medically necessary coverage first. I urge this chamber to vote no. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to keep my comments short. It's been a long day, and we've been debating for quite some time. I'm not going to belabor the points made by my colleagues, but first and foremost, I'll ask is you just leave the kids alone, hard stop. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Secondly, when it comes to surgeries, my daughter was in a really bad car accident. What makes this hard for me is my kids have been in and out of the healthcare system since the time they were born, both of them 15 months old. And I've struggled, no different than any other middle-class person in this state, with medical debt. But my daughter was recently in a car accident, and they're trying to get her arm to work again, and they don't think it's going to happen. Like this last summer, the doctor said, we want to knock you out, and we want to manipulate your arm to see if you can get more range of motion. And we were told no. You have to pay out of pocket if you want this done. And they're looking at a 17-year-old girl saying that you may not have full function of your arm, but then on the other end, the insurance company is denying the procedure. And then when I see all these other procedures listed in the bill, it just makes it hard because no different than my colleague from Mesa County said, I don't even know my daughter will ask me about this. Who knows? Probably not. But when you have to look at people and say, this that you're going through, you wanted to get a procedure done, and the health insurance company tells you no, and then there's people that can get elective procedures done, and they get a yes, it just don't equal out to me. So you are picking and winning and winners and losers. When it comes down to the dollars, because that's what this is all about at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, when it comes down to the dollars, you are picking a winner and a loser. And when I have to look at my daughter and tell her that you may never function the same way again, and there's procedures that you could have had done, but the insurance company who wouldn't pre-authorize them and looked at you and told you that you had to pay for it out of your own pocket, which most middle-class families can't do that, that's picking winners and losers. I mean, freedom's freedom. I mean, let adults adult. But my kid is no less important than anybody else's kid. None. And I don't know why I should have to look at her and tell her no when some of the things in this bill, they just don't hit as hard for some as the others. I said it last night in the debate. A few years ago in Virginia, the same thing happened. Same type of situation in Virginia. Legislation being levied down, parents being told, you're gonna do. And then Glenn Youngkin wins. And in the exit polling, and I'll repeat it, didn't matter if you were Republican, Independent, or Democrat, people stood with kids. I'll always stand with kids. And always stand for parental rights. But I don't want to have to be the guy that goes home and tells my daughter that that surgery on her arm, which may have made her life better, because she asks questions like, Dad, am I going to be able to do the things it takes to raise a baby only having one arm that functions? I mean, those are real world problems too. And I just hate that when we run into issues like that, as a dad, I have to go home and tell her that her problems just aren't as severe as somebody else's. So I would ask everybody listening, you make up your own mind on how you feel about this legislation. I'm not going to change any hearts or minds in here. We're at the last day, And however you press the button, you're going to press the button. And I'm really not trying to persuade anybody in here. Everybody's tired, their minds are made up. But my kid is no less important. Her future is no less important. And with the rising cost of health care and with premiums skyrocketing.
Excuse me, AML Winter. Members, we are on voting. I'd ask you all to take your conversations off the floor. Please remain in your seats. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
Madam Speaker. I have nothing else to say. Please vote no.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On day one, when we done our opening speeches as to what our priorities were during this session, and now we got from the first day to now the last day, and the priorities for my caucus have remained the same. Affordability is a priority because that is what we heard at the doors. Public safety, parental rights, and protecting the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. That was our agenda. And recently I was asked by media, what the last weaning days of session were going to look like, and I reiterated our caucus position as to what were the things we were going to be fighting. And what you would see us hard fight on the floor are the things that affected affordability, public safety, parental rights, and the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And we've done that. And I actually think we've done a really good job. I'm incredibly proud of my caucus for the work that they've done this session. And I'm proud of the conversations we were able to have across the aisle to better understand where you all are coming from. Because I said this also on day one, I do think that there's a middle. I do think in the end, we all want to help people. We all want to help Coloradans. We just don't necessarily agree with the path to get there. And so, this bill, for me, is about affordability. It's about that for my caucus. You heard from pretty much every member of my caucus about the rising costs of health care, how people can't afford to live in Colorado, how they are being nickeled and dimed, that fees continue to increase. They cannot afford to live here. And so what I want to focus on a little bit is the fiscal note for 1309, because what concerns me is that we had a $1.2 billion budget shortfall. We all had to make cuts, and whether we agree with the prioritization or not, I mean, I know this side of the aisle maybe doesn't agree as much as this side of the aisle on what the priorities are for this state. We had those conversations, and we had to make hard and tough decisions. What worries me about this bill and a couple of other bills that we have had this session is we don't actually know what it's going to cost. We have no idea what it's going to cost. The fiscal note says 0, 0, 0, 0. And we all know there's a cost to health care. And so the solution is gifts, grants, and donations to fund the enterprise in order to cover these unknown costs that we may or may not be able to cover if we may or may not be able to raise the money. I had a bill, and the good representative from Arapahoe County and I worked on it. We knew exactly how much money we needed, and we knew it was going to be funded with gifts, grants, and donations, and we got working pretty hard, pretty quickly to be able to raise that money because we believe in our bill. So what worries me about this bill is we actually don't know. We don't have a goal as to how much we need to raise with gifts, grants, and donations in order to meet these expenses. We have no idea what it's going to cost the enterprise. And I think that should be concerning to all of us, regardless of the policy. There are plenty of good policies that come forward, and plenty of policies we may or may not agree on, but we at least need to know what the cost is. As stewards of taxpayer money, as being fiscally responsible in this state, we need to know what the cost is. And today, we have no idea. If I asked every single one of you, how much will this bill cost, you won't be able to answer it. The fiscal analyst couldn't answer it. Nobody could answer it in this state. And that's why there's zeros across the board. And that should be concerning to every single one of us, especially as we see looming cuts from the federal government, whether we like it or not, accept it or not, looming cuts from the federal government are coming, and we don't know what the state of our budget's going to be. We're talking about a special session to talk about budget, and we're passing bills that we have no idea of the cost, and that is very troubling to me. It says that the bill may increase state revenue to the health insurance affordability cash fund from gifts, grants, or donations. However, no sources have been identified at this time. We don't know what it's going to cost. We don't know where the money's coming from. We don't know how much we have to raise, but we want to provide this service. And again, I think we need to take a step back and really focus on what we're trying to accomplish here. And then it also says that gifts, grants, and donations are exempt from the Tabor revenue limits. I think that it is really important that we understand what's in this bill. I'm always incredibly concerned when the good representative from Mesa County comes to me with a fiscal note in hand and says, Rose, have you seen the fiscal note? And so then I look at the fiscal note, and he talks about the bill and the fiscal note and his questions, and he's obviously analyzed it way more than I have at that point. But it concerns me when he is the first person to come up here to say, we've got problems. We've got financial and fiscal problems with this bill that have nothing to do with the policy. It has to do with we don't know how much it's going to cost, that we are supposed to be good fiscal stewards of the taxpayer money, and that we have no plan for even establishing what that's going to cost. So we are making promises in this bill to people that we have no idea whether or not we're able to fund. And personally, I can't agree with that. Regardless of policy, I don't think that the people of Colorado, if you went out there today and knocked on doors and said, hey, I passed bills, but I have no idea what it's going to cost you, I don't think they would be okay with that. And that's why I'm not okay with this bill. Let's go back to focusing on affordability, on trying to find real solutions to reduce rising healthcare costs so that we can provide true healthcare solutions for our constituents. And to me, this bill does not accomplish any of those goals, and I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been writing down a whole bunch of different things that were said before we got up here. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was about 2 hours or something. And think about, somebody was saying some things that were derogatory and misleading, and I'm really trying hard not to use words that I want to use. But you're talking about me when you're talking about gender-affirming care. This should be life-saving and life-improving care, I heard. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. That's what it is. That's why we do it. Talk to parents of trans kids. Talk to trans people. And if I hear one more time what people are saying gender-affirming care is for kids, my ears are going to bleed. Because I've gone up here and I've talked about it. I've printed out stuff. I've put it on the desk in prior sessions. I've given all the information out. I've encouraged you to go talk to doctors that do it. But all I hear are the same things over and over again that just repeat the tropes. They repeat the same thing. And I mean, that's why it's effective. That's why people believe what's being said, is because it keeps being repeated over and over again. And we don't have everybody on our side coming up here to repeat the truth over and over again, because that would take twice as long. But I've heard over and over and over again, because the minority gets their say, all of these things that are just untruths and tropes. And I don't even want to repeat the terminology that's used for gender-affirming care. And it's not the things that they're talking about for youth. I mean, it was mentioned about an 8-year-old getting gender-affirming care. You know what that is? Using a name or maybe dressing differently. That's what it is. That doesn't involve any kind of, you don't need puberty blockers. You don't need anything when you're 8. That's what it is. But when you apply procedures that an adult may get to a child, yeah, it sounds awful, but that's not the truth. That is not what happens. That is not reality. But yet, we hear it again and again and again. Leave kids alone. That's what trans kids' parents are saying. Leave our kids alone and let us do what we need to do. For our kids, where are the rights of the parents of trans kids? Who's forcing anything on your kids? No one's forcing anything. This is coverage for health insurance. I mean, what is going on here? What is being said? I mean, I cannot comprehend the things that are being said because they're meaningless and they mean nothing because I'm really frustrated. I mean, I'm really, really frustrated. This bill gives medical professionals the ability to provide care for their patients. And it doesn't cost anything because it's already covered. And we did the actuarial study. And I think it was like 4 cents per person that it would cost per year. 4 cents? Minuscule amount for life-saving and life-improving care. I mean, I think that's a pretty good deal. My life is better because of the care I get. I just can't understand this. There's so many. I have so many things written down. I can't even read it anymore because it's all packed in here. But I will say this: a lot of the comments that were made, I don't know. It really sounds like you're calling for single-payer universal health care. We need to make sure we have coverage for dental. We need to make sure. Yeah, I agree. And that could be covered under universal health care. Yeah, let everybody get coverage for everything they need. Sounds great. Why not? It's not fair to tell a small group of people they have to pay for insurance for people. It's not fair to a small group of people to say they can't have insurance for the health care that they need. I mean, I don't know, maybe you disagree. I mean, is it okay to say that you get to pick winners and losers? Because you're trying to say that vote no on this and take away health care coverage for the people who are already losing because they're getting their rights taken away. They're getting their health care taken away in some states. And people are trying to come here to Colorado because we give them the opportunity to have that care. We're being generous. We're being empathetic. We're saying, hey, y'all in other states are getting beat up over there, and you're getting your health care taken away from you, and we want to make sure that you have a place to get that. I think that is compassionate. I like being compassionate to people. I don't like to take away rights from people. Especially when it comes to health care, that is not something that we should be doing. It's not something that the government should be making decisions about when it comes to what health care people can and can't get. I mean, the insurance companies do a bad job with that already. They tell you can't get stuff, and that's something we should take up with the insurance companies. And if they're saying you can't get something, then maybe we should work on that. But I don't want to list all the organizations to say gender affirming care is health care that's essential for people to live their best lives. But well, you shouldn't have that, according to a lot of folks. I think we should. I think people should have the care that they need. Costs zero money. It costs nothing because it's already a benefit. And I had an email sent to me by someone that said, "Oh, this is outrageous. I can't believe that you're doing this, and this isn't right." Why? Because we have a bill now that puts it in statute? Because we've been doing this for several years, and all that time, it didn't matter to you. But now, all of a sudden, we have a bill, now it does. If it really mattered to you that much, you'd be yelling and screaming about it a long time ago. But it's been a benefit for a long time, and it helps people. It helps a lot of people, And I'm going to say it again. I encourage you to talk to a doctor that provides gender-affirming care, and don't dox them. And talk to a parent who has a trans kid, and don't dox them either. But have conversations with real people. Have a conversation with me. I'm in here all the time. You could have had a conversation with me about this anytime. I could tell you a lot of different things about it because I live this. But, you know, what? I don't say the truth. I don't live my truth. What you're saying is the truth because you heard it repeated someplace and because people making money off of throwing trans people under the bus are saying it. Those are the people making money. The people who go on YouTube saying all the things that are generating all these ad revenue.
Representative Titone, you have 1 minute remaining.
Those are the people making money. The people throwing trans people under the bus and using them as a political tool. Those are the people making money at the expense of people just trying to live their lives. I'm just so tired of having to come back here every time to say the same thing. And lucky for you, I only have 1 more year to do it. But I'm asking for a yes vote on this concurrence and the bill so we can make sure that everybody who lives in Colorado and who wants to move to Colorado to get away from a hostile place has the ability to treat themselves or their kids in the appropriate gender-affirming care way that is age-appropriate. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my good colleague from Jefferson County for her bravery. She inspires me in this chamber every day, and I am so honored to be able to join her on this bill. I have made coverage and access to health care my life's work. And this bill is about those things. It's about making sure that people, regardless of who they are, have access to the care that they need. Because I believe fundamentally that health care is a human right and that everyone deserves the right to determine the care that is right for them. Access to gender-affirming care, as my good colleague mentioned, is associated with reduced depression and anxiety. It reduces suicide risk by 73% and psychological distress by 39%. It cuts ER costs. States that invest in gender-affirming care see lower rates of unemployment and reliance on public assistance among transgender individuals. There are countless parents throughout all of our districts who are trying to support their family members, countless people who are trying to find the care that they need in these perilous times. Politicians shouldn't be in the business of determining what health care is best for people. This bill makes sure that gender-affirming care is enshrined into Colorado law so that patients and their doctors, not politicians, are in the driver's seat. We ask for an aye vote on repassage of 1309.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1309 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 23 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1309 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate voted to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 772, 165, 290, 309, and repass the bills as
Message
amended.
from the Senate will be printed in the journal. We have announcements and introductions. Representative Froelich.
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conference Committee on Senate Bill 161 will meet at 6 o'clock in room 110.
Excellent. Thank you. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conference Committee on House Bill 1300 will meet in Senate Committee Room 357 at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Representative Clifford.
112.
Oh, Representative Froelich, do you want to clarify?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 559, room 112.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is much more fun than those. The food drive is almost over. On your desk, if you haven't already cleaned it off, you've got a QR code that you can give the food bank some money. There's also still a jar sitting on the sergeant's desk. Please fill it up. Thank you for your participation.
And Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did sign up for announcements today. I just want to thank our wonderful team. I don't call them staff, I call them our team. So our sergeants, the people back here, the people that work in the Capitol, other than our custodians that help us day in and day out, they are a part of our team. We are all one team. I also want to give a special recognition to somebody who is a soon-to-be mother. We, the Republican caucus of Vanessa, I want to thank you for not only your support, but also everything you have done for us. And I know you have a little boy on the way, and we appreciate that. And we all celebrate life, and that your life is about to change. So I just want to give you a shout out. And there is nothing closer to God's love than a mother's love. And like it says in the book of Revelation, God says he makes everything new. And there are some that unfortunately cannot have children, but we should celebrate life. So Vanessa, on behalf of the Republican caucus, we have a little something for you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could we have Representative Weinberg come down? Yeah, you did.
Come on down, Ron.
You know you did.
Make him put it on.
I want you to make him put it on. I'll have him take it out. I'll tell him we have a little thank you for him. Representative Weinberg, we have a little thank you for you for all the barbecuing, grilling that you do, and your willingness to do it without complaint ever. So, instead of a crown, we want to present you with
For Loveland.
Hilarious. Members, we do have the exciting results of the hair caucus coming shortly. We are going to be doing those right after our conference committees. We will stand in recess until our conference committees have completed their work. I ask everyone to stay near the chamber. The House will stand in recess. Members, call your friends. We're missing some Republicans. We are ready to come back to order and close up shop, so find a friend. The House will come back to order. What? Members, I'll invite you to take your seats. We do have some work to tend to. Mr. Schiebel, Conference Committee reports.
First report of Second Conference Committee on Senate Bill 161. This report amends the revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of
Conference
Representatives.
Committee report will be printed in the Journal.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1300. This report amends the revised bill to the President of the Senate and the
Conference
Speaker of the House.
Committee report will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has adopted the first report of-
Message from the Senate will be lost in the Journal. Okay. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the consideration of Senate adherence on Senate Bill 124 until May 9th, 2025.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 124 will be laid over for consideration of Senate adherence until May 9th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for conference committee reports. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title. Senate Bill 161. Winner.
Senate Bill 161 by Senator Winter and Duda, also Representatives Lindsay and Froelich, concerning transit reform and connection therewith, creating study, planning, and reporting requirements, increasing coordination among transit agencies, government and planning organizations, authorizing the Regional Transportation District to enter into service partnership agreements, creating Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee, requiring the Regional Transportation District to emphasize ridership growth, worker retention, safety, and statewide climate goals, and making an appropriation.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We move to adopt the first report of the Second Conference Committee on Senate Bill 161.
Please proceed. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not going to make any jokes about the RTD reform bill being one of the last bills to get over the finish line this year. The Conference Committee, I think, is unequivocally worse than the first one, but we should vote yes and get the bill done. So we took out two parts. We could discuss them next year. Let's pass a bill. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first report of the Second Conference Committee on Senate Bill 161. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 23 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 161 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 161 as amended by the First Conference Committee. First Conference Committee report of the Second Conference Committee. We got that. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. You're all good. I'm doing the same thing right now. I'm not functioning. We're done. We're baked. DeGraff Garcia, Leader. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 161 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Woo. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1300.
House Bill 1300 by Representative Wilford, also Senator Kipp, concerning claimants' access to medical care and workers' compensation claims and in connection therewith, requiring an employer or the employer's insurer to use the Division of Workers' Compensation Utilization Standards and changing the mechanism by which a claimant can choose a treating physician.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adopt the first conference committee report for House Bill 1300.
Please proceed.
In our conference committee, we moved out the date of implementation from January 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2028. With that, we would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't usually, no, I'm just kidding.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to adopt the first committee report, the first report of the second conference committee on first on House Bill 1300. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Mabry. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 22 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1300 as amended by the first conference committee report.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1300 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 24 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1300 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Okay, we have to wait. What? Oh, well. Committee? Ooh. Members. We have a few things to tend to before we wrap business. We have sent a message back over to the Senate. At this time, we have one announcement. The committee to notify the governor that the House is ready to adjourn Sine Die. Will consist of Representative Jackson as chair, Representative Ryden, and Representative Barone. The three representatives, please proceed to the governor's office and notify the governor that the House and Senate are about to adjourn sine die. The House will stand in recess. Sorry. Members. I think we do have some entertainment during recess. And then we are going to have the announcement of the Hair Caucus vote. Elizabeth, if you're listening, I need the awards. Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has adopted and transmits
The
herewith Senate
message
Joint
from the
Resolution
Senate
24.
will be printed in the journal. Members, we are at that moment. Take a deep breath. Remember where we were 120 days ago. To our, we're still here. To our class of 2024, those fresh faces learned a few things or two. You're past your first vote, your first committee, your first debate. Congratulations. Round of applause for the class of 24. To our sophomores, the class of 2022. Best class ever. I will say, those of you in 2022, the spiciest, most ferocious, tenacious group that this Capitol has ever seen. 2022. Woo. Class of 2020. They are fewer, but they are mighty. That is right. So glad to have our sophomores and juniors, but I want to pay a special tribute to my class, the seniors. There are just a few of us left. Please stand if you are the class of 2018. Representative Soper, you are the lone wolf. I said that on purpose. Yeah, the dean of the caucus. I love that. To both leadership teams, leadership team of the Democratic caucus and leadership team of the Republican caucus, thank you for your partnership, grace, and commitment to herding cats when we needed it most. Yep. Hear, hear. I started with a message in this chamber that included share your stories, listen to the stories of others, and be open to being moved. I talked about being kind, getting to know one another. I have heard so many wonderful, beautiful stories from the people in this chamber. Thank you for sharing who you are, what your life has been, and where you are headed. And as we began, we will end by doing a little of our own defying gravity. I miss Senator Catlin, and he was the man that would go to the well every single time and say, "It is an honor to serve with you. My heart is full. It is an honor to serve with every single one of you." Whew. We need an announcement from our committee. Chair Jackson, Ryden, and Barone, please come to the well. Chair Jackson, let us know what the governor said.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We notified the governor that the House has officially adjourned, and he said that the Senate beat us by quite a lot. Better luck next year.
Nope, we saved the best for last. There we go. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House adjourn sine die.
On May 7th at 7:22 p.m., with both the House of Representatives and the Senate being in agreement, and on motion of Majority Leader Duran, the first regular session of the 75th General Assembly is declared adjourned sine die.